There's something about the ocean at night that awakens our deepest fears, isn't there? That vast, dark expanse where nightmares drift like forgotten souls, where scary stories begin not with monsters under the bed, but with real events so terrifying they challenge everything we think we know about the waters that surround us. Tonight, we're diving deeper than most dare to venture, into the heart of the ocean's most spine-chilling mysteries. These aren't just sleep stories to help you drift off peacefully. They're true deep-sea tales that have haunted sailors, scientists, and storytellers for generations. Stories of ships that vanished into supernatural silence, of crews that disappeared without explanation, and of encounters so disturbing they've rewritten our understanding of what lurks beneath the waves. From the bone-chilling depths, where pressure could crush a human instantly, to the twilight zones where ghostly apparitions dance in eternal darkness. We'll explore ocean mysteries that make even the bravest souls question what's real and what's beyond human comprehension. These deep-sea stories aren't just tales of the unknown, they're invitations to peer into the abyss and wonder what might be peering back. But here's the strange comfort in these scary stories. There's something oddly soothing about confronting our fears from the safety of our warm beds, isn't there? The ocean's terrors become a lullaby when we're tucked away on dry land, thousands of miles from the crushing depths and spectral encounters we're about to explore together. So before we descend into these mysterious depths together, take a moment to settle in somewhere comfortable. Maybe dim those lights, grab your favorite blanket, and let the gentle rhythm of these ocean stories carry you away. And if you're feeling brave enough to join our midnight expedition into the abyss, drop a comment and tell me, are you listening from your cozy bedroom, your living room, or perhaps somewhere even more adventurous? I love knowing where our fellow deep-sea explorers are gathering from around the world, especially when we're about to share stories that might make you grateful for solid ground beneath your feet. Now, let's ease into tonight's journey. Close your eyes if you'd like, and imagine yourself floating safely above an ocean so vast and deep that its secrets have remained hidden for millennia, secrets that occasionally surface to remind us that some mysteries are better left in the dark. Tonight, we unlock just a few of those secrets, one chilling tale at a time. Our first story takes us to the frozen Arctic, where even the most experienced sailors learn that some ships refuse to die, no matter how desperately the ocean tries to claim them. Story 1. The ghostly crew of the SS Baychimo. In the unforgiving Arctic waters of 1931, where icebergs tower like frozen cathedrals and the polar night stretches for months without end, there began one of the most haunting deep-sea mysteries ever documented. This is the story of the SS Bachimo, a vessel that should have died in the crushing embrace of Arctic ice, but instead chose to become something far more terrifying, a ghost ship that would haunt the frozen seas for nearly 4 decades. Picture the Baychimo, as she was in that fateful autumn of 1931, a sturdy Canadian cargo ship, built for the harsh realities of Arctic trading routes, cutting through the treacherous waters off the Alaskan coast. For years, she had been the lifeline for remote Arctic settlements, carrying supplies and trading goods through some of the most dangerous waters on Earth. Her crew knew these frozen seas intimately, understood the rhythms of ice formation, and the deadly dance of survival in a realm where one mistake could mean death for everyone aboard. But the Arctic Ocean is not a forgiving mistress, and that September, she decided to test the Baychimo's resolve in ways that no ship should ever have to endure. As winter approached with unusual speed and fury, massive ice floes began to converge around the vessel, forming a crystalline prison that grew stronger and more inescapable with each passing hour. The crew watched helplessly as walls of ice, some rising 30 feet above the water's surface, slowly surrounded their ship like the fingers of some enormous frozen hand. The crushing power of Arctic pack ice is almost impossible for those who haven't witnessed it to comprehend. These aren't the gentle ice cubes in your freezer. These are moving mountains of frozen seawater, each piece weighing thousands of tons, driven by currents and winds that follow no human schedule. When pack ice decides to close around a vessel, it can crush the strongest steel hull like an empty aluminum can, grinding ships to splinters in a matter of hours. As the ice tightened its grip around the Baychimo, her crew made the agonizing decision that countless Arctic explorers had faced before them: abandon ship or die with her. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. Survival in the Arctic demands pragmatism over sentimentality, and every man aboard knew that staying with the ship meant certain death when the ice finally crushed her hull. They gathered what supplies they could carry, said goodbye to the vessel that had been their home and livelihood, and began the treacherous journey across the shifting ice toward the nearest settlement. Behind them, the Baychimo creaked and groaned as the ice pressed against her hull, the sounds echoing across the frozen wasteland like the death cries of some enormous beast. The crew expected to hear the final catastrophic crack that would signal their ship's destruction, the moment when steel would surrender to ice and the Arctic would claim another victim. They walked away, expecting never to see the Baychimo again, except perhaps as scattered wreckage on some distant ice floe. But the Arctic had other plans for the Baychimo, plans that defied every law of physics and seamanship that her crew thought they understood. When spring arrived and the ice began its annual retreat, something extraordinary happened. Instead of finding the crushed remains of their vessel, reports began to filter in from other ships and Arctic settlements. The Baychimo had been seen, intact and apparently seaworthy, drifting free among the ice floes. She was sailing without a crew, without human guidance, navigating the treacherous Arctic waters as if guided by some invisible hand. The first sightings were dismissed as mistakes or wishful thinking. Ships in the Arctic are rare enough that any vessel becomes the subject of intense scrutiny, and perhaps the observers had simply misidentified another ship or been deceived by the strange optical illusions that plague Arctic waters. But as more reports came in from different sources, whalers, fishing vessels, research expeditions, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. The Baychimo was not just drifting aimlessly through Arctic waters. She was sailing with purpose, maintaining course corrections that suggested someone was at her helm, adjusting her sails in response to changing wind conditions, navigating around ice hazards with the skill of an experienced Arctic sailor. Yet every attempt to approach the vessel revealed the same unsettling truth. Her decks were empty, her bridge unmanned, her entire superstructure devoid of any human presence. Perhaps even more unsettling were the reports of lights aboard the ghost ship. Fishermen described seeing an unnatural glow emanating from her portholes, a cold, blue-white light that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. Some witnesses claimed to see shadowy figures moving on her decks, working the rigging and adjusting the sails with the practiced efficiency of a seasoned crew. But when these observers approached close enough to hail the vessel, the figures would vanish, leaving only empty decks and that eerie, pulsing light. The few brave souls who managed to board the Baychimo during her ghostly wanderings found a ship that was both familiar and deeply wrong. Her cargo holds were empty, stripped clean of the supplies and trading goods that had once filled them. Her crew quarters showed no signs of recent habitation, no food in the galley, no personal belongings in the bunks, no equipment that would be necessary for a functioning vessel. Yet the ship herself was in remarkable condition, her hull sound, her rigging intact, her engine in working order despite having no one to maintain it. Most disturbing of all was the silence that pervaded the vessel. Ships are never truly quiet. There's always the creak of wood and metal, the whisper of wind through rigging, the gentle lapping of water against the hull. But the Baychimo sat in an unnatural stillness that seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it. Boarding parties reported feeling watched, as if invisible eyes were tracking their every movement, evaluating their worthiness to walk the decks of a ship that had transcended the normal boundaries between life and death. The Inuit peoples of the Arctic, whose ancestors had navigated these waters for thousands of years before Europeans arrived, had their own explanation for the Baychimo's supernatural persistence. Their legends spoke of ships that had defied the sea's will, vessels whose crews had shown such disrespect for the ocean's power that they were cursed to sail forever, neither fully alive nor properly dead. The Baychimo, they whispered, had become one of these cursed vessels, bound to the Arctic waters by forces that existed beyond human understanding. As the years passed, sightings of the ghost ship became a regular part of Arctic maritime folklore. The Baychimo was spotted off the coast of Alaska, in the Canadian archipelago near Greenland, and in the waters above Siberia. She seemed to appear wherever Arctic vessels were in distress, sometimes offering guidance to lost ships, other times serving as an ominous warning of dangers ahead. Her presence became both a comfort and a source of terror for those who sailed the frozen seas. Some of the most chilling encounters involved ships that tried to claim the Baychimo as salvage. Maritime law is clear about derelict vessels. They become the property of whoever can successfully board them and bring them to port. Several attempts were made over the decades to capture the ghost ship and claim her as a prize, but these efforts invariably ended in failure and sometimes tragedy. Boarding parties would successfully reach the Bachimo's decks, secure lines to their own vessels, and begin the process of taking her under tow. But somewhere during the journey to port, usually in the depths of an Arctic night or during a sudden storm, the lines would part, the radio contact would be lost, and the Bachimo would vanish into the darkness. Sometimes the would-be salvagers would find themselves alone on empty seas, with no sign that the ghost ship had ever existed. Other times they would catch a glimpse of her silhouette on the horizon, sailing away under her own power towards some destination that existed beyond mortal knowledge. The most documented attempt to capture the Bachimo occurred in 1969, when a scientific expedition equipped with modern navigation and communication equipment located the vessel drifting in the Barents Sea. The research team approached with scientific instruments designed to document every aspect of the ghost ship's condition and behavior. Their plan was methodical and thorough. Photograph the vessel from every angle, document any anomalous readings on their instruments, and if possible, solve the mystery of how an abandoned ship could continue sailing for nearly 4 decades. But the Arctic had no intention of surrendering its secrets so easily. As the research vessel approached the Bachimo, their electronic equipment began to malfunction in ways that their technical manuals couldn't explain. Compasses spun wildly, radio communications filled with static that sounded almost like whispered voices, and their sonar painted a picture of the ocean floor that shifted and changed with each sweep, as if the very sea bottom was unstable beneath the ghost ship. The final photographs taken of the Bachimo show a vessel that appeared to be in perfect condition, despite decades of unmanned sailing through some of the world's most dangerous waters. Her paint was fresh, her rigging was taut, and her decks were clear of the ice and debris that should have accumulated during years of Arctic exposure. Most unsettling of all, several photographs captured what appeared to be movement in the shadows of her superstructure, shapes that might have been crew members going about their duties, or might have been tricks of light and shadow playing across an empty deck. After that final documented sighting in 1969, the Bachimo vanished from the Arctic seas as mysteriously as she had appeared. No wreckage was ever found, no final distress call was ever heard, and no explanation was ever offered for how a ship could simply cease to exist after nearly 4 decades of ghostly wandering. Modern satellite surveillance and advanced sonar mapping of Arctic waters have found no trace of the vessel, leading some to speculate that she finally found the peace that had eluded her for so long. But others believe that the Bachimo continues her eternal voyage in waters that exist beyond the reach of human technology and understanding. Inuit elders speak of seeing strange lights on the horizon during the long Arctic nights, lights that move with the purposeful motion of a ship under sail. Fishermen occasionally report encounters with a vessel that matches the Bachimo's description, always at the edge of visibility, always just beyond the range of modern communication equipment. The legend of the SS Baychimo has become more than just another maritime mystery. It has evolved into a symbol of the ocean's power to transform the familiar into the supernatural, to take the vessels we trust with our lives and turn them into something that exists at the boundary between the natural and the impossible. Her story reminds us that the sea keeps its own counsel, follows its own laws, and sometimes chooses to preserve what we think we have lost, transforming ships and souls into something that transcends the ordinary boundaries of existence. As we drift away from the frozen Arctic waters where the Bachimo made her final appearance, carrying with us the image of empty decks and mysterious lights pulsing through polar darkness, our journey takes us south to warmer waters, where different types of ocean mysteries await in the ancient seas between Scotland and her distant islands. Story 2. The Phantom Lights of the Minches. From the frozen Arctic waters, where ghost ships sail with phantom crews, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the windswept seas between Scotland's rugged mainland and the mysterious Outer Hebrides. Here, in the turbulent waters known as the Minches, the 1970s brought a series of deep-sea encounters so unsettling that they challenged everything mariners thought they knew about the ocean's capacity for the impossible. The Minches are waters that have always commanded respect from those who dare to sail them. These channels, carved by ancient glaciers and shaped by millennia of Atlantic storms, create some of the most challenging sailing conditions in the British Isles. The Little Minch and the North Minch stretch between the Scottish mainland and the chain of islands that form the Outer Hebrides, creating passages where tidal currents can reach terrifying speeds and weather conditions can change from calm to deadly in a matter of minutes. For generations, Scottish fishermen had worked these waters, following traditional routes and respecting the sea's moods, with the hard-won wisdom that comes from surviving in one of the ocean's most unpredictable environments. They knew every rock, every current, every sign that warned of approaching storms. But in the 1970s, something began happening in the Minches that fell outside their accumulated knowledge, something that would transform routine fishing expeditions into encounters with the supernatural. It began with isolated reports from trawler crews working the deeper waters of the channels. Fishermen described seeing strange green lights pulsing beneath the waves, lights that moved with purpose and intelligence through the dark Scottish waters. These weren't the familiar phosphorescence that sometimes accompanies disturbed plankton, nor were they the reflection of stars or moon on the water's surface. These lights came from deep beneath the waves, glowing with an intensity that penetrated hundreds of feet of dark water to reach the surface with undiminished brilliance. The first few reports were dismissed as the hallucinations of tired men working long hours in challenging conditions, or perhaps the misidentification of submarine activity during the height of the Cold War. The waters around Scotland were no strangers to military vessels operating in secret, and it seemed reasonable to assume that these mysterious lights might be connected to naval exercises or submarine movements that weren't meant for civilian eyes. But as more reports came in from different crews working various parts of the Minches, a pattern began to emerge that couldn't be explained by any conventional understanding of underwater phenomena or military activity. The lights weren't random or chaotic. They moved in hypnotic patterns that seemed almost choreographed, following paths through the water that defied the natural flow of currents or tides. Fishing crews described watching these phantom lights arrange themselves in complex geometric formations, creating underwater constellations that pulsed and shifted with what appeared to be deliberate intent. Sometimes the lights would form perfect circles that slowly rotated beneath the waves. Other times they would create spirals that drew the eye inward toward some unseen center. Most unsettling of all were the occasions when the lights seemed to respond to the presence of boats above them, brightening when vessels approached and dimming when they moved away, as if whatever intelligence controlled them was aware of being observed. The behavior of these mysterious lights seemed to follow patterns that suggested both intelligence and purpose, but purposes that existed outside human understanding. Some fishing crews reported that the lights would appear when their boats were caught in sudden storms, forming guiding patterns that led them safely through treacherous waters to calmer seas. These mariners described feeling drawn to follow the lights, as if some benevolent force was offering protection from the Minches' notorious weather. Other encounters were far less comforting. Crews would find their vessels surrounded by the pulsing green glow, trapped within circles of light that seemed to exert some kind of influence over their navigation equipment. Compasses would spin wildly, GPS systems would malfunction, and radio communications would fill with static that sounded disturbingly like whispered voices speaking in languages that predated written history. One particularly disturbing incident involved a trawler captain who had worked the Minches for over 20 years without experiencing anything unusual. His vessel was caught in a sudden fog bank that seemed to appear from nowhere, reducing visibility to mere feet and creating conditions where even experienced mariners could become hopelessly lost. As the crew struggled to maintain their bearings in the thick fog, the phantom lights appeared beneath them, forming a perfect circle around their boat. The captain described feeling watched, as if invisible eyes were studying his vessel and crew from the depths below. The lights pulsed in a rhythm that seemed almost like breathing, growing brighter and dimmer in a pattern that created an hypnotic effect on everyone who observed it. Most disturbing of all, the captain reported hearing voices carried on the wind, not the voices of his crew, but whispers in Gaelic so ancient that even native speakers couldn't understand the words being spoken. As the lights continued their mysterious dance beneath the fog-shrouded vessel, the captain made the decision to signal for help using his radio. But the moment he began transmitting, the lights vanished as completely as if they had never existed, leaving only dark water and the gradual clearing of the fog that had trapped them. When rescue vessels arrived at the coordinates the captain had transmitted, they found his boat floating alone in calm seas, under clear skies, with no sign of the fog bank or the mysterious lights that had held them captive. The psychological impact of these encounters began to affect the fishing communities along Scotland's western coast. Crews that had worked the Minches for generations found themselves reluctant to venture into the deeper waters where the lights most commonly appeared. Some fishermen reported difficulty sleeping, plagued by dreams of green luminescence rising from dark depths and whispered voices calling to them in languages their conscious minds couldn't understand. Local maritime authorities initially attempted to find rational explanations for the phenomenon. Theories were proposed involving bioluminescent algae, unusual magnetic anomalies, or electromagnetic effects caused by underwater volcanic activity. Scientists from Scottish universities conducted expeditions to the Minches, equipped with instruments designed to detect and measure any unusual activity in the waters where the lights had been reported. But the phantom lights seemed to possess an awareness of being studied, appearing only when scientific instruments weren't present, and vanishing the moment research vessels approached the areas where they had been sighted. It was as if whatever intelligence controlled the lights understood the difference between curious fishermen and scientific investigators, choosing to reveal itself only to those who approached the waters with respect rather than the desire to analyze and categorize. The Celtic heritage of Scotland's Western Islands provided its own explanations for the mysterious lights, explanations that reached back thousands of years into the mists of prehistoric belief and legend. Local folklore spoke of ancient spirits that guarded the sacred waters between the mainland and the islands, supernatural entities that had protected these seas since long before the first human settlements appeared on the Scottish coast. According to these ancient tales, the lights were manifestations of drowned sailors whose souls had become guardians of the sea, protecting modern mariners from the same fate that had claimed them centuries earlier. Other legends describe the lights as signals from the Celtic otherworld, beacons that marked the boundaries between the realm of the living and the domain of spirits that existed beneath the waves. The most persistent legend involved the Selkies, those mythical seal people of Celtic mythology who were said to inhabit the waters around the Scottish islands. According to traditional stories, Selkies could shed their sealskins and take human form, living for a time on land before returning to their oceanic homes. The phantom lights, some islanders believed, were signals used by the Selkies to communicate across the underwater distances that separated their hidden kingdoms. As the 1970s progressed, the reports of phantom lights in the Minches began to include additional disturbing elements. Fishing crews described equipment failures that couldn't be explained by normal mechanical problems, engines that would suddenly stop for no apparent reason, navigation instruments that would display impossible readings, and radio equipment that would receive transmissions from sources that didn't seem to exist in the physical world. Some of the most unsettling reports involved crews who claimed their boats had been physically moved by some underwater force while the phantom lights were present. These fishermen described feeling their vessels being gently pushed or pulled through the water, despite having their engines shut off and no visible explanation for the movement. The sensation was described as being guided by invisible hands, moved through the water with a purpose that the crew couldn't understand but somehow felt compelled to trust. The phantom lights of the Minches reached their most active period during the mid-1970s, with reports coming in almost weekly from different fishing crews and recreational sailors. The phenomena seemed to follow patterns related to tidal cycles and weather conditions, appearing most frequently during the dark hours around new moons and during periods of atmospheric disturbance that created unusual electromagnetic conditions in the region. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the regular appearances of the phantom lights ceased. By the early 1980s, reports of the mysterious green illumination had dwindled to occasional isolated incidents, and by the end of that decade, the Minches had returned to their normal patterns of challenging but explicable maritime conditions. The scientific expeditions that had been organized to study the phenomenon found no physical evidence that could explain the lights or their sudden disappearance. Water samples revealed no unusual chemical compositions, magnetic surveys detected no anomalies that could account for the navigation equipment failures, and electromagnetic monitoring equipment recorded no signals that might have been responsible for the mysterious radio transmissions. Yet the testimony of the fishermen and sailors who experienced the phantom lights remained consistent and detailed, describing encounters that had clearly made profound impressions on seasoned mariners who were not easily frightened or confused by unusual conditions at sea. These were men who had spent their lives working dangerous waters, who understood the difference between natural phenomena and something that existed outside the normal boundaries of oceanic experience. The legacy of the phantom lights continues to influence the maritime culture of Scotland's Western Islands. While the regular appearances of the mysterious illumination may have ended, the memory of those encounters has become part of the folklore that guides how modern fishermen approach the sometimes treacherous waters of the Minches. There's a renewed respect for the sea's capacity to present phenomena that exist beyond human understanding, and a recognition that some ocean mysteries may be better left unexplored. Contemporary maritime incidents in the Minches occasionally include elements that echo the phantom light encounters of the 1970s. Modern fishing crews sometimes report brief sightings of unexplained illumination beneath the waves, navigation equipment that malfunctions in specific areas where the lights were most commonly seen, and radio transmissions that seem to carry traces of those ancient Gaelic whispers that so disturbed the witnesses of the original phenomena. The phantom lights of the Minches serve as a reminder that even in our modern age of scientific understanding and technological sophistication, the ocean retains its capacity to present us with mysteries that challenge our assumptions about the natural world. These Scottish waters continue to flow between the mainland and the islands, carrying with them the memory of green lights that danced beneath the waves and voices that whispered secrets in languages older than recorded history. As we leave the mysterious waters of the Minches behind, carrying with us the image of phantom lights weaving hypnotic patterns through the dark Scottish seas, our journey through these scary stories takes us to an even more remote and isolated location, where 3 men vanished from their lighthouse post in circumstances so bizarre that they've haunted maritime investigators for over a century. Story 3. The Vanishing of the Flannan Isles Lighthouse Keepers. From the hypnotic phantom lights that dance beneath the Scottish seas, our journey through these deep-sea mysteries takes us to one of the most remote and forbidding locations in the North Atlantic, the Flannan Isles, where in December of 1900, 3 lighthouse keepers vanished into the winter darkness, in circumstances so inexplicable that their disappearance has become one of maritime history's most enduring scary stories. The Flannan Isles rise from the churning Atlantic waters like the backbone of some enormous sea creature, 21 miles west of Scotland's Outer Hebrides. These 7 rocky outcrops represent one of the most isolated and inhospitable places where humans have ever attempted to maintain a permanent presence. Swept by constant gales, battered by waves that can reach heights of over 100 feet, and shrouded in mist that can persist for weeks, the Flannans are a place where nature displays its raw power with relentless intensity. It was on this desolate archipelago that the Northern Lighthouse Board constructed one of their most ambitious projects, a lighthouse designed to guide ships safely through the treacherous waters that had claimed countless vessels over the centuries. The Flannan Isles Light, completed in December of 1899, stood as a testament to human determination to impose order and safety on one of the ocean's most chaotic environments. The lighthouse itself was an engineering marvel, built to withstand the fury of Atlantic storms that could reach hurricane intensity without warning. Its light, visible for 19 miles on a clear night, represented hope and safety for mariners navigating the dangerous waters between Scotland and the open Atlantic. But maintaining this beacon of civilization in such a remote and hostile environment required a special breed of men, lighthouse keepers who could endure months of isolation, constant danger, and the psychological pressures of living on the edge of the world. In December of 1900, 3 such men were stationed at the Flannan Isles Light: Thomas Marshall, James Ducat, and Donald MacArthur. These weren't novices to the lighthouse service. They were experienced keepers who had spent years maintaining lights along Scotland's treacherous coast, men who understood the rhythms of storms and tides, who could read the moods of the sea, and knew how to survive in conditions that would defeat most people. The routine of lighthouse keeping in such an isolated location was rigidly structured, designed to ensure both the continuous operation of the light and the safety of the keepers themselves. Daily logs recorded weather conditions, the status of equipment, and any unusual observations. Regular radio contact with the mainland ensured that any problems could be quickly communicated to the authorities. Supply ships visited on predetermined schedules, bringing food, fuel, and mail from the outside world. It was this routine that first alerted the mainland to the fact that something had gone terribly wrong on the Flannan Isles. On December 15th, the steamer Arctur, passing through the area during a fierce storm, reported that the lighthouse was dark. No beam swept across the turbulent waters. No warning light guided ships away from the jagged rocks that surrounded the islands. Initial concerns were tempered by the knowledge that severe weather could sometimes interfere with lighthouse operations. Equipment could fail during storms, fuel supplies could run low, or the keepers might be forced to extinguish the light temporarily for safety reasons. But as days passed without any signal from the lighthouse, alarm began to replace concern. The Flannan Isles light had never gone dark for more than a few hours since its construction, and the complete absence of communication suggested that something catastrophic had occurred. The relief vessel Hesperus, carrying supplies and a replacement keeper, was dispatched to investigate the situation. But rough weather and high seas prevented the ship from approaching the islands until December 26th, 11 days after the lighthouse had first been reported dark. When the Hesperus finally managed to anchor near the Flannan Isles and send a boat ashore, what they discovered would become one of the most puzzling mysteries in maritime history. The lighthouse building appeared normal from the outside. No damage from storms, no signs of fire or explosion, no indication that anything unusual had occurred. But when the relief party entered the building, they found a scene that defied explanation. The lighthouse was completely empty of human life, yet showed clear signs that the three keepers had been present recently, perhaps only hours before the relief ship's arrival. In the kitchen, they found a meal laid out on the table, the food still relatively fresh despite having sat untouched for days. Chairs were positioned as if the keepers had just stepped away from their dinner, and cooking utensils remained where they had been placed during meal preparation. The scene suggested that whatever had happened to the three men had occurred suddenly, without warning, interrupting their daily routine in the middle of an ordinary evening. The keepers' personal belongings remained in their quarters. Clothes hung in wardrobes, books lay open on bedside tables, and letters from home sat partially written on desks. Nothing appeared to have been removed or disturbed, ruling out the possibility that the men had packed their belongings and departed voluntarily. Their heavy weather gear, essential for survival in the harsh conditions outside the lighthouse, hung unused on hooks near the door. Most puzzling of all was the condition of the lighthouse's logbook, which provided the only clue to what might have happened during the keeper's final days. The entries proceeded normally until December 13th, recording routine weather observations and maintenance activities. Thomas Marshall, who had been keeping the log, noted the approach of a severe storm system and recorded wind speeds that were extraordinary even by Flannan Isles standards. But the December 14th entry revealed something disturbing. Marshall wrote of winds that seemed to come from all directions simultaneously, creating atmospheric conditions unlike anything he had experienced in years of lighthouse service. More ominously, he described an oppressive silence that had settled over the islands despite the howling gale, a contradiction that seemed to violate the basic laws of meteorology. The final entry, dated December 15th, consisted of only 3 words: God is over all. Below this, in Marshall's careful handwriting, were several lines that had been crossed out so thoroughly that the original text was illegible. The logbook contained no entries after December 15th, leaving a gap of silence that would never be filled. The investigation that followed the discovery of the empty lighthouse revealed additional puzzling details. A thorough search of the islands found no trace of the 3 missing men. No bodies, no clothing, no equipment that might have indicated where they had gone or what had happened to them. The rocky shores showed no signs that anyone had attempted to launch a boat or escape from the islands, and the treacherous waters surrounding the Flannans made it virtually impossible that the men could have swum to safety. Weather records confirmed that a severe storm had indeed struck the area around December 14th and 15th, with winds reaching hurricane force and waves that could have easily swept anyone exposed on the rocky shores into the churning Atlantic. But this explanation raised more questions than it answered. Why would 3 experienced lighthouse keepers venture outside during such conditions? Why were their weather gear and safety equipment still inside the lighthouse? And how could all 3 men have been lost simultaneously when lighthouse protocol required that at least 1 keeper remain inside at all times? The isolation of the Flannan Isles meant that there were no witnesses to whatever had occurred during those crucial days in December. The nearest inhabited land was the Outer Hebrides, over 20 miles away across some of the most dangerous waters in the North Atlantic. No other ships had reported passing close enough to the islands to observe anything unusual, and the storm conditions would have made visibility virtually zero even for vessels in the area. Local folklore provided its own explanations for the mysterious disappearance, explanations that reached back into the ancient Celtic traditions that had shaped Scottish maritime culture for thousands of years. The Flannan Isles had long been considered a place of supernatural power, home to spirits and entities that existed outside the normal boundaries of human experience. Local fishermen avoided the islands whenever possible, believing them to be cursed or protected by forces that didn't welcome human presence. According to these traditional beliefs, The islands were inhabited by supernatural beings that the Gaelic-speaking peoples called the Little People, or the Others. These entities were said to be guardians of sacred places, spirits that could appear in human form but whose true nature was something far more ancient and powerful than mortal understanding could grasp. The folklore suggested that these beings had tolerated the lighthouse construction because it served to protect sailors from the dangerous waters, but that some transgression by the keepers had violated the supernatural compact that allowed human presence on the islands. Other legends spoke of the Kelpies, those shape-shifting water spirits of Celtic mythology that were said to inhabit the treacherous seas around Scotland's coast. According to these tales, Kelpies could take the form of horses, seals, or even humans, luring unsuspecting victims into the water, where they would be dragged down to underwater kingdoms from which no mortal could return. The sudden disappearance of all three lighthouse keepers, with no trace left behind, fit the pattern of Kelpie abductions described in centuries of Scottish folklore. The most persistent legend involved the concept of the thin places, locations where the boundary between the physical world and the supernatural realm became permeable. The Flannan Isles, isolated in the vast Atlantic and battered by forces that seemed to exceed normal meteorological patterns, were said to be one of these thin places, where reality itself could become unstable, and where humans might be drawn into dimensions that existed beyond ordinary experience. Modern investigations into the Flannan Isles mystery have employed increasingly sophisticated techniques in attempts to solve the puzzle of the vanished keepers. Geological surveys have mapped every inch of the islands, searching for hidden caves or crevices where bodies might have fallen and remained concealed. Oceanographic studies have analyzed current patterns and tidal flows that might have carried evidence away from the islands during the December storms. Marine archaeologists have used advanced sonar equipment to search the seabed around the Flannans, looking for any trace of the missing men or equipment that might have been swept into the ocean. But the waters around the islands are notoriously difficult to search, with powerful currents, unpredictable tidal patterns, and a seafloor littered with the wreckage of centuries of shipwrecks that confuse sonar readings and make systematic investigation extremely challenging. Meteorological analysis of the December 1900 storm has revealed conditions that were indeed extraordinary, even by the standards of one of the world's most storm-prone regions. Atmospheric pressure readings from nearby weather stations showed fluctuations that suggested the presence of multiple storm systems converging on the Flannan Isles simultaneously, creating wind patterns that could have generated the oppressive silence described in Marshall's final log entries. Some researchers have theorized that the lighthouse keepers might have encountered a rare meteorological phenomenon known as a wind shear vortex, where opposing air masses create localized areas of extreme turbulence, surrounded by zones of unnatural calm. Such conditions could theoretically have created the contradictory weather patterns described in the lighthouse log, and might have generated atmospheric effects that could have disoriented or even physically harmed anyone caught outside during the storm. But these scientific explanations still fail to account for the most puzzling aspects of the disappearance. Why all three men would have left the safety of the lighthouse simultaneously, why their protective clothing remained unused, and why no trace of them was ever found despite extensive searches of the islands and surrounding waters. The psychological dimensions of the mystery have also been explored by researchers studying the effects of isolation and extreme stress on human behavior. The lighthouse keepers lived in conditions of almost complete isolation for months at a time, exposed to constant danger and the psychological pressure of maintaining a critical safety beacon in one of the world's most hostile environments. Some theories suggest that the men might have experienced a collective psychological breakdown that led them to make fatal decisions during the December storm. However, the service records of all three keepers showed them to be experienced and mentally stable individuals who had successfully handled similar conditions for years without incident. Thomas Marshall had over 15 years of lighthouse service. James Ducat was a principal keeper with an exemplary record, and Donald MacArthur was considered one of the most reliable assistant keepers in the Scottish lighthouse system. None of them had shown any signs of psychological distress in their previous assignments or in their communications with the mainland. The mystery deepened further when investigators discovered that the lighthouse's chronometers, precision timepieces essential for navigation, had all stopped at different times on December 15th, suggesting that whatever had affected the keepers had also somehow interfered with mechanical devices inside the lighthouse building. This detail ruled out simple explanations involving the men being swept away by waves, as such an event would not have affected clocks inside the protected lighthouse structure. Perhaps most disturbing of all was the discovery that the lighthouse lens had been deliberately covered with a heavy cloth, something that would never have been done during normal operations, as it would have extinguished the beacon that ships depended on for safe navigation. The covering appeared to have been placed from the inside of the light room, suggesting that one of the keepers had intentionally darkened the light before the final catastrophe occurred. The Flannan Isles lighthouse continued to operate after the mystery of the missing keepers, but the building's reputation for supernatural activity made it difficult to find replacement staff willing to serve there. Subsequent keepers reported strange experiences: unexplained footsteps echoing through empty corridors, shadows moving in peripheral vision, and the persistent sensation of being watched by invisible presences. Some described hearing voices calling from outside the building during storms, voices that seemed to match the descriptions of the three missing men. The lighthouse was eventually automated in the 1970s, eliminating the need for permanent keepers and ending the human presence on the Flannan Isles that had begun with such tragic mystery. But even the automated systems experienced unexplained malfunctions, with equipment failures that occurred in patterns that seemed to echo the original disappearance. Radio transmissions from the lighthouse sometimes carried background sounds that technical analysis could not identify: whispers, footsteps, and what some listeners described as the sound of men working at tasks that no longer needed to be performed. The story of the vanished lighthouse keepers has become deeply embedded in Scottish maritime culture, serving as both a historical mystery and a cautionary tale about the sea's power to claim lives in ways that defy human understanding. The case is studied in maritime academies as an example of how quickly experienced seamen can be lost, even in supposedly secure locations. But it also represents something more unsettling: a reminder that some disappearances occur in circumstances so bizarre that conventional explanations prove inadequate. Modern visitors to the Flannan Isles, arriving by helicopter or specialized boat services that can navigate the treacherous waters, report an atmosphere of unease that seems to permeate the islands. The lighthouse building remains in good condition, maintained by remote monitoring systems, but many visitors describe feeling unwelcome, as if they are intruding on sacred ground where a tragedy occurred that has never been properly resolved. The mystery of the three vanished keepers continues to attract investigators, historians, and paranormal researchers from around the world. Each new theory and each advance in investigative technology brings hope that the puzzle might finally be solved, but the Flannan Isles have kept their secret for over a century and show no sign of surrendering the truth about what happened during those dark December days in 1900. The empty lighthouse stands as a monument to the three men who vanished without explanation, its automated beam sweeping across the Atlantic waters, as it has for decades, no longer requiring human hands to maintain its life-saving function. But for those who know the story of Thomas Marshall, James Ducat, and Donald MacArthur, the light serves as more than a navigation aid. It's a reminder that the ocean holds mysteries that may be forever beyond human understanding. As we leave the haunted Flannan Isles behind, carrying with us the image of an empty lighthouse and three men who vanished into maritime legend, our journey through these scary stories takes us across the Atlantic to very different waters, where human tragedy and natural disaster combine to create one of the most devastating and morally complex maritime disasters in American history. Story 4: The Unexplained Sinking of the SS Arctic. From the mysterious emptiness of the Flannan Isles lighthouse, where three men vanished without explanation into the Scottish mists, our journey through these deep-sea mysteries carries us across the Atlantic to waters where human greed and natural disaster combine to create one of maritime history's most morally devastating tragedies. This is the story of the SS Arctic, a luxurious American steamer whose sinking in 1854 revealed depths of human depravity that would haunt the North Atlantic long after her broken hull settled into the ocean's abyss. The SS Arctic represented the pinnacle of mid-19th century maritime luxury, a floating palace designed to carry the wealthy and influential across the Atlantic in unprecedented comfort and style. Built by the Collins Line to compete with Britain's Cunard steamships, the Arctic was a marvel of modern engineering, a sidewheel steamer stretching 284 feet in length, powered by engines that could drive her through the roughest seas at speeds that amazed passengers accustomed to the slower sailing vessels of previous decades. When the Arctic departed Liverpool on September 20th, 1854, bound for New York with nearly 400 souls aboard, she carried not just passengers and crew, but the hopes and ambitions of a young America eager to prove its maritime supremacy. Her passenger manifest read like a who's who of American society: wealthy businessmen, prominent politicians, and members of high society who viewed the Atlantic crossing as both a necessity of international commerce and an opportunity to display their social status. Among the passengers were some of the most influential figures of their time: James Brown, heir to the Brown brothers' banking fortune; George Allen, a wealthy merchant whose business dealings spanned 2 continents; and Edward Knight Collins himself, son of the shipping line's founder, traveling with his wife and daughter. These were people accustomed to privilege, individuals who had never doubted that their wealth and social position would protect them from the common dangers that threatened ordinary mortals. The Arctic's route took her through some of the most treacherous waters in the North Atlantic, where icebergs drifting south from Greenland created hazards that could appear without warning, and where dense fog banks could reduce visibility to mere yards in a matter of minutes. But the ship's officers were experienced navigators who had made this crossing numerous times, and the Arctic herself was equipped with the most advanced safety equipment available to mid-19th century maritime technology. September 27th, 1854, dawned gray and misty off the coast of Newfoundland, with visibility reduced by fog so thick that lookouts could barely see beyond the ship's bow. The Arctic was making good time despite the conditions, her powerful engines driving her through the calm seas at a steady 12 knots. Captain James Luce, a veteran mariner with decades of experience navigating these dangerous waters, maintained his ship's speed despite the limited visibility, confident in his crew's ability to spot any obstacles in time to avoid disaster. It was in these treacherous conditions that the Arctic encountered the Vesta, a much smaller French fishing vessel that had become lost in the dense fog. The collision, when it came, struck both vessels with devastating force. The Vesta's reinforced bow, designed for breaking through ice, punched deep into the Arctic side, creating a gash that immediately began flooding the luxury steamer's lower compartments with thousands of gallons of freezing Atlantic water. The impact sent shockwaves through both vessels, but it was aboard the Arctic that the true catastrophe began to unfold. The collision had occurred in the ship's most vulnerable area, breaching compartments that contained critical machinery and flooding spaces that housed the crew quarters where many off-duty sailors were sleeping. Water poured through the damaged hull with such force that the ship's pumps, designed to handle normal leakage, were immediately overwhelmed by the torrent flooding into her lower decks. Captain Luce's immediate assessment of the damage revealed a situation that bordered on hopeless. The collision had not just punctured the hull, it had created a wound so large and so strategically positioned that the Arctic was doomed to sink within hours, possibly minutes, if the flooding accelerated. The ship's lifeboats, while numerous by the standards of the time, could accommodate only a fraction of the people aboard, and the cold Atlantic waters offered no hope of survival for anyone forced to enter them without protection. It was at this moment of supreme crisis that the true horror of the SS Arctic disaster began to unfold, a tragedy that would prove even more devastating than the sinking itself. Rather than organizing an orderly evacuation that prioritized the safety of all passengers, regardless of their social status, the ship's crew made decisions that revealed the darkest aspects of human nature when faced with mortal peril. The crew, led by officers who should have maintained discipline and order, began loading the lifeboats not according to maritime law and common humanity, but according to the social hierarchy that governed 19th century society. Wealthy male passengers were given priority over women and children. First-class ticket holders were saved while steerage passengers were left to face death in the ship's flooding lower decks, and those with influence and connections found spaces in lifeboats, while ordinary people were abandoned to their fate. This betrayal of the most fundamental principles of maritime rescue, that women and children should be evacuated first, and that a ship's crew should remain aboard until all passengers are safe, transformed the Arctic disaster from a tragic accident into something far more sinister. Passengers who had trusted their lives to the ship's officers watched in horror as lifeboats were lowered into the sea half empty, their spaces reserved for wealthy men who had purchased their survival with bribes and social privilege. The scenes that unfolded on the Arctic's tilting decks defied every principle of civilization and human decency. Families were separated as fathers secured places in lifeboats, while their wives and children were left behind. Crew members abandoned their posts to save themselves, leaving passengers to face the rising water without guidance or assistance. The ship's band, which had been hired to provide entertainment during the crossing, continued playing as the vessel sank, their music a surreal soundtrack to scenes of moral collapse and human abandonment. As the Arctic's death throes continued, those left aboard faced a nightmare that exceeded even the physical horror of drowning. The ship's luxurious fittings, the carved woodwork, crystal chandeliers, and silk upholstery that had represented the height of maritime elegance, became deadly obstacles as the vessel listed and began her final plunge. Furniture crashed through flooded salons. Grand staircases became waterfalls leading to death, and the very symbols of wealth and privilege that had defined the Arctic's identity became instruments of destruction. The sinking itself occurred with a speed that stunned even experienced mariners. Despite her size and apparent solidity, the Arctic succumbed to her wounds in less than 4 hours from the time of collision, taking with her over 300 souls who had boarded the vessel, expecting nothing more dangerous than a routine Atlantic crossing. But the physical destruction of the ship was only the beginning of a tragedy that would echo through the waters of the North Atlantic for decades to come. The moral contamination of the Arctic disaster seemed to spread beyond the immediate catastrophe, affecting even those who survived the sinking. The men who had secured places in lifeboats through wealth and influence found themselves haunted by guilt and shame that no amount of money could alleviate. Several survivors reported psychological torment that persisted for years after their rescue, plagued by nightmares of the women and children they had abandoned and the sounds of drowning that echoed in their memory long after the Arctic had vanished beneath the waves. But the supernatural elements of the Arctic tragedy extended beyond the psychological suffering of guilty survivors. Rescue ships arriving at the disaster site reported encountering phenomena that defied rational explanation. The ocean in the area where the Arctic had sunk seemed different from the surrounding waters, calmer in some places, more turbulent in others, with temperature variations that created eerie mists and optical illusions that confused navigators and unsettled crews. Most disturbing of all were the reports of sounds emanating from the water itself. Rescue vessels and passing ships described hearing cries and voices carried on the wind, sounds that seemed to come from beneath the surface rather than from any visible source. These weren't the expected sounds of survivors calling for help. They were described as anguished wails that seemed to express not just physical suffering, but moral outrage at the injustices that had been committed during the Arctic's final hours. Fishermen working the waters where the Arctic had sunk began avoiding the area, reporting encounters with phenomena that challenged their understanding of the natural world. Nets dragged through the water would come up empty despite sonar readings indicating large schools of fish, as if marine life itself shunned the contaminated waters. Compasses would behave erratically when vessels passed through the area, spinning wildly or pointing toward directions that made no navigational sense. Perhaps most unsettling were the reports of ghostly figures seen in the water during certain atmospheric conditions. These apparitions, described by multiple witnesses over several decades, appeared to be the forms of women and children reaching upward toward the surface, their faces twisted with expressions of betrayal and abandonment. The figures would appear most clearly during fog conditions similar to those that had existed on the day of the disaster, as if the mist itself retained the memory of that terrible September morning. The Vesta, the small French vessel that had collided with the Arctic, managed to limp back to port despite significant damage to her bow. But her crew reported that the ship never sailed properly again after the collision, as if the impact had damaged something beyond the merely physical. The vessel's behavior in heavy weather became unpredictable, and several crew members requested transfers to other ships, claiming that they felt watched while aboard the Vesta, as if invisible passengers had joined her complement following the collision. The legal and social consequences of the Arctic disaster extended far beyond the immediate tragedy. The revelation that wealthy passengers had been given priority over women and children shocked American society and led to significant changes in maritime law. New regulations required that lifeboats be sufficient to accommodate every person aboard passenger vessels, and strict protocols were established for evacuation procedures that prioritized the vulnerable, regardless of their social status or wealth. But these legal changes could not undo the moral damage that had been done, or silence the voices that fishermen continued to hear in the waters where the Arctic had met her shameful end. The disaster had revealed something ugly about human nature, the willingness of supposedly civilized people to abandon basic morality when their own survival was at stake. This moral corruption seemed to have contaminated the very waters where it occurred, creating an area of ocean that remained forever marked by the injustices committed there. Ships passing through the area where the Arctic sank continued to report unusual phenomena well into the 20th century. Radio operators described receiving transmissions in obsolete Morse code patterns, messages that seemed to carry an emotional weight that modern electronic equipment shouldn't have been capable of detecting. These transmissions, when decoded, often consisted of fragments that sounded like pleas for help or expressions of betrayal, as if the Arctic's victims were still trying to communicate their outrage at the way they had been abandoned. The wreck of the SS Arctic was never located, despite numerous attempts by salvage operations and maritime archaeologists. The North Atlantic waters where she sank are deep and dangerous, swept by currents that could have carried the wreckage far from the known sinking location. But some researchers theorized that the Arctic's final resting place might be marked by the same supernatural phenomena that had been reported in the area since the disaster, that the ship herself had become a focal point for the moral energy generated by the tragedy. Modern deep-sea exploration technology has revealed many wrecks in the North Atlantic, from the famous Titanic to lesser-known vessels that met their fate in these treacherous waters. But the Arctic remains hidden, as if the ocean itself has chosen to conceal the evidence of that September day when humanity's basest instincts were revealed in their full horror. The wreck has become a ghost ship in the truest sense, not just a physical vessel lost beneath the waves, but a moral presence that continues to haunt the waters where injustice triumphed over human decency. The story of the SS Arctic serves as a reminder that the ocean's capacity for horror extends beyond natural disasters and supernatural phenomena. Sometimes the most terrifying maritime mysteries involve the depths of depravity that humans can reach when faced with mortal peril. The Arctic's tragedy was made worse, not by the collision that doomed her, but by the moral choices made by those who chose privilege over principle and survival over honor. As we drift away from the haunted waters where the SS Arctic met her shameful end, carrying with us the disturbing knowledge that sometimes the greatest monsters are human, our journey through these scary stories takes us to more recent times and much deeper waters, where modern technology encounters mysteries that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the ocean's most extreme environments. Story 5. The Silent Submersible of the Kermadec Trench. From the morally contaminated waters where the SS Arctic met her shameful end, our journey through these deep-sea mysteries plunges into the modern era and descends to depths that dwarf even our deepest fears. We travel now to one of the most remote and extreme environments on our planet, the Kermadec Trench, where in 1998, advanced technology encountered something so inexplicable that it forced scientists to question the very nature of what might exist in the ocean's deepest, most alien realms. The Kermadec Trench represents one of Earth's most forbidding frontiers, a gash in the ocean floor that plunges to depths exceeding 32,000 feet below the surface of the Pacific Ocean. Located northeast of New Zealand, this underwater canyon is part of the Ring of Fire, where tectonic plates meet and grind against each other with forces that can reshape continents and trigger earthquakes that shake the entire planet. It's a place where the normal rules of life and physics are pushed to their absolute limits, where pressures exceed those found on any other part of Earth's surface, and where darkness has reigned undisturbed for millions of years. In 1998, the deep-sea research community was experiencing a golden age of exploration, with technological advances finally making it possible to send human observers to depths that had previously been accessible only to unmanned probes. The development of advanced submersibles capable of withstanding the crushing pressures of the deep ocean had opened new frontiers for marine science, allowing researchers to explore underwater environments that were more alien than the surface of Mars. It was in this spirit of scientific adventure that the research submersible Nereid descended into the Kermadec Trench in September of 1998, carrying a two-person crew on a mission that was intended to be routine by the standards of deep-sea exploration. The submersible was a marvel of engineering, designed to protect its human occupants from pressures that would instantly crush any surface-dwelling creature, equipped with life support systems that could sustain the crew for days if necessary, and fitted with the most advanced communication and recording equipment available to late 20th century marine science. The Nereid's mission was straightforward: descend to a depth of approximately 28,000 feet, collect geological samples from the trench floor, document any unusual marine life that might be thriving in the extreme environment, and return safely to the surface with data that would advance human understanding of life in the deep ocean. The crew consisted of 2 experienced deep-sea researchers who had made dozens of similar dives in other parts of the world's oceans, men whose expertise and calm under pressure made them ideal candidates for exploring one of Earth's most challenging environments. Initial contact with the Nereid proceeded exactly as mission planners had expected. The submersible's descent was smooth and controlled, with regular communication updates providing surface controllers with detailed information about the journey into the abyss. At 15,000 feet, the crew reported normal conditions and expressed enthusiasm about the geological formations they were observing through the craft's thick viewing ports. At 20,000 feet, they documented unusual rock formations that suggested previously unknown volcanic activity in the trench's deep waters. But it was, at approximately 25,000 feet, as the Nereid approached the deepest part of its planned dive, that the first signs of something unusual began to emerge from the routine communications between the submersible and its surface support vessel. The crew reported hearing a sound that didn't match anything in their training or experience, a low, rhythmic hum that seemed to emanate from the depths below them, a sound that their instruments detected but couldn't classify or explain. The hum was unlike anything that deep-sea researchers had encountered before. It wasn't the grinding of tectonic plates, which would have been irregular and violent. It wasn't the sounds made by marine life, which would have shown biological patterns and variations. Instead, the crew described a perfectly regular pulse that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a sound that penetrated the Nereid's pressure hull and resonated through the submersible structure in ways that created an almost hypnotic effect on the human listeners. As the Nereid continued its descent toward the deepest part of the trench, the mysterious hum grew stronger and more complex, developing harmonics and overtones that suggested a source of incredible size and power lurking in the abyssal depths. The crew's communications with the surface became increasingly focused on this phenomenon, with the scientists expressing both fascination and growing unease at the implications of what they were hearing. Then, at exactly 1400 hours local time, all communication with the Nereid ceased. The silence that followed was unlike the temporary communication blackouts that sometimes occur during deep-sea missions due to equipment malfunctions or atmospheric interference. This was a complete and absolute cutoff of all signals from the submersible. No voice communication, no telemetry data, no emergency beacon transmissions. The Nereid had simply vanished from all electronic monitoring systems, as completely as if she had been erased from existence. The search and rescue operation that followed was immediate and comprehensive, utilizing every available resource of the international deep-sea research community. Surface vessels equipped with the most advanced sonar systems scoured the waters above the Kermadec trench, searching for any sign of the missing submersible. Underwater robots were deployed to explore the depths where the Nereid had vanished, their cameras and sensors probing the darkness for any trace of the lost vessel and her crew. For 6 days, the search continued without result. The Kermadec Trench seemed to have swallowed the Nereid as completely as the ancient ocean had swallowed countless ships and sailors over the millennia. But on the 7th day, sonar operators detected a familiar signature rising from the deepest part of the trench. The Nereid was ascending under her own power, apparently intact and fully functional. The submersible's return to the surface should have been a moment of celebration and relief, but instead it marked the beginning of an even deeper mystery. When the Nereid was recovered and brought aboard the research vessel, investigators found the craft in perfect working condition, with no signs of damage or malfunction that could explain the 6-day communication blackout. The life support systems had functioned normally throughout the missing period. The hull showed no signs of stress or impact, and all instruments remained in perfect working order. But the Nereid's crew was gone. The submersible's interior showed clear signs of recent human presence. Seats were adjusted to accommodate the specific preferences of the missing researchers. Personal items remained exactly where they had been placed, and half-finished meals suggested that the crew had been present recently, perhaps only hours before the craft's recovery. But no trace of the 2 men could be found, despite the physical impossibility of anyone leaving a sealed pressure vessel at depths where the human body would be instantly crushed by the enormous water pressure. The mystery deepened when investigators examined the Nereid's data recording systems. The submersible's black box had continued to function throughout the 6-day period when surface communication had been lost, providing a continuous record of conditions inside the craft. But the audio recordings contained something that chilled even experienced deep-sea researchers: the voices of the missing crew members, distorted and changed in ways that seemed to violate basic principles of acoustics and human physiology. The recordings revealed that the crew had continued to communicate with each other throughout the period when they had been out of contact with the surface, but their conversations had gradually become less recognizably human as the hours passed. Initial communications proceeded normally, with the researchers discussing their observations and expressing frustration at their inability to contact the surface support team. But as time progressed, their voices began to change, taking on tonal qualities that sounded increasingly alien and disturbing. Acoustic analysis of the recordings revealed that the crew's vocalizations had gradually shifted away from normal human speech patterns, incorporating harmonics and frequencies that the human vocal apparatus shouldn't have been capable of producing. More disturbing still, the conversations seemed to indicate that the researchers were communicating with entities that weren't present in the submersible, or at least weren't visible to the recording equipment that should have detected any additional presence in the craft's confined interior. The final recordings, made just hours before the Nereid's ascent to the surface, contained sounds that defied classification as human speech. The voices that had once belonged to experienced marine scientists had become something else entirely, producing vocalizations that acoustic experts described as, quote, human-like but wrong, unquote. Sounds that retained some characteristics of speech but had been fundamentally altered in ways that suggested the speakers themselves had undergone some kind of transformation. Most disturbing of all were the responses that could be heard on the recordings, answering voices that seemed to come from the depths beyond the submersible, communications in languages that linguists couldn't identify or categorize. These weren't the random sounds of deep ocean currents or geological activity, but organized vocalizations that followed patterns suggesting intelligence and intent, even though their source remained completely invisible to the Nereid's recording equipment. Pacific Island cultures, particularly those of New Zealand's Maori peoples, possessed traditional knowledge that seemed to offer explanations for the Kermadec Trench incident. Explanations that reached back thousands of years into the mythological understanding of the deep ocean's supernatural inhabitants. According to these ancient traditions, the deepest parts of the ocean were home to entities that existed outside normal human experience, beings that dwelt in the spaces between worlds and could influence the thoughts and actions of mortals who ventured too far into their domain. The Maori concept of taniwa, powerful supernatural beings that inhabited deep waters, provided a framework for understanding what might have happened to the Nereid's crew. These entities were said to be capable of drawing humans into their underwater realm, not necessarily through physical abduction, but through a process that involved the gradual transformation of the victim's consciousness until they became something that was no longer entirely human. Modern attempts to return to the specific location where the Nereid had encountered the mysterious phenomenon have been frustrated by a series of equipment failures and environmental anomalies that seem to prevent detailed investigation of the area. Subsequent deep-sea missions to the Kermadec Trench have reported unusual interference with their electronic systems when approaching the coordinates where the incident occurred, with navigation equipment malfunctioning and communication systems producing the same kind of distorted signals that had characterized the final recordings from the missing crew. The Nereid itself was subjected to the most thorough technical analysis possible, with engineers and scientists examining every component of the submersible for clues to what had happened during the 6-day mystery period. But the investigation revealed no physical evidence of what had caused the crew's disappearance or the strange vocal transformations recorded on the craft's audio systems. The submersible remained a perfectly functional piece of deep-sea exploration equipment, unmarked by any trace of the supernatural encounter that had claimed her crew. The psychological impact of the Kermadec Trench incident extended far beyond the immediate participants, affecting the entire deep-sea research community's approach to exploring the ocean's most extreme environments. The realization that experienced scientists could vanish under such mysterious circumstances, leaving behind only increasingly alien vocalizations as evidence of their fate, forced researchers to reconsider their assumptions about the safety and predictability of deep ocean exploration. New protocols were established for deep-sea missions, requiring multiple communication systems and backup crews for any exploration of waters deeper than 20,000 feet. But these technical safeguards couldn't address the fundamental questions raised by the Nereid incident. What kind of entities might exist in the ocean's deepest reaches? And what effect might prolonged exposure to such extreme environments have on human consciousness and identity? The Kermadec Trench continues to attract scientific attention, with researchers hoping that advances in technology might eventually provide answers to the mysteries that claim the Nereid's crew. But each new expedition to the area seems to encounter the same kinds of equipment, malfunctions, and communication anomalies that characterize the original incident, as if the trench itself has developed a resistance to human investigation. The empty Nereid, now stored in a New Zealand research facility, serves as a tangible reminder of the ocean's capacity to present challenges that exist beyond the realm of conventional scientific understanding. Her pristine condition contrasts eerily with the disturbing audio recordings that represent the only evidence of what happened to her crew during those 6 days in the abyss, a contradiction that continues to puzzle investigators and fuel speculation about the true nature of deep ocean mysteries. Maritime safety regulations now include warnings about the psychological effects of prolonged exposure to extreme deep-sea environments, acknowledging that the human mind may not be equipped to process the realities of existence at such depths. But these clinical warnings fail to capture the true horror implied by the Nereid recordings, the possibility that in the deepest parts of our planet's oceans, human consciousness itself might be vulnerable to influences that exist outside our normal understanding of reality. As we ascend from the crushing depths of the Kermadec Trench, carrying with us the disturbing echoes of voices that became something other than human, our journey through these scary stories takes us to warmer but no less mysterious waters, where the ghosts of history continue to haunt the coral reefs of the Caribbean, and where modern divers encounter reminders that some tragedies leave marks that time cannot erase. Story 6. The Haunted Wreck of the RMS Rone. From the crushing depths of the Kermadec Trench, where human voices transformed into something alien and unrecognizable, our journey through these deep-sea mysteries brings us to the warm, crystalline waters of the Caribbean, where tragedy and beauty intertwine in one of the diving world's most haunting underwater destinations. Here, beneath the tropical sun and surrounded by vibrant coral reefs, lies the broken remains of the RMS Rone, a vessel whose violent end in 1867 created one of the ocean's most persistently haunted dive sites. The RMS Rone was the pride of the Royal Mail Steam Packet Company when she first took to the seas in 1865, a magnificent iron-hulled steamship that represented the cutting edge of Victorian maritime engineering. At 310 feet in length, she was built to carry passengers and mail between the ports of Southampton and the West Indies, offering travelers a level of luxury and speed that had never before been available on Caribbean routes. Her twin masts and single smokestack gave her a profile that was both elegant and powerful, while her advanced steam engines could drive her through Atlantic swells at speeds that impressed even experienced mariners. The Rone's design incorporated every safety feature known to mid-19th century shipbuilding. Her iron hull was divided into watertight compartments that could be sealed in case of flooding. Her steam engines were protected by armored housings that could withstand rough weather, and her crew was trained in the latest maritime safety procedures. She was considered virtually unsinkable by the standards of her time, a floating testament to British engineering prowess and imperial confidence. But the Caribbean waters where the Rhone plied her trade harbored dangers that no amount of engineering could fully protect against. The region was notorious for sudden, violent storms that could appear without warning, transforming calm tropical seas into churning maelstroms capable of destroying even the largest vessels. Hurricane season brought particular peril, with massive cyclonic systems that could generate winds exceeding 100 miles per hour and waves tall enough to overwhelm ships that seemed invincible under normal conditions. It was during such a storm, in late October of 1867, that the Rhone encountered the forces that would transform her from a symbol of maritime progress into one of the Caribbean's most tragic and mysteriously haunted wrecks. The hurricane that struck the British Virgin Islands on October 29th was exceptional even by Caribbean standards, a massive system that had been building strength as it traveled across the Atlantic, gathering power from the warm tropical waters until it became a meteorological monster capable of reshaping coastlines and destroying everything in its path. The Rhone was anchored in the supposedly safe harbor at road town, Tortola, when the hurricane's advance winds began to reach dangerous velocities. Captain Robert F. Woolley, an experienced commander with years of Caribbean service, initially believed that his ship's anchorage would provide adequate protection from the storm. The harbor had sheltered countless vessels during previous hurricanes, and the Rhone's powerful engines could help her maintain position against all but the most extreme weather conditions. But this hurricane was unlike any storm that Captain Woolley had previously encountered. As the winds reached gale force and beyond, the supposedly safe harbor became a trap, with mountainous waves funneling between the islands and creating conditions that turned the normally placid anchorage into a cauldron of destructive energy. The Rhone's anchor chains, designed to hold the ship steady in normal conditions, began to strain under forces that exceeded their engineering tolerances. As the storm reached its peak intensity, Captain Woolley made the fateful decision to attempt an escape from the harbor, hoping to reach open water where the Rhone would have more room to maneuver and ride out the hurricane's fury. The ship's engines roared to life, black smoke pouring from her stack as the crew fought to get the vessel underway in conditions that would have challenged even modern ships, equipped with satellite weather data and computer-controlled navigation systems. The attempt to escape the harbor proved to be the Rhone's doom. As the ship fought her way through towering waves toward what the crew hoped would be the relative safety of open water, the hurricane's winds reached their maximum intensity, creating a wall of air and water that no 19th century vessel could possibly survive. The combination of wind and wave action subjected the Rhone's hull to stresses that exceeded even her robust construction, while the churning seas made navigation virtually impossible. The end came with shocking suddenness. A massive wave, described by survivors as resembling a moving mountain of water, struck the Rhone broadside with enough force to split her iron hull like an eggshell. The ship broke apart in the middle, her forward section driven onto the rocky shores of Salt Island, while her stern section sank in deeper water nearby. The disaster claimed the lives of over 120 passengers and crew, including Captain Woolley himself, who went down with his command in the finest tradition of maritime service. The violence of the Rhone's destruction was so complete that survivors reported seeing the ship literally torn apart by forces that seemed to exceed anything in the natural world. Passengers who had been safely below decks moments before found themselves fighting for their lives in churning seas filled with debris from the disintegrating vessel. The ship's elegant salons and comfortable cabins became death traps as the hull twisted and broke, while the Caribbean waters that had seemed so inviting during calm weather became a hostile environment where survival depended on luck as much as swimming ability. The few survivors who managed to reach shore described scenes of horror that haunted them for the rest of their lives. They spoke of hearing the screams of trapped passengers echoing from inside the ship as she broke apart, cries for help that were cut short as compartments flooded or structural collapses sealed off escape routes. The storm's fury had transformed a pleasure cruise into a nightmare of destruction and death, creating trauma that extended far beyond the immediate physical damage. In the years following the disaster, the wreck of the RMS Rone settled into her final resting place on the seafloor near Salt Island, where Caribbean currents and tropical marine life began the long process of transforming the broken ship into an artificial reef. Coral growth gradually covered her iron plates, while schools of tropical fish made their homes in what had once been passenger cabins and cargo holds. The warm, clear waters of the Caribbean made the wreck easily accessible to divers, and the Rhone eventually became one of the world's most popular underwater destinations. But visitors to the wreck soon discovered that the Rhone's transformation from ship to reef had not erased the traumatic memories of her violent end. Divers began reporting experiences that challenged their understanding of what should be possible in the underwater environment, encounters that suggested the ship's tragic history had left more than just physical wreckage on the Caribbean seafloor. The first unusual reports came from experienced divers who were familiar with wreck diving and comfortable working in underwater environments that might unnerve newcomers to the sport. These seasoned professionals described hearing sounds that didn't match anything in their training or experience, faint screams that seemed to echo through the wreck's twisted metal passages, voices calling for help in languages and accents that suggested passengers from the ship's original complement rather than modern divers exploring the site. The acoustic properties of water and metal should have made such phenomena impossible. Sound travels differently underwater than in air, and the ambient noise of waves, currents, and marine life typically masks any subtle audio effects that might be produced by water moving through wreckage. But multiple divers reported hearing the same types of sounds in the same locations within the wreck, suggesting that something more than imagination or nitrogen narcosis was responsible for these auditory experiences. More disturbing were the visual encounters reported by divers exploring the deeper sections of the wreck. These witnesses described seeing shadowy figures moving through the ship's interior spaces, human-shaped forms that appeared to be wearing clothing from the Victorian era rather than modern diving equipment. The figures would be glimpsed in peripheral vision or seen briefly in the beam of underwater lights, only to vanish when approached directly or when other divers attempted to verify the sightings. The shadowy figures seemed to follow patterns that corresponded to the ship's original layout and function. They were most commonly seen in areas that had been passenger quarters during the Rone's operational years, appearing to move through the wreck as if they were still going about the daily routines of shipboard life. Some divers reported seeing figures that appeared to be looking out through what had once been portholes, as if they were passengers still watching the Caribbean waters pass by during an eternal voyage. Night diving on the Rhone proved to be particularly unsettling, with the ship's haunted reputation becoming even more pronounced when explored under the cover of darkness. Divers who ventured onto the wreck after sunset reported an atmosphere of oppression and unease that seemed to emanate from the ship herself, a sense of being watched and evaluated by invisible presences that had some connection to the vessel's tragic history. The psychological effects of these encounters extended beyond simple fear or nervousness. Experienced divers found themselves reluctant to explore certain sections of the wreck, feeling an inexplicable aversion to areas where the shadowy figures were most commonly sighted. Some reported dreams and nightmares following their dives on the Rhone, vivid experiences that seemed to place them aboard the ship during her final terrifying moments as the hurricane tore her apart. Temperature anomalies added another layer of mystery to the Rhone diving experience. The Caribbean waters around the wreck maintained fairly consistent temperatures throughout the year, but divers began reporting sudden cold spots within the ship's interior spaces, areas where the water temperature would drop dramatically without any apparent physical cause. These cold zones seemed to correspond to locations where the shadowy figures were most frequently sighted, as if the presence of the supernatural entities was somehow affecting the thermal properties of the surrounding water. Marine life around the Rhone also displayed behaviors that puzzled marine biologists familiar with Caribbean reef ecosystems. Fish that normally showed curiosity about divers would actively avoid certain areas of the wreck, swimming away from sections where the paranormal activity was most commonly reported. Some species that typically inhabited similar artificial reefs were completely absent from parts of the Rhone, as if the ship's traumatic history had created an environment that marine life found inhospitable. The most dramatic encounters occurred during group dives, when multiple divers could witness and verify each other's experiences. These incidents typically involved the appearance of figures that seemed to be passengers or crew members trapped below deck during the hurricane, their forms visible to several divers simultaneously before vanishing in ways that defied physical explanation. Group witnesses eliminated the possibility that individual psychological factors or nitrogen narcosis were responsible for the sightings, lending credibility to claims that something genuinely supernatural was occurring on the wreck. Photography attempts proved frustratingly unsuccessful, with underwater cameras either malfunctioning in areas where the figures were sighted or producing images that showed empty water where multiple divers had observed clear apparitions. Video equipment experienced similar problems, often developing technical issues that prevented the recording of paranormal activity even when the devices functioned normally in other parts of the wreck. Local Caribbean folklore provided cultural context for the Rhone's haunted reputation, drawing on traditions that recognized the ocean's capacity to preserve the spiritual essence of those who died violently at sea. According to these beliefs, souls lost in maritime disasters could become bound to the locations where they perished, especially if their deaths involved sudden trauma that prevented them from completing important life tasks or saying farewell to loved ones. The Rhone's status as a protected marine park has helped preserve both her physical structure and her reputation as one of the world's most haunted dive sites. Diving regulations require that visitors treat the wreck with respect, acknowledging both its historical significance and its role as a memorial to those who lost their lives in the 1867 hurricane. These protective measures have helped maintain the site's integrity while allowing thousands of divers to experience one of the Caribbean's most unique underwater destinations. Modern underwater archaeology has revealed additional details about the Rhone's final moments, with careful excavation and analysis providing insights into how the ship broke apart and how her passengers and crew experienced the disaster. But these scientific investigations have also uncovered evidence that supports some of the supernatural claims made by visiting divers, including personal artifacts found in locations that correspond to areas where apparitions are most commonly sighted. The RMS Rone continues to attract divers from around the world, drawn both by her historical significance and her reputation as a paranormally active site. The combination of excellent diving conditions, abundant marine life, and the possibility of encountering something beyond normal underwater experience has made her one of the Caribbean's most popular dive destinations. But visitors are advised to approach the wreck with appropriate respect, acknowledging that they are entering not just a beautiful artificial reef, but a memorial to a maritime tragedy that left spiritual as well as physical marks on the Caribbean seafloor. The wreck serves as a reminder that the ocean's capacity to preserve extends beyond simple physical artifacts to include the emotional and spiritual residue of human tragedy. The warm Caribbean waters that now flow through the Rhone's broken hull carry with them the memory of that terrible October night when a pleasure cruise became a nightmare, and when the forces of nature demonstrated their power to transform triumph into tragedy in a matter of moments. As we ascend from the haunted passages of the RMS Rone, carrying with us the image of shadowy figures still moving through her coral-encrusted halls, our journey through these scary stories takes us to colder, more remote waters, where the mysteries of the deep ocean continue to challenge our understanding of what's possible in the planet's most extreme environments. Story 7. The Unidentified Object of the Barents Sea. From the coral-encrusted passages of the RMS Rone, where Victorian-era apparitions continue their eternal voyage through Caribbean waters, our journey through these scary stories carries us north to the frigid, politically charged waters of the Barents Sea. Here, during the height of the Cold War, both Soviet and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, also known as NATO, forces encountered something that challenged their understanding of what was possible beneath the Arctic ice. Something so extraordinary that it forced military commanders on both sides of the Iron Curtain to confront the possibility that the ocean's deepest secrets might be beyond human comprehension entirely. The Barents Sea, stretching between the northern coasts of Norway and Russia, had become one of the most heavily militarized bodies of water on Earth during the 1980s. This was the era when nuclear submarines from both superpowers prowled beneath the ice, conducting surveillance missions and testing the limits of underwater technology, in an environment where the slightest mistake could trigger an international incident or environmental disaster. The cold, dark waters above the Arctic Circle provided perfect cover for the most advanced submarines ever built, vessels that could remain submerged for months, while carrying enough nuclear firepower to end civilization. It was in this atmosphere of technological sophistication and geopolitical tension that the incident occurred, an encounter so bizarre that it temporarily united Soviet and NATO forces in their shared inability to explain what they had witnessed. The year was 1989, and the Cold War was beginning its final phase, but the military establishments on both sides were still locked in the deadly serious game of underwater espionage and deterrence that had defined naval strategy for decades. The first indication that something unusual was happening in the Barents Sea came from a Soviet Akula-class attack submarine conducting routine patrol operations in the waters north of the Kola Peninsula. The vessel was one of the most advanced submarines in the Soviet fleet, equipped with sonar systems capable of detecting and tracking targets hundreds of miles away, and manned by a crew that represented the elite of the Soviet Navy's submarine service. At approximately 0200 hours Moscow time on November 14, 1989, the submarine's sonar operators detected a contact unlike anything in their training manuals or classification databases. The object appeared to be massive, larger than any submarine or surface vessel known to exist, and was moving through the water at speeds that exceeded the capabilities of any marine vessel or creature that military intelligence had ever documented. Initial estimates suggested that the object was approximately 800 feet in length and was traveling at sustained speeds exceeding 60 knots, velocities that were impossible for any known submarine to maintain, especially at the depths where the contact was being tracked. Most disturbing of all, the object's movement patterns showed none of the characteristics typical of submarines or surface vessels. No ballast tank operations, no propeller signatures, no engine noise that could be identified and classified. The Soviet submarine's captain, following established protocols for unusual contacts, attempted to close with the object to gather additional intelligence. But as his vessel approached, something even more extraordinary occurred. The massive contact began to accelerate, reaching speeds that the sonar operators initially refused to report because they seemed to violate basic principles of hydrodynamics and marine engineering. As the Soviet submarine pushed its own systems to their limits, in an attempt to maintain contact with the mysterious object, the crew began to detect additional anomalies that challenged their understanding of underwater acoustics. The object was producing sounds unlike anything in their acoustic signature databases. A metallic scraping noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the very water around the contact was being physically altered by its passage. The sounds were described by sonar operators as resembling massive machinery in operation, gears and mechanisms grinding against each other, with forces that suggested industrial processes occurring on a scale that dwarfed anything built by human engineering. But the acoustic patterns didn't match any known propulsion system or mechanical device, creating an audio signature that was both clearly artificial and completely unidentifiable. NATO forces operating in the same area had been tracking Soviet submarine movements through their own sophisticated sonar networks, but they too detected the massive anomalous contact when it entered their surveillance zone. Initial analysis by Western intelligence assumed that the Soviets had deployed some kind of advanced experimental submarine, possibly incorporating technology that represented a significant breakthrough in underwater propulsion or stealth capabilities. But as NATO submarines moved to investigate the contact, they encountered the same impossible characteristics that had baffled their Soviet counterparts. The object's speed and size exceeded anything that current technology could produce, while its acoustic signature defied classification using the most advanced signal analysis equipment available to military intelligence services. The situation escalated when both Soviet and NATO submarines found themselves simultaneously tracking the same massive contact, creating a potentially explosive confrontation between nuclear-armed vessels in waters where any miscalculation could trigger a larger conflict. Emergency communication channels were opened between the opposing forces, as military commanders on both sides realized that they were dealing with something that posed questions more important than Cold War rivalry. What followed was one of the most unprecedented instances of cooperation between Soviet and Western forces during the entire Cold War period. Recognizing that the mysterious object represented a phenomenon that transcended national security concerns, both sides agreed to coordinate their tracking efforts and share data in an attempt to understand what they were encountering in the Arctic depths. The combined investigation revealed details that made the object even more mysterious. Sonar data from multiple submarines confirmed that the contact was maintaining impossible speeds, while producing acoustic signatures that suggested it was composed of metallic materials arranged in configurations unlike any known submarine or vessel design. Most puzzling of all, the object seemed to be operating at depths that would crush any conventional submarine, apparently unaffected by water pressures that would collapse even the most robust pressure hulls. Temperature sensors detected thermal anomalies in the water surrounding the object, with readings that suggested the mysterious contact was generating enormous amounts of heat through unknown processes. The thermal signatures created distinctive patterns in the Arctic waters that persisted long after the object had passed, leaving a trail of altered water temperature that could be tracked for hours after the initial encounter. As the investigation continued, the object's behavior became even more inexplicable. Rather than following the straight-line courses typical of submarines or the predictable migration patterns characteristic of marine life, the massive contact began to execute maneuvers that seemed to violate basic principles of momentum and inertia. It would change direction instantaneously, without the gradual turns required by any vessel operating under normal physical laws, and it could accelerate from 0 to maximum speed, without the propulsion signatures that should have accompanied such dramatic velocity changes. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the object vanished from all sonar systems simultaneously, disappearing from the tracking screens of both Soviet and NATO submarines as completely as if it had never existed. The massive contact that had dominated underwater surveillance networks across the Barents Sea simply ceased to exist, leaving behind only the disturbed water conditions and elevated temperature readings that marked its passage through the Arctic depths. The aftermath of the Barents Sea incident created unprecedented challenges for military intelligence agencies on both sides of the Cold War. The encounter had been witnessed by multiple crews using the most advanced underwater detection systems available, producing data that was consistent across different technological platforms and national intelligence services. Yet the evidence pointed to the existence of something that couldn't be explained using any existing understanding of marine engineering or underwater technology. Classified debriefings with submarine crews revealed additional details that made the incident even more disturbing. Personnel who had been on duty during the encounter reported experiencing psychological effects that persisted long after the object's disappearance. Vivid dreams involving massive underwater structures, persistent sensations of being watched while submerged, and an inexplicable reluctance to return to duty in Arctic waters. The physical evidence collected during the encounter was subjected to the most intensive analysis that Cold War intelligence services could provide, but the results only deepened the mystery. Water samples taken from the areas where the object had been detected showed chemical compositions that differed slightly from normal seawater, with trace elements that couldn't be identified using standard analytical techniques. The metallic scraping sounds recorded by sonar operators were analyzed using the most advanced acoustic processing equipment available, but the audio signatures remained unclassifiable. Arctic folklore, particularly the traditions maintained by indigenous peoples who had lived around the Barents Sea for thousands of years, provided cultural context that Western and Soviet military analysts found difficult to dismiss. According to these ancient traditions, the deepest parts of the Arctic Ocean were home to entities that existed outside normal human experience. Beings or forces that occasionally manifested in ways that could be detected by modern technology, but not understood or controlled by contemporary science. The Sami peoples of northern Scandinavia possessed legends that described massive creatures dwelling in the deepest Arctic waters, entities that were neither fully natural nor entirely supernatural, but represented something that existed at the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds. These traditional stories spoke of underwater beings that could appear as vessels or machines when observed by human technology, but whose true nature was something far more ancient and mysterious than any human-built device. Subsequent military operations in the Barents Sea were marked by heightened awareness of the possibility that similar encounters might occur, with both Soviet and NATO forces developing new protocols for situations where their submarines might encounter phenomena that couldn't be explained using conventional maritime knowledge. These classified procedures acknowledged that the Arctic waters might contain elements that existed outside normal military planning and technological understanding. The end of the Cold War in the early 1990s led to increased cooperation between former adversaries in Arctic research, but investigations into the Barents Sea incident remained classified on both sides. The mutual agreement to keep the encounter secret reflected not just national security concerns, but recognition that the incident raised questions about the nature of reality itself, that neither military nor scientific establishments were prepared to address publicly. Modern deep-sea exploration technology has revealed that the Arctic Ocean contains geological and biological phenomena that were completely unknown during the Cold War era, discoveries that have forced researchers to reconsider their assumptions about what might be possible in the planet's most extreme marine environments. Advanced sonar systems and underwater robotics have detected evidence of massive geological structures and unusual acoustic phenomena that might provide natural explanations for some aspects of the Barents Sea encounter. But the specific characteristics observed during the 1989 incident, the impossible speeds, the unidentifiable acoustic signatures, the apparent violation of physical laws governing underwater movement, remain unexplained by contemporary marine science. The object's behavior exceeded not just the technological capabilities of the Cold War era, but the theoretical limits of what current engineering and physics consider possible for underwater vehicles. The Barents Sea incident serves as a reminder that even the most advanced military technology and intelligence capabilities can encounter phenomena that exist beyond human understanding. The Arctic waters that were once the stage for superpower confrontation continue to hold secrets that challenge our assumptions about the nature of the deep ocean and the limits of what might be possible in Earth's most extreme environments. Veterans of Cold War submarine service occasionally speak privately about the incident, describing an encounter that forced them to confront the possibility that the ocean's deepest waters might contain elements that transcend human comprehension. Their testimony suggests that the most significant discovery made during decades of underwater espionage wasn't related to enemy technology or military capabilities, but to the recognition that the planet's marine environments might harbor mysteries that exceed anything imagined by military strategists or naval engineers. As we surface from the politically charged waters of the Barents Sea, carrying with us the disturbing knowledge that even the world's most sophisticated military forces can encounter phenomena they cannot explain or control, our journey through these scary stories takes us to warmer waters and more recent times, where modern technology continues to reveal that the ocean's capacity for mystery remains undimmed by human advances in exploration and understanding. Story 8. The Eternal Silence of the Deep. From the Cold War waters of the Barents Sea, where military forces from opposing superpowers united in their inability to explain what they had witnessed, our final journey through these scary stories takes us to a place that exists not in any specific location on the map, but in the collective consciousness of everyone who has ever stared into the ocean's depths and wondered what stares back. This is the story of the silence itself, the profound, eternal quiet that pervades the deep ocean and occasionally reveals itself to be not empty at all, but filled with a presence that watches, waits, and remembers everything that has ever been lost to the sea. Deep-sea researchers have long recognized that the ocean's abyssal regions possess acoustic properties that defy easy explanation. Below depths of 3,000 feet, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure creates an environment more alien than the surface of Mars, sound behaves in ways that challenge conventional understanding of underwater acoustics. The deep ocean is often described as silent, but this silence is not the absence of sound. It is something far more complex and potentially more unsettling. The silence of the deep ocean is active rather than passive, a living quality that seems to absorb, process, and sometimes return the sounds that enter its domain. Hydrophones placed in abyssal depths detect not just the expected background noise of geological activity and distant marine life, but patterns of acoustic activity that suggest the presence of something vast and organized, something that exists at scales too large for human comprehension, but that occasionally makes its presence known through subtle alterations in the underwater soundscape. Throughout maritime history, sailors and researchers have reported encounters with this active silence, moments when the normal background sounds of the ocean, the rush of water against hulls, the distant calls of marine life, the subtle vibrations of geological processes, suddenly cease, replaced by a quality of quiet that seems to possess weight and substance. These periods of supernatural silence are often followed by phenomena that challenge observers' understanding of what should be possible in marine environments. The silence seems to be particularly active in areas where human tragedy has occurred, as if the ocean's acoustic memory preserves not just the sounds of disaster, but the emotional resonance of loss and fear. Ships passing through waters where maritime disasters have occurred sometimes report periods of absolute quiet that coincide with equipment malfunctions, compass deviations, and psychological effects that suggest the crew is in the presence of something that transcends normal environmental conditions. Modern acoustic analysis has revealed that the ocean's silent zones actually contain complex patterns of infrasonic activity, sound frequencies below the range of human hearing that can travel vast distances through water, and may serve as a form of communication between entities or phenomena that exist on geological timescales. These infrasonic patterns often correlate with reports of supernatural activity, suggesting that what humans experience as silence may actually be a form of communication occurring at frequencies and scales that our sensory apparatus cannot directly detect. The most disturbing aspect of the ocean's active silence is its apparent consciousness, its ability to respond to human presence in ways that suggest awareness and intent. Research vessels conducting deep-sea operations sometimes report that their activities are being monitored by something that exists beyond the range of their instruments, a presence that makes itself known through subtle changes in water temperature, current patterns, and acoustic conditions that seem to follow the vessel's movements with purposeful attention. Submarine crews have described the experience of being noticed by the deep ocean silence, moments when the normal background sounds of their vessel's operation are suddenly muffled or absorbed in ways that create an atmosphere of claustrophobic unease. These incidents often coincide with navigation anomalies and electronic malfunctions that suggest the submarine has entered an area where normal physical laws operate differently than expected. The silence appears to be cumulative, growing stronger and more active in areas where multiple unexplained incidents have occurred over time. Waters that have been the site of mysterious disappearances, supernatural encounters, or technological anomalies, seem to develop an enhanced capacity for the acoustic absorption and manipulation that characterizes the deep ocean's silent zones. It is as if each unexplained event adds to the silence's power and awareness, creating areas of ocean that become progressively more alien to human understanding. Deep-sea divers working at extreme depths report the most direct encounters with the active silence, describing periods when their breathing apparatus and equipment noise become completely muffled despite no change in their physical environment. During these episodes, divers often experience a sense of vast presence surrounding them, as if they have entered the awareness of something enormous and ancient that exists throughout the deep ocean, but rarely chooses to acknowledge human presence. The silence seems to be particularly attracted to human consciousness, responding more strongly to crude vessels and inhabited structures than to unmanned equipment. Automated deep-sea instruments rarely detect the acoustic anomalies and environmental changes that characterize encounters with the active silence, suggesting that the phenomenon may be specifically interested in or aware of human mental activity and emotional states. Maritime folklore from cultures around the world contains references to the ocean's listening silence, traditions that recognize the sea's capacity to hear, remember, and respond to human activities in ways that transcend normal environmental interactions. These cultural beliefs suggest that the active silence of the deep ocean has been interacting with human consciousness for as long as people have ventured onto the sea, creating a relationship between humanity and the marine environment that exists outside the boundaries of scientific understanding. The silence appears to intensify during certain astronomical and meteorological conditions, becoming more active during new moons, electromagnetic storms, and periods of unusual tidal activity. These correlations suggest that the phenomenon may be influenced by or connected to cosmic forces that affect the Earth's magnetic field and gravitational environment, linking the ocean's mysteries to larger patterns of planetary and interplanetary activity. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology have begun to detect evidence of massive geological structures in the ocean's deepest regions that might provide a physical basis for some aspects of the active silence phenomenon. These discoveries include underwater mountain ranges, canyon systems, and geological formations of such vast scale that they could theoretically create acoustic effects and environmental conditions unlike anything previously documented in marine science. But the consciousness aspect of the silence, its apparent ability to respond to human presence and to influence events in ways that suggest awareness and intent, remains beyond the reach of conventional scientific explanation. The accumulated evidence from centuries of maritime experience suggests that the deep ocean possesses qualities that exist at the boundary between the physical and metaphysical, creating an environment where human technology and understanding encounter phenomena that challenge the fundamental assumptions of materialistic science. The active silence of the deep ocean serves as the common thread that connects all of the ocean mysteries we have explored tonight. Whether we consider the ghost ships that sail without crews, the creatures that exist in forms beyond biological classification, or the disappearances that occur without explanation, all of these phenomena emerge from and return to the profound quiet that pervades the ocean's deepest regions. This silence is not the enemy of life or consciousness, but rather a different form of awareness that operates on scales and timelines that dwarf human experience. It is the ocean's memory, its consciousness, its capacity to preserve and transform everything that enters its domain. Understanding this active silence may be the key to comprehending all of the ocean's mysteries, from the smallest unexplained phenomenon to the largest supernatural encounter. As we conclude our journey through these scary stories of the deep sea, we are left with the recognition that the ocean's greatest mystery may not be any specific creature, phenomenon, or event, but rather the underlying consciousness that pervades the marine environment and occasionally reveals itself to human observers. The silence watches, listens, remembers, and sometimes responds, creating the context within which all other ocean mysteries unfold. The deep-sea stories we have shared tonight represent just a few examples of the ocean's vast catalog of unexplained phenomena. Each tale serves as a reminder that our planet's marine environments continue to harbor secrets that challenge human understanding and humble our technological capabilities. From the Arctic waters where ghost ships sail with phantom crews, to the Caribbean reefs where Victorian apparitions continue their eternal voyage. From the crushing depths where human voices become something alien to the surface waters, where vessels vanish without explanation, the ocean continues to demonstrate its capacity for mystery and wonder. These scary stories serve a deeper purpose than simple entertainment. They remind us that we share our planet with forces and phenomena that exist beyond human control or comprehension. The ocean covers more than 70% of Earth's surface and contains more than 99% of our planet's habitable space, yet we have explored less than 5% of this vast realm. The mysteries we have encountered tonight represent not anomalies or exceptions, but glimpses into the true nature of the marine environment that surrounds and sustains all life on Earth. As you drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you will dream of diving through crystalline waters where ghost ships sail through coral gardens, or floating in the peaceful darkness of the deep ocean where ancient silences hold the memory of every soul the sea has ever claimed. These dreams are not to be feared, but embraced as connections to the vast mystery that covers most of our planet and continues to shape the destiny of all who dare to venture upon its surface or explore its depths. The ocean's scary stories continue to unfold in the depths below, where new mysteries await the next generation of explorers brave enough to venture into the alien realm that covers most of our world. The sea that has given us these tales of wonder and terror continues to hide countless others, waiting in the darkness for the right moment to reveal new wonders to those who approach its mysteries with respect, curiosity, and the understanding that some secrets are worth preserving. Sleep well, fellow explorers of the deep. The ocean's mysteries will be waiting when you wake, as eternal and fascinating as the tides themselves. And remember that every time you look out across the water's surface, you are gazing upon a realm that holds more wonders and terrors than any human imagination has ever conceived. A liquid universe, where the impossible becomes possible, and where every wave carries the memory of mysteries too vast for any single mind to comprehend. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as deep and peaceful as the ocean's eternal silence itself. Story 9. The Phantom Diver of the SS Thistlegorm. From the politically charged waters of the Barents Sea, where military forces encountered phenomena beyond their understanding, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the warm, crystalline waters of the Red Sea, where the remnants of World War II continue to haunt the underwater landscape in ways that challenge both historical understanding and supernatural belief. Here, beneath the desert sun of Egypt, lies one of the world's most famous dive sites, and one of its most persistently haunted. The SS Thistlegorm rests in 90 feet of water near the Straits of Gubal, her broken hull now serving as both a monument to wartime sacrifice and a window into one of history's most devastating conflicts. But this World War II supply ship, sunk by German bombers in October 1941, has become known among the diving community for more than just her historical significance. She has earned a reputation as one of the Red Sea's most supernaturally active underwater destinations, where the past refuses to remain buried beneath the waves. The Thistlegorm was a marvel of wartime logistics when she first took to the seas, a 415-foot merchant vessel designed to carry the supplies that kept Britain's war effort functioning across the globe. Built in Sunderland in 1940, she was one of hundreds of similar vessels that formed the backbone of the Allied supply chain, carrying everything from military vehicles and ammunition to personal supplies for troops stationed in distant theaters of war. In October of 1941, the Thistlegorm was bound for North Africa, her holds packed with military supplies destined for British forces fighting in the Western Desert Campaign. Her cargo manifest read like a catalog of wartime necessity: Bedford trucks, Norton motorcycles, aircraft engines, railway equipment, and thousands of other items that represented the industrial might of a nation at war. For the men who sailed aboard her, the Thistlegorm was more than just a ship. She was a lifeline connecting the home front to the soldiers fighting for survival in the unforgiving landscape of North Africa. The Red Sea route had become increasingly dangerous by late 1941, with German and Italian forces controlling much of the North African coast, and Luftwaffe bombers regularly patrolling the shipping lanes that connected Britain with her overseas territories. But the strategic importance of keeping supplies flowing to Allied forces meant that merchant vessels like the Thistlegorm continued to run the gauntlet, carrying their precious cargoes through waters where the next horizon might bring enemy aircraft and sudden death. On the night of October 5th, 1941, the Thistlegorm was anchored in what her captain believed was a safe position near the Straits of Gubal, waiting for daylight and clearer skies before attempting the final approach to her destination. The ship was blacked out according to wartime protocols, her lights extinguished and her crew maintaining the radio silence that might help them avoid detection by enemy forces patrolling the area. But the Germans had developed their own intelligence networks in the region, and the presence of Allied shipping in the Red Sea had not gone unnoticed by Luftwaffe reconnaissance flights. As the Thistlegorm lay at anchor in the pre-dawn darkness, believing herself hidden from enemy observation, German bomber aircraft were already en route to her position, guided by intelligence reports, and equipped with the firepower necessary to send even the largest merchant vessel to the bottom of the Red Sea. The attack came without warning in the early morning hours of October 6th. To Heinkel, He-111 bombers approached the anchored ship at low altitude, their engines muffled by the pre-dawn calm that had settled over the Red Sea. The Thistlegorm's lookouts spotted the aircraft just moments before the first bombs began to fall, too late to raise any effective defense against the precision bombing attack that would seal the ship's fate. The first bomb struck the Thistlegorm's forward holds, where ammunition and military supplies were stored in compartments that became instant infernos when exposed to high explosive and incendiary weapons. The secondary explosions that followed were so powerful that they could be heard for miles across the desert landscape. Massive detonations that split the ship's hull and sent debris flying hundreds of feet into the air above the Red Sea. The crew of the Thistlegorm had only minutes to abandon ship before the fire spreading through her cargo holds reached the main ammunition storage areas. Those who survived the initial bombing attack described scenes of chaos and heroism as men fought to launch lifeboats while the ship disintegrated around them. The vessel's final explosion was so massive that it broke the Thistlegorm in two, sending both sections of the ship to the bottom of the Red Sea in a matter of minutes. 9 crew members lost their lives in the attack, including men who had sailed the dangerous convoy routes of the North Atlantic and survived the worst that German U-boats could inflict, only to meet their end in the supposedly safer waters of the Red Sea. Their sacrifice was typical of the countless merchant mariners who gave their lives to keep supplies flowing to Allied forces throughout World War II, unsung heroes whose contributions to victory were measured in cargo delivered rather than battles won. For decades after the war, the Thistlegorm lay forgotten on the bottom of the Red Sea, her location known only to a few local fishermen who occasionally snagged their nets on her superstructure. But the development of recreational scuba diving in the 1970s brought new attention to the wreck, and soon the Thistlegorm had become one of the Red Sea's most popular diving destinations, attracting underwater enthusiasts from around the world who came to explore what many considered the most intact and accessible World War II wreck in existence. The ship's cargo holds, miraculously preserved by the dry, warm conditions of the Red Sea, contained a time capsule of wartime Britain that was unmatched anywhere else in the world. Divers could swim through compartments filled with military vehicles, explore engine rooms where machinery stood ready for service despite 60 years of submersion, and examine personal artifacts that brought the human cost of war into sharp focus for visitors who had never experienced the realities of global conflict. But it was the encounters with something beyond historical artifacts that gave the Thistlegorm her reputation as one of the world's most haunted dive sites. Divers exploring the wreck began reporting sightings of a figure that didn't match any of the other underwater visitors, a lone diver in equipment that seemed to belong to an earlier era, moving through the ship's compartments with a familiarity that suggested intimate knowledge of her layout and history. The phantom diver appeared to be wearing diving gear that predated modern scuba equipment, with characteristics that suggested the heavy, primitive apparatus used by underwater workers in the 1940s and 50s. The figure moved through the water with the practiced efficiency of an experienced diver, but displayed none of the cautious, methodical behavior typical of recreational divers exploring an unfamiliar wreck. Instead, the apparition seemed to navigate the Thistlegorm's interior with the confidence of someone who had been there many times before. Multiple divers reported encountering the phantom diver in the ship's cargo holds, where he appeared to be conducting some kind of inspection or maintenance work among the military vehicles and equipment that had been the Thistlegorm's final cargo. The figure would be glimpsed moving between the trucks and motorcycles, occasionally pausing to examine specific items as if checking their condition or searching for something that had been lost in the bombing attack. What made these encounters particularly unsettling was the phantom diver's apparent awareness of living visitors to the wreck. The figure would sometimes pause in his activities to acknowledge the presence of other divers, occasionally even seeming to gesture or point toward specific areas of the ship, as if providing guidance or warnings about potential dangers. But when approached directly, the apparition would fade from view, leaving only the gentle movement of disturbed sediment to mark where he had been. The most detailed sightings occurred during exploration of the ship's engine room and crew quarters, areas where the phantom diver seemed particularly active. Witnesses described seeing the figure moving through these spaces with the purposeful behavior of someone performing routine maintenance or inspection duties, as if he were still carrying out the responsibilities that had brought him to the Thistlegorm decades earlier. Some divers reported that the phantom figure seemed to be searching for something specific within the wreck, moving through compartments and cargo holds, with the systematic thoroughness of someone conducting a detailed investigation. The apparition's behavior suggested that he was looking for evidence or artifacts related to the ship's final moments, perhaps trying to understand exactly what had happened during the bombing attack that had sent the vessel to the bottom of the Red Sea. The phantom diver's equipment, when visible in sufficient detail, appeared to include elements that weren't typical of standard diving gear from any historical period. Witnesses described components that seemed to combine features from different eras of diving technology, creating an apparatus that looked both anachronistic and somehow more advanced than conventional underwater equipment. The figure's ability to move through the water and navigate the wreck's interior spaces exceeded what should have been possible using the primitive diving technology of the World War II era. Temperature anomalies accompanied many sightings of the phantom diver, with witnesses reporting sudden cold spots in specific areas of the wreck that seemed to correspond to the apparition's presence. These thermal changes occurred despite the consistently warm water temperatures that characterize Red Sea diving, creating localized environmental conditions that suggested the phantom figure's presence was somehow affecting the physical properties of the surrounding water. Marine life behavior around the wreck also reflected the supernatural activity associated with the phantom diver. Fish and other sea creatures that normally showed curiosity about diving activities would actively avoid certain areas of the Thistlegorm when the apparition was present, creating zones of conspicuous absence in what was normally a thriving artificial reef ecosystem. The phantom diver's presence seemed to create an underwater environment that marine life found uncomfortable or threatening. Photography attempts consistently failed to capture clear images of the phantom diver, with cameras either malfunctioning in areas where the figure was sighted or producing photographs that showed empty water where multiple witnesses had observed the apparition. Video equipment experienced similar problems, often developing technical issues that prevented the recording of paranormal activity, even when the devices functioned normally in other parts of the wreck. The most dramatic encounters occurred during night dives, when the reduced visibility and artificial lighting created an atmosphere that seemed to enhance the phantom diver's manifestations. Divers exploring the Thistlegorm after dark reported more frequent and more detailed sightings of the apparition, with some witnesses claiming to have observed the figure for extended periods while he conducted his mysterious activities throughout the ship's interior spaces. Local Egyptian diving guides, many of whom had worked the Thistlegorm site for decades, possessed their own explanations for the phantom diver phenomenon. According to their understanding, the apparition represented the spirit of a crew member who had died during the bombing attack, but whose soul remained bound to the ship, continuing to carry out his duties despite the passage of decades since the vessel's destruction. The phantom diver's persistence and the consistency of witness reports over many years have made the Thistlegorm one of the most documented cases of maritime supernatural activity in the Red Sea region. The phenomenon has attracted the attention of paranormal researchers and maritime historians who have attempted to identify the historical basis for the apparition, but no definitive connection has been established between the phantom figure and any specific crew member who died aboard the ship. Modern diving protocols at the Thistlegorm site include informal warnings about the phantom diver, with experienced guides advising visitors that encounters with the apparition are possible but not dangerous. The phantom figure has never been associated with any diving accidents or safety incidents, suggesting that his presence represents a benign, supernatural phenomenon rather than a threat to living visitors. The Thistlegorm continues to attract thousands of divers each year, drawn both by her status as one of the world's best-preserved World War II wrecks, and by the possibility of encountering the phantom diver who continues his eternal patrol through her cargo holds and compartments. The wreck serves as both a historical monument and a reminder that some forms of duty and dedication transcend the boundaries between life and death. As we surface from the haunted cargo holds of the SS Thistlegorm, carrying with us the image of a phantom diver continuing his eternal duties among the relics of wartime sacrifice. Our journey through these scary stories takes us to even more mysterious waters, where the ocean itself seems to reach out across impossible distances to communicate messages that challenge our understanding of what should be possible in the modern age of global communications. Story 10. The Unexplained Beacons of the Celtic Sea. From the war-torn depths of the Red Sea, where a phantom diver continues his eternal watch over the SS Thistlegorm, our journey through these scary stories carries us to the mist-shrouded waters between Ireland, Wales, and Cornwall, where in 2003, modern maritime technology encountered something that challenged every assumption about communication, time, and the ocean's capacity to preserve voices from the past. This is the tale of the Celtic Sea beacons, mysterious distress signals that emerged from empty waters to haunt the airwaves with messages that seem to come from another era entirely. The Celtic Sea, stretching between the southwestern coasts of Ireland and Britain, has always been a place where the boundaries between the natural and supernatural seem particularly thin. These are waters steeped in ancient Celtic mythology, where legends speak of underwater kingdoms, Selkie transformations, and sea spirits that can reach across the veil between worlds to communicate with the living. The region's maritime history is filled with tales of phantom ships, mysterious lights, and supernatural encounters that have shaped the folklore of coastal communities for thousands of years. In the early years of the 21st century, these ancient waters became the stage for a modern mystery that would challenge maritime authorities, radio operators, and investigators across the British Isles. What began as routine monitoring of emergency frequencies quickly evolved into an encounter with phenomena that seemed to bridge the gap between contemporary technology and forces that existed outside normal understanding of time and space. The first reports came from the Falmouth Coast Guard Station on the evening of March 15, 2003, when radio operators monitoring standard maritime emergency frequencies began receiving distress signals that didn't match any vessels known to be operating in the Celtic Sea. The transmissions were faint but persistent, broadcasting in Morse code patterns that seemed to follow protocols from an earlier era of maritime communication. The signals themselves were immediately recognizable as distress calls, using the international SOS pattern that had been the standard emergency signal for decades before being replaced by more modern communication systems. But the Morse code transmission style and the technical characteristics of the radio signals suggested equipment that predated contemporary maritime communication technology by several decades. Initial response protocols required that all distress signals be investigated regardless of their apparent origin or technical characteristics. Coast Guard vessels and aircraft were dispatched to the coordinates indicated by the transmissions, but systematic searches of the Celtic Sea revealed no ships in distress, no wreckage, and no explanation for the mysterious signals that continued to pulse across the emergency frequencies. The search operations themselves became increasingly surreal as rescue teams realized they were responding to distress calls from sources that didn't appear to exist in the physical world. Sophisticated direction-finding equipment consistently pointed to empty patches of ocean where visibility was clear, and sonar detected no vessels, debris, or underwater obstacles that might explain the source of the transmissions. As the investigation continued, the technical analysis of the mysterious signals revealed characteristics that made them even more puzzling. The Morse code transmission style was precise and professional, suggesting operators with extensive training and experience in maritime radio communication. But the specific patterns and protocol variations indicated training from the 1940s and 50s, when maritime radio procedures followed standards that had been obsolete for decades. The content of the messages, when decoded, proved to be even more disturbing than their anachronistic technical characteristics. The transmissions consisted primarily of position reports and distress calls that referenced navigation landmarks and weather conditions. But the positions given often corresponded to areas of open ocean where no land masses existed, and the weather reports described atmospheric conditions that didn't match any meteorological data being recorded by contemporary observation systems. Most unsettling of all were the personal names and vessel identifications included in some of the transmissions. Maritime authorities conducted exhaustive searches through shipping registries and historical records, but could find no current vessels matching the names and call signs being broadcast from the Celtic Sea. Some of the vessel names appeared in historical records of ships that had been lost at sea decades earlier, but these correlations seemed too coincidental to be explained by random chance. The radio static that accompanied the Morse code transmissions added another layer of mystery to the phenomenon. Rather than the standard atmospheric interference typical of long-distance radio communication, the background noise carried what multiple operators described as the sound of human voices, whispered conversations in languages that seemed to blend English, Welsh, and Irish Gaelic, in patterns that linguistic experts couldn't definitively identify or translate. These whispered voices seemed to be pleading in nature, carrying emotional undertones that suggested desperation, loneliness, and a deep yearning for contact with the living world. Radio operators who monitored the transmissions for extended periods reported feeling emotionally affected by the background voices, describing sensations of profound sadness and isolation that seemed to be transmitted along with the technical signal content. The geographical pattern of the signal sources created additional puzzles for investigators attempting to understand the phenomenon. Direction-finding triangulation consistently pointed to specific areas of the Celtic Sea that had historical significance in maritime folklore, waters where ancient legends spoke of phantom ships, supernatural encounters, and the thin boundaries between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. These locations corresponded to areas where significant maritime disasters had occurred over the centuries, including waters where merchant vessels, fishing boats, and military ships had been lost during storms, wars, and unexplained circumstances. The correlation between the signal sources and historical disaster sites suggested that the mysterious transmissions might be connected to traumatic events that had occurred in these waters decades or centuries earlier. Ships entering the areas where the signals were strongest reported experiencing a range of unusual phenomena that seemed to confirm the supernatural nature of the transmissions. Compass readings became erratic, with navigation instruments pointing toward directions that made no sense, according to known magnetic variations. Electronic equipment malfunctioned in ways that technical manuals couldn't explain, and radio communication with shore stations became impossible despite clear weather conditions and optimal signal propagation. Most disturbing of all were the reports from crew members who described feeling watched while their vessels transited the signal zones. Sailors reported sensations of invisible presences observing their activities, accompanied by sudden temperature drops and atmospheric changes that created an oppressive feeling of unease. Some crew members reported hearing voices calling their names across the water, despite no other vessels being visible in the area. The temporal aspects of the mysterious transmissions suggested that they might represent some form of communication that existed outside normal time constraints. The signals appeared at irregular intervals that didn't follow any predictable schedule, sometimes broadcasting continuously for hours before falling silent for days or weeks. When active, the transmissions seemed to respond to current events and weather conditions, but the responses often came hours or days before the events they appeared to be reacting to. Celtic folklore provided cultural context for understanding the mysterious beacons, drawing on traditions that recognized the ocean's capacity to preserve and transmit the spiritual essence of those who had died at sea. According to these ancient beliefs, souls lost in maritime disasters could become trapped in the locations where they perished, forever calling out for rescue or trying to warn living sailors about the dangers that had claimed their own lives. The concept of thin places in Celtic spirituality, locations where the boundary between the physical and supernatural worlds became permeable, seemed particularly relevant to the Celtic Sea phenomenon. These waters had been recognized for thousands of years as a region where normal physical laws operated differently, where the past could intrude into the present, and where communication between different realms of existence became possible. Maritime safety authorities faced unprecedented challenges in responding to the mysterious signals, as existing protocols assumed that all distress calls represented genuine emergencies involving real vessels and crews. The phantom beacons created situations where rescue resources were deployed to investigate calls from sources that didn't exist in the physical world, potentially diverting attention and equipment from genuine maritime emergencies. New procedures were eventually developed to distinguish between authentic distress calls and the mysterious Celtic Sea transmissions, using technical analysis and verification protocols that could identify the characteristic signatures of the phantom signals. But these measures required constant vigilance from radio operators who had to make split-second decisions about which emergency calls represented real emergencies and which might be manifestations of the supernatural phenomenon. The psychological impact on maritime radio operators became a significant concern as the phenomenon continued over several months. Personnel who monitored the emergency frequencies reported difficulty sleeping, persistent feelings of sadness and isolation, and intrusive thoughts about maritime disasters and lost sailors. Some operators requested transfers to avoid continued exposure to the phantom transmissions and their disturbing emotional undertones. As suddenly as they had begun, the regular transmissions from the Celtic Sea ceased in late 2003, fading from the emergency frequencies as mysteriously as they had appeared. The final signals were particularly poignant, consisting of simple goodbye messages transmitted in perfect Morse code before falling silent forever. Radio operators who monitored these final transmissions reported feeling a profound sense of loss, as if important communications had been permanently severed. Subsequent investigations into the phenomenon yielded no physical evidence that could explain the source or nature of the mysterious signals. Advanced radio direction finding equipment, underwater acoustic sensors, and comprehensive searches of historical records all failed to provide definitive answers about what had caused months of supernatural communications from empty patches of ocean. The Celtic Sea beacons have become part of maritime folklore in the British Isles, representing one of the most well-documented cases of apparently supernatural radio communication in modern history. The phenomenon has been studied by researchers interested in both technological anomalies and paranormal activity, but no conventional explanation has been found that adequately accounts for all aspects of the mysterious transmissions. Occasional reports continue to emerge from the Celtic Sea region, with radio operators sometimes detecting brief transmissions that match the technical characteristics of the original phantom beacons. These sporadic signals serve as reminders that the waters between Ireland and Britain continue to hold secrets that challenge our understanding of communication, time, and the ocean's capacity to preserve echoes of the past. The mystery of the Celtic Sea beacons serves as a modern example of the ocean's ability to bridge different eras and realms of existence, using contemporary technology to carry messages from sources that may exist outside normal physical reality. The phenomenon reminds us that even in our age of satellite communication and global positioning system technology, the sea retains its capacity to present us with mysteries that humble our technological sophistication and challenge our assumptions about the nature of reality itself. As we drift away from the mist-shrouded waters of the Celtic Sea, carrying with us the echo of phantom voices calling across impossible distances, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the waters off Australia, where the ghost of a wartime tragedy continues to sail through Bass Strait, reminding modern mariners that some vessels refuse to accept their fate beneath the waves. Story 11. The Ghost Ship of the SS Iron Crown. From the mysterious radio beacons of the Celtic Sea that carried voices from beyond time itself, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the treacherous waters of Bass Strait, where the remnants of World War II continue to haunt the shipping lanes between mainland Australia and Tasmania. Here, in 1942, a Japanese submarine's torpedo transformed a routine cargo run into one of the Pacific War's most tragic maritime disasters, and created a ghost ship mystery that continues to baffle mariners sailing these dangerous waters more than 8 decades later. Bass Strait has always been one of Australia's most challenging waterways, a 100-mile stretch of notoriously rough seas that separate the mainland from the island state of Tasmania. The strait's reputation for sudden storms, powerful currents, and treacherous navigation conditions had claimed countless vessels long before World War II brought new dangers to these already perilous waters. But the war years transformed Bass Strait from a hazardous shipping route into a hunting ground where enemy submarines stalked Allied vessels with deadly efficiency. The SS Iron Crown was typical of the merchant vessels that kept Australia's wartime economy functioning during those dark years when Japanese forces controlled much of the Pacific and threatened the very survival of the Plost Commonwealth. Built in 1939, she was a sturdy cargo ship designed for the demanding coastal routes that connected Australia's scattered ports, carrying the supplies and raw materials that were essential to the war effort. On June 4, 1942, the Iron Crown departed Newcastle, New South Wales, bound for Melbourne with a cargo of iron ore destined for steel production facilities that were working around the clock to supply Australian and Allied forces. Her crew of 38 men was typical of the merchant mariners who kept cargo moving despite the constant threat of submarine attack. Experienced sailors who understood the risks they faced, but continued to sail because the war effort depended on their courage and professionalism. The submarine I-21, prowling Bass Strait under the command of Commander Matsumura Kanji, represented the cutting edge of Japanese naval technology and the growing threat that enemy forces posed to Australian shipping. The I-21 was one of the largest submarines in the world, capable of long-range operations far from Japanese home ports, and equipped with torpedoes that could send even the largest merchant vessels to the bottom of the Pacific. The attack came without warning in the early morning hours of June 4th, as the Iron Crown made her way through Bass Strait in what her captain believed were relatively safe waters close to the Australian coast. The submarine's torpedo struck the merchant vessel amidships, creating a massive explosion that split her hull and sent thousands of tons of seawater flooding into her cargo holds. The Iron Crown's death was swift and violent, sinking in less than 10 minutes with the loss of all hands. The speed of her destruction left no time for distress calls, no opportunity to launch lifeboats, and no chance for the crew to send word of their fate to shore-based authorities. The ship and her 38 crew members simply vanished into the depths of Bass Strait, becoming another grim statistic in the submarine warfare that was devastating Allied shipping throughout the Pacific. But the Iron Crown's story should have ended there. In the cold depths of Bass Strait, where her broken hull settled into the sand and silt of the ocean floor. Instead, it was only the beginning of a mystery that would challenge everything mariners thought they knew about the finality of death at sea and the ocean's capacity to preserve what should have been lost forever. The first sighting came less than a month after the Iron Crown's destruction, when a Royal Australian Navy patrol vessel reported encountering a cargo ship, matching her description sailing through Bass Strait in broad daylight. The naval crew attempted to make contact with the vessel, but received no response to radio calls or visual signals. When they approached for closer inspection, the ship vanished from view as suddenly as if she had never existed. Initial reports were dismissed as cases of mistaken identity or the stress-induced hallucinations that were common among military personnel operating under the constant threat of enemy attack. But as similar sightings continued to accumulate from multiple sources, naval vessels, merchant ships, aircraft patrols, and coastal observers, it became impossible to ignore the mounting evidence that something extraordinary was occurring in the waters where the Iron Crown had met her violent end. The ghost ship sightings followed patterns that defied rational explanation. The vessel appeared to be sailing the same route that the Iron Crown had been following when she was torpedoed, maintaining course and speed as if her crew were still alive and carrying out their final mission. But attempts to approach or communicate with the phantom vessel invariably ended the same way. The ship would fade from view, leaving observers staring at empty water where a substantial cargo vessel had been clearly visible moments before. What made these encounters particularly unsettling was the apparent physical reality of the ghost ship during the periods when she was visible. Observers reported seeing wake patterns, exhaust smoke, and other signs of a functioning vessel, details that suggested the Iron Crown was more than just a visual hallucination or optical illusion. Radar equipment occasionally detected the phantom ship, tracking a solid contact that moved with the speed and characteristics of a real vessel before vanishing from the screens without explanation. Photography attempts proved frustratingly unsuccessful, with cameras either malfunctioning when pointed at the ghost ship or producing images that showed empty water, where multiple witnesses had observed the phantom vessel. The Iron Crown seemed to exist at the boundary between the physical and supernatural worlds, real enough to be seen and sometimes detected by instruments, but too insubstantial to be captured by conventional recording methods. The psychological impact of these encounters extended far beyond simple fear or confusion. Witnesses described feeling watched while their vessels transited the waters where the Iron Crown had been sunk, as if invisible eyes were evaluating their purpose and worthiness to share the shipping lanes with the ghost ship. Some crew members reported dreams and visions following their encounters, experiencing vivid scenes of submarine attacks and maritime disasters that seemed to place them aboard doomed vessels during their final moments. Marine salvage operations in Bass Strait became increasingly difficult as word of the ghost ship sightings spread through the maritime community. Divers working on underwater projects in the area reported encounters with phenomena that challenged their professional training and experience. Equipment malfunctions occurred with unusual frequency in waters near the Iron Crown's wreck site, and some divers described feeling an oppressive presence that made extended underwater work psychologically unbearable. The wreck of the Iron Crown was eventually located by sonar surveys, confirming that the physical remains of the ship lay on the bottom of Bass Strait, exactly where naval records indicated she had been sunk by the Japanese submarine. But dives to the wreck site revealed conditions that were both fascinating and deeply unsettling to underwater investigators. The ship's hull showed the devastating damage inflicted by the torpedo explosion, with the massive breach in her side providing clear evidence of the violence of her destruction. But the wreck site possessed an atmosphere of unnatural silence that seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it, creating an underwater environment where even experienced divers felt isolated and vulnerable. Most disturbing of all, the wreck showed no signs of human remains, despite the fact that all 38 crew members had gone down with the ship. The complete absence of any trace of the men who had died aboard the Iron Crown raised questions about what had happened to their bodies and whether their souls had somehow become separated from their physical remains in the moments of violent death. Local fishing communities around Bass Strait developed their own explanations for the Iron Crown phenomenon, drawing on maritime folklore traditions that recognize the ocean's capacity to preserve the spiritual essence of vessels and crews lost to enemy action. According to these beliefs, ships destroyed in acts of war could become trapped in eternal voyages, forever attempting to complete their final missions while seeking justice or recognition for their sacrifice. Aboriginal Australians, whose traditional territories included the coastal areas around Bass Strait, possessed cultural knowledge that provided additional context for understanding the ghost ship phenomenon. Their spiritual traditions recognized the ocean as a realm where the boundaries between life and death became fluid, where the spirits of those lost at sea could manifest in forms that bridged the physical and supernatural worlds. The Iron Crown sightings continued throughout the war years and into the post-war period, with reports following seasonal patterns that seemed to correspond to weather conditions and tidal cycles. The ghost ship appeared most frequently during periods of atmospheric disturbance that created unusual light conditions and electromagnetic effects in the Bass Strait region, suggesting that certain environmental factors might enhance the manifestation of supernatural phenomena. Modern maritime traffic through Bass Strait includes vessels equipped with sophisticated navigation and communication equipment, but reports of anomalous contacts and unexplained radar signatures continue to emerge from the shipping lanes where the Iron Crown was lost. These contemporary encounters suggest that the ghost ship phenomenon has adapted to changes in maritime technology, appearing on modern detection systems, while retaining the same elusive characteristics that have frustrated investigators for decades. The development of underwater archaeology as a scientific discipline has brought new attention to the Iron Crown wreck site, with researchers hoping that detailed study of the physical remains might provide insights into both the historical details of the ship's destruction and the supernatural phenomena associated with her ongoing manifestations. But these investigations have been hampered by the same equipment, malfunctions, and psychological effects that have plagued other attempts to study the wreck site. Contemporary theories about the Iron Crown phenomenon range from electromagnetic anomalies created by the interaction between the ship's metal hull and unique geological conditions in Bass Strait, to psychological explanations involving the collective memory of maritime communities that have been shaped by wartime trauma and loss. But none of these rational explanations can fully account for the consistency and specificity of the ghost ship sightings over more than 8 decades. The mystery of the SS Iron Crown serves as a reminder that the ocean's capacity to preserve extends beyond physical artifacts to include the emotional and spiritual residue of human tragedy. The ghost ship continues to sail through Bass Strait as both a memorial to the 38 men who died aboard her and a manifestation of the sea's power to transform death into something that transcends the normal boundaries between past and present. Fishing vessels and recreational boats crossing Bass Strait are advised by local maritime authorities to maintain respectful distances from any vessels that match the Iron Crown's description, acknowledging both the supernatural nature of the phenomenon and the potential for psychological effects on crew members who encounter the ghost ship. These warnings represent an unusual accommodation between official maritime safety protocols and recognition of supernatural phenomena that exist outside conventional understanding. The Iron Crown's eternal voyage through Bass Strait continues to serve multiple purposes for the maritime community, as a historical reminder of Australia's wartime sacrifices as a supernatural phenomenon that challenges scientific understanding, and as a guardian presence that some believe protects other vessels from the dangers that claimed her own crew. Her ghost ship manifestations have become part of the cultural landscape of Bass Strait, accepted by those who work these waters as a reality that exists alongside the more conventional hazards of navigation in one of Australia's most challenging maritime environments. As we leave the haunted shipping lanes of Bass Strait, carrying with us the image of a phantom cargo ship eternally sailing her final route, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the warm waters of the Indian Ocean, where geological forces beneath the seafloor create mysteries that challenge our understanding of how the Earth itself might be responding to human intrusion into its deepest places. Story 12. The Unnatural Currents of the Seychelles Plateau. From the ghost ship lanes of Bass Strait, where the SS Iron Crown continues her eternal voyage through Australian waters, our journey through these scary stories carries us to the tropical paradise of the Indian Ocean. Here, beneath the crystal-clear waters and pristine coral reefs of the Seychelles, ancient forces stir in the deep ocean that challenge our understanding of how the Earth's most fundamental systems operate. Here, in 1997, oceanographic research vessels encountered phenomena so disturbing that they forced scientists to question whether human exploration of the deep sea might be awakening something that had slumbered undisturbed for millennia. The Seychelles Plateau rises from the abyssal depths of the Indian Ocean, like a submerged continent, a massive geological formation that supports the scattered islands of the Seychelles archipelago, and creates one of the most unique marine environments on Earth. This underwater mountain range, formed by tectonic forces that operate on timescales measured in millions of years, harbors, ecosystems, and geological processes that exist nowhere else on the planet, making it a natural laboratory for understanding how life adapts to extreme marine conditions. The plateau's isolation in the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean has allowed its marine ecosystems to evolve independently for millions of years, creating a biological treasure trove that attracts researchers from around the world. But the same geological forces that created this underwater paradise also established conditions that would prove to be far more mysterious and potentially dangerous than anyone had anticipated when deep-sea exploration began to reveal the plateau's secrets. In March of 1997, a joint international research expedition arrived in Seychellois waters to conduct the most comprehensive oceanographic survey ever attempted in the region. The expedition brought together marine scientists, geologists, and oceanographers from several nations, equipped with the most advanced deep-sea research technology available at the time, including sophisticated current monitoring equipment designed to map the complex flow patterns that characterize the waters around the plateau. Ocean currents in the Seychelles region follow patterns that had been stable for thousands of years, driven by predictable combinations of wind, temperature, and pressure gradients that create consistent flow systems throughout the Indian Ocean. These currents support the marine ecosystems that make the Seychelles one of the world's most biodiverse marine environments, while also influencing weather patterns and climate conditions across much of the western Indian Ocean region. The research team's initial surveys proceeded exactly as planned, with instruments detecting current patterns that matched historical oceanographic data and confirmed existing models of Indian Ocean circulation. Water temperature measurements, salinity readings, and flow velocity data all fell within expected parameters, providing scientists with valuable baseline information for understanding how climate change might be affecting oceanic circulation patterns in the region. But on March 23rd, as the research vessels were conducting deep water surveys over the plateau's most geologically active areas, their instruments began detecting current anomalies that defied every principle of oceanographic science. The water flow patterns that had been stable and predictable for centuries suddenly became chaotic and unpredictable, with currents changing direction, speed, and temperature in ways that violated basic physical laws governing fluid dynamics. The anomalous currents appeared to be emanating from specific points on the plateau where the seafloor showed evidence of recent geological activity. These locations, characterized by underwater rock formations and sediment patterns that suggested ongoing tectonic movement, became focal points for current disturbances that created whirlpools, temperature inversions, and flow patterns that seemed to violate fundamental principles of physics. What made these current anomalies particularly disturbing was their apparent responsiveness to the presence of human observers. When research vessels approached the areas where the unusual flow patterns were strongest, the current disturbances would intensify, creating underwater conditions that posed serious navigational hazards for surface vessels and made it dangerous to deploy scientific instruments or conduct diving operations. The research team's instruments recorded water movements that exceeded anything in their previous experience, with flow velocities that suggested enormous amounts of energy were being released from sources deep within the plateau's geological structure. Temperature sensors detected thermal anomalies that created distinct layers of heated water rising from the depths, forming columns of superheated seawater that extended from the seafloor to within a few hundred feet of the surface. Most unsettling of all were the acoustic phenomena that accompanied the current anomalies. Hydrophones placed throughout the affected areas recorded sounds that didn't match any known geological or biological processes, low-frequency vibrations that seemed to emanate from deep within the Earth's crust, creating acoustic patterns that some researchers compared to breathing or heartbeat rhythms. These underwater sounds created psychological effects on research personnel that extended far beyond simple scientific curiosity. Crew members exposed to the acoustic phenomena reported vivid dreams involving vast underwater structures, sensations of being watched by invisible presences, and an inexplicable feeling that their research activities were somehow disturbing forces that preferred to remain undisturbed in the deep ocean. The duration and intensity of the current anomalies seemed to correlate with the research team's activities, suggesting that the phenomenon was somehow responding to human exploration of the plateau's geological features. When scientific instruments were deployed in the most geologically active areas, the current disturbances would increase in both magnitude and complexity, creating underwater conditions that made further research extremely difficult and potentially dangerous. Navigation equipment aboard the research vessels began experiencing malfunctions that technical manuals couldn't explain. Compass readings became erratic, GPS systems provided inconsistent position data, and sophisticated oceanographic instruments produced readings that changed dramatically from one moment to the next, even when environmental conditions appeared stable. The psychological impact on research personnel became a significant concern as the expedition continued. Scientists and crew members reported difficulty concentrating, persistent feelings of unease, and intrusive thoughts about vast presences lurking beneath the plateau's surface. Some team members requested early departure from the expedition, citing stress and anxiety levels that made continued participation psychologically unbearable. Local Seychellois communities, whose traditional knowledge of the marine environment extended back through generations of subsistence fishing and navigation, possessed cultural understanding that seemed to provide context for the mysterious phenomena. According to traditional beliefs, the waters around certain parts of the plateau were sacred, protected by spiritual guardians that could influence ocean conditions to discourage human intrusion into areas that should remain undisturbed. The concept of ancestral sea spirits played a central role in Seychellois maritime folklore, with traditional stories describing powerful entities that dwelled in the deepest parts of the ocean and could manipulate currents, weather, and marine life to protect sacred underwater territories. These spiritual guardians were said to be generally benevolent, but capable of creating dangerous conditions for those who ventured into protected waters without proper respect and preparation. The research expedition's findings were subjected to extensive analysis by oceanographic institutions around the world, but the current anomalies resisted explanation using conventional understanding of marine geophysics and fluid dynamics. The flow patterns, temperature inversions, and acoustic phenomena recorded during the expedition suggested the operation of forces that existed outside current scientific models of oceanic behavior. Some researchers theorized that the anomalies might be related to previously unknown geothermal activity beneath the plateau, possibly involving underwater volcanic processes that hadn't been detected by standard geological surveys. But this explanation failed to account for the apparent responsiveness of the phenomena to human presence and the psychological effects experienced by research personnel. Others proposed that the current disturbances might be caused by unusual interactions between the plateau's unique geological structure and gravitational or magnetic forces that operated on scales too large for conventional oceanographic instruments to detect. This theory suggested that the Seychelles Plateau might be a natural amplifier for cosmic or planetary forces that could influence oceanic behavior in ways that hadn't been previously recognized by marine science. The most exotic theories involve the possibility that the plateau harbored some form of geological consciousness, a hypothesis that the Earth's most geologically active regions might possess rudimentary awareness that could respond to external stimuli such as human exploration activities. While this concept existed far outside mainstream scientific thinking, it offered a framework for understanding phenomena that seemed to demonstrate intentional responses to research activities. As suddenly as they had begun, the current anomalies ceased on March 30th, returning the waters around the Seychelles Plateau to their normal circulation patterns without any apparent cause for the change. The research expedition concluded its work with a wealth of data about the unusual phenomena, but without any definitive explanation for what had caused 7 days of oceanographic chaos in one of the world's most stable marine environments. Follow-up expeditions to the Seychelles Plateau have detected occasional minor current anomalies, but nothing approaching the magnitude and complexity of the 1997 incidents. These subsequent observations suggest that the plateau's mysterious behavior may be cyclical or triggered by specific combinations of environmental conditions that aren't yet understood by marine science. The Seychelles government has implemented informal guidelines for deep-sea research activities in the plateau region, recommending that scientists consult with local maritime communities before conducting extensive geological surveys, and that research activities include appropriate cultural protocols for working in waters that traditional knowledge considers sacred or protected. Modern oceanographic models of Indian Ocean circulation include references to the potential for anomalous current behavior in the Seychelles region, acknowledging that the plateau's unique geological characteristics may create conditions that can't be predicted using standard fluid dynamics calculations. These model adjustments represent an unusual accommodation between scientific methodology and recognition of phenomena that exist outside conventional understanding. The mystery of the Seychelles Plateau current anomalies serves as a reminder that the Earth's oceanic systems may be far more complex and potentially conscious than contemporary science recognizes. The phenomenon suggests that human exploration of the deep sea might sometimes encounter responses from the planet itself, forces that operate on geological timescales and follow rules that haven't yet been incorporated into our understanding of how marine environments function. The plateau continues to attract scientific attention, but research activities are now conducted with greater awareness of the potential for unusual phenomena and the importance of respecting traditional knowledge about sacred marine territories. The waters around the Seychelles remain one of the world's most beautiful and scientifically valuable marine environments, but they are also recognized as a place where human understanding of oceanic behavior encounters its limits. As we drift away from the mysterious currents of the Seychelles Plateau, carrying with us the disturbing knowledge that the Earth itself might be aware of our intrusion into its deepest places, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the frozen waters of the Southern Ocean. There, during World War II, an entire convoy vanished into the Antarctic ice, leaving behind one of the most enduring mysteries of polar exploration. Story 13. The Lost Convoy of Operation Tabin. From the mysteriously responsive currents of the Seychelles Plateau, where the ocean itself seemed to awaken in response to human exploration, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the most remote and forbidding waters on Earth, the ice-choked seas of Antarctica, where during the darkest days of World War II, an entire British convoy vanished without a trace, while carrying out one of the war's most secret and dangerous missions. This is the tale of Operation Tabin, where the combination of military secrecy, Antarctic extremes, and forces beyond human understanding created one of the polar region's most enduring and chilling mysteries. Operation Tabin represented Britain's desperate attempt to maintain a strategic presence in Antarctica during World War II, when German U-boats and surface raiders threatened to establish enemy bases in the most inaccessible regions of the Southern Ocean. The operation was conceived in the highest levels of British military command as a way to secure the approaches to the South Atlantic and protect vital shipping routes that connected Britain with her overseas territories and allies. The strategic importance of Antarctica during World War II was understood by only a handful of military planners and government officials who recognized that control of the continent's icebound harbors and research stations could provide crucial advantages for submarine warfare and long-range reconnaissance operations. The vast unexplored expanses of the Antarctic Peninsula offered perfect hiding places for enemy installations that could threaten Allied shipping throughout the South Atlantic. In February 1944, a carefully selected convoy of 4 vessels departed the Falkland Islands under conditions of absolute secrecy, carrying supplies, personnel, and equipment necessary to establish permanent British bases at strategic locations along the Antarctic Peninsula. The convoy consisted of 2 military transport ships, a supply vessel carrying prefabricated structures and heavy machinery, and a naval escort ship equipped with the latest submarine detection equipment. The mission was classified at the highest levels of British intelligence, with details known only to a select group of naval officers and government officials who understood the strategic implications of maintaining Allied presence in Antarctic waters. Even the crews of the participating vessels were told only that they were carrying out routine supply operations to support scientific research stations, with no indication of the true military significance of their cargo and destination. The convoy's route took them through some of the most dangerous waters on Earth, where massive icebergs drifted with ocean currents that could change direction without warning, creating navigational hazards that could crush even the largest vessels between walls of ice hundreds of feet thick. The Antarctic Peninsula's coastline was largely uncharted in 1944, with ice conditions that varied dramatically based on weather patterns and seasonal changes that were poorly understood by contemporary meteorology. Weather conditions during the convoy's journey were exceptionally severe, even by Antarctic standards. The vessels encountered blizzards that reduced visibility to zero, winds that exceeded hurricane force, and sea ice formations that created constantly changing obstacles requiring constant navigation adjustments. Radio communication between the ships became increasingly difficult as atmospheric conditions interfered with signal transmission, and the convoy was forced to maintain radio silence to avoid detection by enemy forces. The last confirmed contact with the Operation Tabin convoy came on February 28, 1944, when the escort vessel transmitted a routine position report indicating that the ships were approaching the Antarctic Peninsula and preparing to begin the search for suitable harbor locations where permanent bases could be established. The transmission was brief and professional, giving no indication of any immediate dangers or concerns about the mission's progress. But that radio message would prove to be the convoy's final communication with the outside world. Despite increasingly desperate attempts by Falkland Islands naval authorities to re-establish contact, the 4 ships vanished into the Antarctic ice as completely as if they had been swallowed by the continent itself, leaving behind no trace of their fate or their intended destination. The immediate response to the convoy's disappearance was hampered by the same secrecy that had surrounded Operation Tabin from its inception. The classified nature of the mission meant that search and rescue operations had to be conducted without revealing the true purpose of the lost vessels or the strategic importance of their cargo. Official reports described the incident as a routine supply mission that had encountered severe weather conditions, with no mention of the military significance of the convoy's loss. Search operations were launched as soon as weather conditions permitted, but the vastness of the Antarctic Peninsula and the constantly changing ice conditions made systematic searches extremely difficult. Aircraft from the Falkland Islands flew reconnaissance missions over the areas where the convoy was believed to have been operating, but the combination of poor weather, limited visibility, and the lack of distinctive landmarks made it nearly impossible to locate evidence of the missing vessels. Naval ships equipped for ice operations attempted to retrace the convoy's probable route, but encountered ice conditions that were far more severe than anything reported in historical records for the region. The search vessels found themselves trapped in ice formations that seemed to shift and change configuration in ways that defied the normal behavior of Antarctic sea ice, creating navigational hazards that forced several rescue ships to abandon their missions to avoid being crushed by moving ice floes. The psychological impact on search personnel became evident as rescue operations continued through the Antarctic summer of 1944 and 45. Crew members reported feeling watched while operating in the areas where the convoy was believed to have vanished, accompanied by sensations of vast presences moving beneath the ice that created an atmosphere of unease and foreboding that made extended operations in the region psychologically challenging. Decades after the war's end, advances in deep-sea sonar technology began to reveal evidence that suggested the fate of the Operation Tabin convoy might be even more mysterious than originally suspected. Sonar surveys of the deep waters around the Antarctic Peninsula detected what appeared to be the outlines of large artificial structures at depths that exceeded anything that should have been possible for vessels sunk in coastal waters. These sonar contacts showed configurations that matched the size and general characteristics of the missing convoy vessels, but their location in waters more than 2 miles deep raised troubling questions about how ships operating in relatively shallow coastal areas could have ended up in some of the deepest parts of the Southern Ocean. The depth readings suggested that the vessels had somehow been transported to underwater locations that were hundreds of miles from their intended operational areas. Modern deep-sea exploration technology has attempted to investigate these anomalous sonar contacts, but expeditions to the suspected wreck sites have encountered environmental conditions and equipment malfunctions that have prevented detailed examination of the underwater structures. The extreme depth, combined with unique atmospheric and electromagnetic conditions in the Antarctic region, has made it virtually impossible to confirm whether the sonar contacts represent the remains of the lost convoy or other underwater phenomena. The few attempts to reach the suspected wreck sites have been marked by navigation equipment failures, communication blackouts, and psychological effects on research personnel that echo the experiences reported by the original search teams in 1944. These similarities suggest that whatever forces were responsible for the convoy's disappearance may still be active in the region, continuing to affect human exploration activities more than 8 decades after the original incident. Radio interference in the areas where the convoy vanished has created another layer of mystery surrounding Operation Tabin. Research vessels and aircraft operating in the region report receiving transmissions that don't match any known radio sources, including signals that seem to use obsolete military communication protocols from the World War II era. These phantom transmissions are often accompanied by atmospheric effects that make normal radio communication impossible, creating communications blackouts that isolate vessels and aircraft from outside contact. The content of these mysterious radio signals, when they can be decoded, often consists of fragmented messages that appear to be military communications related to supply operations and base construction activities. Some of these transmissions include references to locations and operations that match the known objectives of Operation Tabin, suggesting that the lost convoy might still be attempting to carry out their mission in some form that exists outside normal physical reality. Antarctic folklore, particularly the traditions maintained by the indigenous peoples of Patagonia and the researchers who have worked in the region for decades, provides cultural context for understanding the Operation Tabin mystery. According to these traditions, the Antarctic continent possesses a consciousness that actively resists human attempts to establish permanent presence in its most sacred areas, using the continent's extreme environmental conditions to protect itself from unwanted intrusion. The concept of Antarctica as a living entity that can manipulate weather, ice conditions, and even the laws of physics to defend itself appears in the oral traditions of several cultures that have had contact with the Southern Ocean region. These beliefs suggest that large-scale human activities, such as military base construction, might trigger responses from the continent itself that could result in the disappearance or transformation of the intruding forces. Modern military historians studying the Operation Tabin incident have noted that the convoy's disappearance coincided with unusual atmospheric and electromagnetic phenomena reported throughout the Southern Ocean region during the winter of 1944. These environmental anomalies created navigation and communication difficulties for vessels throughout the Antarctic region, suggesting that the convoy might have encountered conditions that exceeded even the extreme weather patterns normally associated with Antarctic operations. The classification levels that still surround aspects of Operation Tabin have made it difficult for researchers to access all relevant documentation about the convoy's mission and disappearance. Some military records related to the operation remain classified more than 80 years after the incident, leading to speculation that the convoy's cargo or objectives involved elements that governments still consider too sensitive for public disclosure. Contemporary climate research in the Antarctic Peninsula has revealed geological and atmospheric phenomena that were completely unknown during World War II, discoveries that might provide natural explanations for some aspects of the convoy's disappearance. Advanced understanding of Antarctic weather patterns, ice dynamics, and electromagnetic effects has shown that the continent's environmental systems operate in ways that can create conditions far more extreme and unpredictable than anything imagined by 1940s military planners. But the supernatural elements of the Operation Tabin mystery the deep-water sonar contacts, the phantom radio transmissions, the psychological effects on search personnel, continue to resist explanation using conventional understanding of Antarctic environmental conditions. These phenomena suggest that the convoy's disappearance involved forces that operate outside normal physical laws and continue to influence the region where the incident occurred. The legacy of Operation Tabin serves as a reminder that even the most carefully planned military operations can encounter forces that exist beyond human understanding or control. The Southern Ocean continues to guard its secrets, protecting the memory of 4 ships and their crews who vanished while attempting to carry out their duty in one of Earth's most forbidding environments. Modern Antarctic research operations include informal protocols that acknowledge the potential for unusual phenomena in the areas where the Operation Tabin convoy disappeared, with researchers advised to maintain heightened awareness of environmental conditions and equipment behavior when working in these regions. These precautions represent an accommodation between scientific methodology and recognition that some parts of Antarctica may harbor mysteries that exceed current understanding of polar environments. As we drift away from the icebound mysteries of Operation Tabin, carrying with us the image of 4 ships swallowed by the Antarctic darkness, our journey through these scary stories takes us to warmer but no less mysterious waters, where the intersection of modern technology and ancient oceanic forces creates phenomena that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the deep sea. Story 14: The Phantom Glow of the Banda Sea. From the frozen mysteries of Antarctica, where an entire World War II convoy vanished into the ice, our journey through these scary stories carries us to the warm, tropical waters of Southeast Asia, where the ancient spice trade routes of the Banda Sea conceal modern mysteries that challenge our understanding of oceanic phenomena. Here, in the year 2001, an Indonesian fishing vessel encountered something rising from the depths that transformed a routine night of fishing into an experience that would haunt the crew for the rest of their lives and add another chapter to the ever-growing catalog of unexplained deep-sea mysteries. The Banda Sea, nestled among the scattered islands of eastern Indonesia, has been a crossroads of maritime commerce and cultural exchange for over 1,000 years. These waters carried the precious spices that once made the region's tiny islands among the wealthiest places on Earth, attracting traders, explorers, and conquerors from across the globe who sought to control the sources of nutmeg, cloves, and other aromatics that were literally worth their weight in gold in European markets. But the same geological forces that created the perfect conditions for spice cultivation also established the Banda Sea as one of the most tectonically active marine environments on Earth. The region sits at the intersection of multiple oceanic plates, where underwater volcanic activity and seismic events create conditions that can produce phenomena unknown in more geologically stable parts of the world's oceans. The fishing vessel Sinar Harapan was typical of the small commercial boats that work the Banda Sea's productive fishing grounds, a 30-foot wooden craft equipped with basic navigation equipment and fish-finding sonar that allowed her crew to locate the schools of tuna and other valuable species that migrate through these tropical waters. Her captain, Ahmad Kusuma, had been fishing these waters for over 20 years, following traditional methods passed down through generations of Indonesian maritime families. On the night of September 14th, 2001, the Sinar Harapan was working the deep waters approximately 40 miles southeast of Banda Nira, the largest island in the Banda archipelago. The night was calm and clear, with excellent visibility and gentle winds that created ideal conditions for the night fishing that often produces the best catches in tropical waters, where many species feed more actively after dark. The crew had been fishing for several hours without unusual incident, following sonar readings that indicated promising concentrations of fish in the deeper waters near the edge of the continental shelf. The night's work was proceeding normally, with good catches and equipment functioning properly, when at approximately 2:30 a.m. local time, the ocean itself began to glow. The phenomenon started as a faint blue luminescence deep beneath the surface, visible to the crew as a subtle change in the water's color that might have been dismissed as bioluminescence, or the reflection of stars on the calm sea surface. But within minutes, the glow intensified dramatically, rising from the depths like an underwater aurora that painted the entire area around the fishing vessel in shades of electric blue that seemed to pulse with their own internal rhythm. The glow was unlike anything in the fishing crew's collective experience. While bioluminescent phenomena are common in tropical waters, typically caused by microscopic organisms that produce light when disturbed by wave action or the movement of fish, this illumination came from far deeper in the water column and displayed characteristics that suggested a source of enormous size and power operating at depths where bioluminescent organisms couldn't survive. As the mysterious blue light continued to intensify, rising through the water column toward the surface like a massive underwater searchlight, the Sinar Harapan's crew began to experience effects that challenged their understanding of normal oceanic conditions. Their compass began spinning erratically, rotating continuously without settling on any consistent bearing, while their simple GPS unit displayed position readings that changed dramatically from one moment to the next. The psychological impact on the crew was immediate and profound. Captain Kusuma described feeling disoriented and confused, as if the brilliant blue glow was somehow affecting his ability to think clearly or maintain his normal awareness of his surroundings. The other crew members reported similar symptoms, including dizziness, nausea, and a strange sense of time distortion that made it difficult to judge how long they had been exposed to the phenomenon. The fishing vessel's engine began to run irregularly, despite having operated normally throughout the night's fishing activities. The diesel motor developed a rough idle and seemed to lose power intermittently, as if something was interfering with its normal combustion processes. Most disturbing of all, the crew reported that their radio equipment produced only static when they attempted to call for assistance or advice from other vessels in the area. The blue glow reached its maximum intensity approximately 15 minutes after it first became visible, creating an underwater illumination so bright that it turned the nighttime sea surface into something resembling daylight conditions. The crew could see for miles in every direction, with the ocean surface reflecting the brilliant blue light like a vast mirror that stretched to the horizon in all directions. At the peak of the phenomenon's intensity, the crew reported seeing movement within the glow itself, vast, shadowy shapes that seemed to swim through the brilliant blue light like enormous fish or marine creatures of unprecedented size. These forms were never clearly visible, appearing always at the edge of perception as if they were made of the same blue luminescence that surrounded them. But their movements suggested intelligence and purpose that was deeply unsettling to observers. Captain Kusuma attempted to start the Sinar Harapan's engine and move away from the area, but the vessel's propulsion system had become completely unresponsive. The engine would turn over but produced no power, leaving the fishing boat drifting helplessly in the center of the mysterious blue glow, while her crew watched the underwater phenomenon with growing fear and amazement. The duration of the crew's exposure to the blue glow created lasting effects that extended far beyond the immediate encounter. Time seemed to move differently while the phenomenon was active, with the crew losing track of how long they had been surrounded by the underwater illumination. What felt like hours of exposure to the brilliant blue light later proved to have lasted only approximately 30 minutes, according to their watches, suggesting that the phenomenon had somehow affected their perception of temporal flow. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the blue glow began to fade, sinking back into the depths of the Banda Sea as quickly as it had risen to the surface. Within minutes, the ocean had returned to its normal nighttime appearance, leaving the crew of the Sinar Harapan floating on dark water under a star-filled sky that seemed almost anticlimactically normal after their exposure to the underwater aurora. The immediate aftermath of the encounter revealed that the mysterious blue glow had affected more than just the crew's perceptions and equipment. Their fishing nets, which had been deployed when the phenomenon began, came up completely empty despite sonar readings that had indicated large schools of fish in the area. More puzzling still, the nets showed no signs of fish activity, no scales, no damage from large catches, no evidence that marine life had been present in the water during the encounter. Water samples collected from the area where the blue glow had been most intense showed no unusual chemical compositions when later analyzed by Indonesian marine research institutions. The samples contained normal concentrations of minerals, organic matter, and microscopic life forms, with no traces of the exotic chemicals or unusual biological materials that might explain the intense bioluminescent display. Captain Kusuma's attempts to report the incident to maritime authorities were met with skepticism and requests for physical evidence that the crew couldn't provide. The mysterious blue glow had left no lasting traces on their equipment, no photographs or video recordings, and no measurable effects that could be documented for official investigation. The crew's testimony was consistent and detailed, but without corroborating evidence, The incident was classified as an unexplained atmospheric or oceanic phenomenon. The psychological effects on the Sinar Harapan's crew persisted long after their return to port. All 4 men reported vivid dreams involving underwater cities, encounters with enormous marine creatures, and visions of technological structures operating on the ocean floor. These dreams were remarkably consistent among the crew members, suggesting shared psychological impacts from their exposure to the blue glow phenomenon. Local maritime communities in the Banda Sea region possess traditional knowledge that seemed to provide cultural context for the crew's encounter. According to Indonesian folklore, the deepest parts of the ocean were home to powerful spirits that occasionally manifested as lights or other phenomena visible to human observers. These sea spirits were generally considered benevolent, but capable of creating confusion and disorientation among those who encountered them unprepared. The concept of hantu laut, or sea ghosts, plays a significant role in Indonesian maritime traditions, with many fishing communities maintaining beliefs about supernatural entities that inhabit the deeper waters around volcanic islands. These spirits were said to be guardians of underwater treasures and sacred places, occasionally revealing themselves to human observers, but more often remaining hidden in the ocean's depths. Scientific theories proposed to explain the Banda Sea blue glow phenomenon have focused on possible geological causes, including underwater volcanic activity that might produce unusual chemical reactions or electromagnetic effects capable of creating intense bioluminescent displays. The region's active seismic conditions could theoretically generate underwater electrical phenomena that might appear as mysterious lights rising from the depths. Other researchers have suggested that the blue glow might have been caused by rare atmospheric conditions that created optical illusions, or reflected light from distant sources in ways that appeared to originate from underwater locations. However, these explanations struggle to account for the phenomenon's effects on equipment and the consistent psychological impacts reported by the crew. The most exotic theories involve the possibility that the Banda Sea encounter represented contact with unknown forms of marine life, or even technological phenomena related to underwater activities that exist outside normal human knowledge. The combination of equipment malfunctions, psychological effects, and the apparent intelligence displayed by the shapes moving within the blue glow suggests interactions with forces that operate according to rules different from conventional oceanic phenomena. Subsequent fishing expeditions in the Banda Sea have occasionally reported brief sightings of unusual underwater illumination, but nothing approaching the intensity and duration of the 2001 encounter. These sporadic reports suggest that whatever caused the blue glow phenomenon may continue to be active in the region, though at levels that are rarely visible to surface observers. The Indonesian government has included references to unexplained oceanic phenomena in its maritime safety guidelines for the Banda Sea region, acknowledging that fishing vessels and other small craft may encounter environmental conditions that can't be explained using conventional oceanographic knowledge. These official recognitions represent an unusual accommodation between government maritime policies and acceptance of supernatural or unexplained oceanic phenomena. Modern satellite monitoring of the Banda Sea has detected occasional infrared and electromagnetic anomalies in the waters where the blue glow was observed, but these readings have been too brief and sporadic to allow detailed analysis. The anomalies suggest that unusual energy releases may continue to occur in the region, though at levels that are typically below the threshold for surface observation. The mystery of the Banda Sea blue glow serves as a reminder that tropical waters, despite their familiar appearance and extensive human use, continue to harbor phenomena that challenge our understanding of oceanic behavior and marine environments. The encounter experienced by the crew of the Sinar Harapan represents just one example of the many unexplained oceanic phenomena that continue to emerge from the planet's least explored marine regions. The warm, spice-scented waters of the Banda Sea continue to support thriving fishing communities and serve as crucial shipping routes connecting the islands of eastern Indonesia. But beneath their familiar surface, these ancient waters maintain their capacity to produce encounters that humble human technology and challenge our assumptions about what's possible in Earth's marine environments. As we drift away from the mysterious blue glow of the Banda Sea, carrying with us the image of an entire ocean illuminated by forces beyond human understanding, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the cold waters of the North Atlantic, where the intersection of natural phenomena and human tragedy creates mysteries that bridge the gap between environmental science and supernatural belief. Story 15. the mass stranding of pilot whales. From the mysterious blue glow that transformed the Banda Sea into an underwater aurora, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the cold, pristine waters of the North Atlantic, where in 2019, the coast of Iceland became the stage for one of the most disturbing and inexplicable marine phenomena ever documented. This is the story of a mass whale stranding so massive and so without apparent cause that it forced marine biologists to confront the possibility that something beyond human understanding was driving these intelligent creatures to their deaths on the volcanic shores of one of the world's most remote islands. Iceland's relationship with the sea has always been one of both dependence and respect, forged by centuries of survival in one of the planet's most challenging marine environments. The waters surrounding this volcanic island nation teem with marine life that forms the foundation of Icelandic culture and economy, from the cod that built the nation's fishing industry to the whales whose presence in these waters has been documented in saga literature dating back over 1,000 years. Pilot whales, known scientifically as globocephala, are among the most intelligent and socially complex marine mammals in the North Atlantic. These magnificent creatures travel in close-knit family groups called pods, following migration routes that have remained stable for thousands of years as they pursue their primary food source, squid that inhabit the deep waters between Iceland and the European mainland. The pilot whale's sophisticated social structure and navigation abilities have made them one of the most studied cetacean species in the world. Their pod-based society includes complex communication systems, cooperative hunting strategies, and multi-generational knowledge transfer that allows crucial survival information to be passed from older to younger whales. This social intelligence has enabled pilot whales to thrive in the challenging North Atlantic environment for millennia, making their behavior predictable enough that Icelandic marine biologists can usually anticipate their seasonal movements with considerable accuracy. But in the early morning hours of July 23, 2019, something went catastrophically wrong with the natural systems that had guided pilot whales safely through Icelandic waters for countless generations. What began as a routine summer migration became a maritime tragedy of unprecedented scale when an entire superpod of pilot whales, nearly 400 individual animals, began driving themselves onto the black volcanic beaches of Iceland's Reykjanes Peninsula. The stranding event was discovered by Coastal Patrol aircraft conducting routine wildlife monitoring flights along Iceland's southwestern coast. The pilots initially assumed they were observing a natural feeding aggregation, as large groups of pilot whales are not uncommon in Icelandic waters during summer months when squid populations are at their peak. But as the aircraft descended for a closer look, the true nature of what was occurring became horrifyingly apparent. Hundreds of pilot whales were beaching themselves along a 5-mile stretch of coastline, driven by some unseen force, to abandon the deep waters where they belonged and thrust themselves onto the rocky shores where they would inevitably die. The whales weren't just stranding accidentally or being driven ashore by storms. They were actively swimming toward the beach, using their powerful tail flukes to propel themselves as far inland as possible before becoming hopelessly trapped by the receding tide. The emergency response was immediate and massive, involving marine rescue teams, veterinarians, and volunteers from across Iceland who converged on the stranding site in desperate attempts to save as many whales as possible. But the scale of the event overwhelmed all available resources, and the remote location of the stranding made it virtually impossible to transport the heavy equipment needed to return the massive animals to deep water. What made the stranding even more disturbing was the behavior of the whales themselves. Rather than showing the distress and panic that typically accompanies accidental strandings, the pilot whales appeared calm and purposeful in their approach to the shore. Witnesses described the animals as swimming toward the beach with what seemed like deliberate intent, as if they were responding to some powerful impulse that overrode their natural survival instincts. Marine biologists arriving at the scene found themselves confronting a phenomenon that challenged everything they thought they understood about pilot whale behavior and navigation. These were healthy animals with no obvious signs of disease, injury, or malnutrition that might explain their suicidal behavior. Their echolocation systems appeared to be functioning normally, ruling out the navigation errors that sometimes cause individual whales to become disoriented and beach themselves. Most puzzling of all was the complete absence of any environmental factors that typically trigger mass strandings. The weather had been calm for days before the event, with no storms, seismic activity, or unusual tidal conditions that might have confused the whales' navigation systems. Water temperatures were normal for the season, and food sources appeared abundant in the offshore waters where the whales had been feeding before their fatal turn toward shore. The acoustic environment around the stranding site was thoroughly investigated for evidence of human-generated noise that might have disrupted the whales' sonar-based navigation. Military sonar, shipping traffic, and underwater construction activities have been known to cause whale strandings in other parts of the world, but the waters around Iceland's Reykjanes Peninsula showed no evidence of unusual acoustic activity in the days leading up to the mass stranding. As rescue efforts continued throughout the day, a disturbing pattern began to emerge from the testimony of fishermen and coastal observers who had been working in the area before the stranding began. Multiple witnesses reported hearing unusual sounds coming from the ocean in the hours before the whales began beaching themselves, low-frequency calls that seemed to emanate from deep underwater sources and carried across the water with an intensity that made them audible to human ears despite their subsonic nature. These mysterious calls were described as mournful, almost musical sounds that seemed to express profound sadness or yearning. Fishermen who had worked these waters for decades reported never hearing anything like the haunting vocalizations that preceded the whale stranding, sounds that seemed to call to something deep within the human psyche and created feelings of unease and melancholy in those who heard them. The acoustic recordings made by research stations monitoring whale communications in the area revealed that the mysterious calls had indeed occurred, but their source remained completely unknown. The vocalizations didn't match the communication patterns of any known whale species, nor did they correspond to any natural oceanic phenomena that could be identified by marine acoustics experts. Most disturbing of all, analysis of the recordings revealed that the mysterious calls seemed to be structured in patterns that suggested intention and meaning, as if they represented some form of complex communication rather than random environmental noise. The calls followed rhythmic sequences that resembled music or language, with variations and repetitions that implied the transmission of specific information or commands. The behavior of the pilot whales during their final approach to shore provided additional evidence that they were responding to some external influence rather than following their own natural instincts. Rescue workers reported that the animals seemed to be listening to something that human ears couldn't detect, frequently lifting their heads above water, as if straining to hear sounds that were just beyond the threshold of human perception. Local Icelandic folklore provided cultural context for understanding the whale stranding that reached back to the earliest Norse settlements on the island. According to traditional stories, mass whale strandings were omens of significant changes in the natural world, events that occurred when the balance between the sea and land had been disturbed by forces beyond human control or understanding. The concept of half-strandar viti, or sea stranding spirits, appears in several Icelandic sagas as supernatural entities that could call marine animals to shore during times of cosmic disturbance, or when important messages needed to be delivered to the human world. These spirits were said to communicate through the animals themselves, using whale songs and strandings as a form of communication between the underwater realm and the surface world. Modern attempts to explain the Iceland pilot whale stranding have focused on potential environmental factors that might not have been detected by standard monitoring systems. Climate change effects on ocean chemistry, unusual magnetic field variations, or subtle changes in underwater geology could theoretically create conditions that might confuse whale navigation systems in ways that aren't yet understood by marine science. Some researchers have proposed that the stranding might have been triggered by infrasonic waves generated by distant seismic activity or atmospheric phenomena that operated below the frequency range of human hearing but could be detected by the whale's sensitive acoustic systems. These low-frequency sounds could theoretically travel vast distances through water and might carry information or commands that could influence whale behavior in ways that seem supernatural to human observers. The investigation into the stranding event revealed that similar mass whale deaths had occurred in Icelandic waters at irregular intervals throughout recorded history, but the 2019 event was the largest and most thoroughly documented example of the phenomenon. Historical records from the 18th and 19th centuries describe several instances of large-scale whale strandings that followed similar patterns, suggesting that the underlying cause might be a recurring natural phenomenon rather than a unique modern occurrence. The ecological impact of the mass stranding extended far beyond the immediate loss of nearly 400 pilot whales. The death of such a large number of highly intelligent, socially complex animals represented a significant loss of accumulated knowledge and cultural information that had been passed down through multiple generations of whale communities. The surviving pods in Icelandic waters would face the challenge of continuing their traditional migration and feeding patterns without the guidance of experienced individuals who had perished in the stranding. The psychological effects on the human witnesses to the stranding proved to be lasting and profound. Rescue workers, marine biologists, and local residents who participated in the emergency response reported persistent feelings of grief and loss that seemed disproportionate to their direct involvement in the event. Many described being haunted by the memory of the whales' calm acceptance of their fate, as if the animals understood something about their situation that human observers couldn't comprehend. The cleanup and disposal of nearly 400 whale carcasses presented enormous logistical challenges for Icelandic authorities, requiring the coordination of heavy equipment, specialized personnel, and environmental protection measures to prevent contamination of the coastal ecosystem. The process took weeks to complete and created lasting impacts on the local environment that continued to affect the area for years after the stranding event. Contemporary whale monitoring in Icelandic waters has been enhanced with additional acoustic recording equipment designed to detect the types of mysterious calls that preceded the mass stranding. While similar vocalizations have been occasionally recorded since 2019, they have been much briefer and less intense, suggesting that whatever caused the original phenomenon may still be active, but at reduced levels. The Iceland pilot whale stranding serves as a sobering reminder that despite centuries of scientific study and technological advancement, the ocean continues to harbor forces and phenomena that can influence marine life in ways that exceed human understanding. The event challenges our assumptions about animal behavior, environmental science, and the nature of communication between different forms of consciousness that share our planet. The black volcanic beaches of Iceland's Reykjanes Peninsula remain a memorial to the nearly 400 pilot whales that died there in 2019. Their sacrifice serving as a reminder that some ocean mysteries involve not just supernatural phenomena, but the fundamental question of how different forms of intelligence might communicate across the boundaries between species and realms of existence. As we drift away from the haunted shores of Iceland, where hundreds of whales answered a call that human ears could barely detect, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the warmer waters of the South Atlantic, where wartime tragedy created a ghost ship mystery that continues to haunt the shipping lanes between Africa and South America. Story 16. The Sinking of the SS City of Cairo. From the haunted shores of Iceland, where hundreds of pilot whales answered a mysterious call from the depths, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the vast expanse of the South Atlantic, where in 1942, a German U-boat's torpedo created not just another wartime tragedy, but one of the ocean's most enduring supernatural mysteries. This is the tale of the SS City of Cairo, whose sinking in the dark waters between Africa and South America gave birth to legends of phantom guidance and spectral salvation that continue to haunt survivors and searchers more than 8 decades after her destruction. The SS City of Cairo represented the backbone of Britain's wartime maritime lifeline, one of hundreds of merchant vessels that risked submarine attack to maintain the flow of supplies, personnel, and communication between the British Isles and the far-flung territories of the Commonwealth. Built in Glasgow in 1920, she was a substantial passenger and cargo liner designed for the demanding route between Britain and India, capable of carrying over 300 passengers and crew through some of the world's most dangerous waters. By November of 1942, the Battle of the Atlantic had reached its most desperate phase, with German U-boats operating in coordinated wolf packs that were sinking Allied shipping faster than it could be replaced. The South Atlantic had become a hunting ground where enemy submarines could operate with relative impunity, far from the air cover and naval escorts that provided some protection in the more heavily patrolled northern waters. The city of Cairo departed Cape Town on November 5, 1942, bound for Britain with a cargo that included strategic materials essential to the war effort and a passenger manifest that read like a who's who of British colonial administration. Among those aboard were military officers, government officials, civilians evacuating from combat zones, and crew members whose combined experience represented decades of maritime service in some of the world's most challenging conditions. The ship's route took her through the South Atlantic waters that had become known as the U-boat hunting grounds, areas where German submarines could operate for weeks without detection, picking off merchant vessels with methodical efficiency. Captain William Rogerson, the City of Cairo's master, was an experienced mariner who understood the risks his ship faced, but wartime necessity demanded that merchant vessels continue sailing despite the constant threat of submarine attack. On November 6th, just one day after departing Cape Town, the City of Cairo encountered U-68, a Type 9 submarine under the command of Captain Lieutenant Karl Friedrich Merton. The German submarine had been patrolling the South Atlantic shipping routes for weeks, waiting for opportunities to strike at the vital supply lines that connected Britain with her overseas territories and allies. The torpedo attack came without warning in the early morning hours, striking the city of Cairo amidships with devastating force. The explosion tore a massive hole in her hull, flooding the engine room and several cargo compartments with thousands of tons of seawater. Within minutes, it became clear that the ship was doomed, her damage too extensive for any hope of survival in the vast emptiness of the South Atlantic. The evacuation of the city of Cairo proceeded with the disciplined efficiency that characterized the British merchant marine during World War II, but the ship's rapid settling meant that there was limited time to deploy lifeboats and organize the systematic abandonment that might have saved more lives. Of the 311 people aboard, only 104 managed to escape in the ship's lifeboats before she sank beneath the waves, taking with her over 200 souls who would never see home again. But the true horror of the City of Cairo tragedy was only beginning as her survivors found themselves adrift in the vast emptiness of the South Atlantic, thousands of miles from the nearest land and beyond the range of any search and rescue operations. The 6 lifeboats that had successfully escaped the sinking ship carried supplies for only a few days, while the survivors faced the prospect of weeks or months drifting in waters where discovery by friendly forces was virtually impossible. The ordeal that followed would test human endurance beyond all reasonable limits, as the survivors struggled against thirst, starvation, exposure, and the psychological horror of watching their companions die, one by one, in the empty immensity of the ocean. But it was during this desperate struggle for survival that the supernatural elements of the City of Cairo story began to emerge, phenomena that would challenge the survivors' understanding of reality and create legends that persist to this day. Multiple survivors reported encounters with a shadowy figure in the water, a presence that seemed to appear during the most desperate moments of their ordeal to provide guidance, encouragement, or warnings about dangers that lay ahead. The figure was described consistently across different lifeboats as appearing to be a man in naval uniform, sometimes walking on the water's surface, other times swimming alongside the boats with inhuman endurance and speed. The phantom figure's interventions seemed to follow patterns that suggested knowledge and intelligence beyond anything that could be explained by hallucination or delirium. Survivors reported that the mysterious presence would appear to guide their lifeboats away from areas where storms were approaching, lead them toward shipping lanes where rescue might be possible, or warn them about dangerous weather conditions before they became visible to the survivors themselves. Perhaps most remarkably, several survivors claimed that the shadowy figure provided direct assistance during critical moments when their lifeboats were in danger of capsizing, or when individual survivors were on the verge of drowning. These interventions were described as involving physical contact, a strong hand pulling someone back into a boat, or mysterious forces that seemed to steady capsizing craft during rough weather, yet no physical presence could be clearly observed by other survivors. The psychological impact of these encounters extended far beyond simple hallucination or wishful thinking. Survivors who experienced contact with the phantom figure reported feeling renewed strength and determination to continue their struggle for survival, as if the mysterious presence was somehow transferring energy or willpower that enabled them to endure conditions that should have been fatal. The most detailed account of the phantom figure came from Thomas Poon, a Chinese steward who survived 51 days in a lifeboat before being rescued by a British warship. Poon described multiple encounters with the mysterious presence, including incidents where the figure seemed to communicate through gestures or expressions that provided crucial information about navigation, weather, or the location of other survivors. According to Poon's testimony, The phantom figure appeared to possess knowledge about the broader situation surrounding the city of Cairo survivors that exceeded anything available to the people in the lifeboats. The presence seemed to know which boats contained other survivors, which areas of ocean offered the best chances for rescue, and which weather patterns would create dangerous conditions for the small craft drifting across the South Atlantic. Other survivors reported that the shadowy figure sometimes appeared to be leading groups of people away from the lifeboats, beckoning to survivors who were near death to follow him into the water. These encounters were particularly disturbing to witnesses, who described feeling that the phantom presence was somehow collecting the souls of those who could no longer continue their struggle for survival. The rescue of the city of Cairo survivors occurred over a period of several weeks, with different lifeboats being discovered by various Allied vessels operating in the South Atlantic. The rescue ship's crews reported that finding the tiny lifeboats in the vast expanse of ocean seemed to involve an unusual number of coincidences and fortunate circumstances that exceeded normal expectations for maritime search rescue operations. Several rescue vessels reported receiving radio transmissions or visual signals that guided them toward the locations where survivors were drifting, but these communications couldn't be traced to any known sources and didn't match the limited signaling equipment available to the lifeboat crews. Some rescuers described following lights or other visual phenomena that led them directly to survivors who would otherwise have been impossible to locate in the featureless expanse of the South Atlantic. The debriefing of City of Cairo survivors revealed consistent reports of supernatural encounters that couldn't be explained by dehydration, exposure, or psychological stress alone. The phantom figure sightings were reported by survivors from different lifeboats who had no contact with each other during their ordeal, making it unlikely that the accounts were the result of shared hallucinations or story coordination. Medical examination of the survivors showed that many had endured conditions that should have been fatal, with levels of dehydration, malnutrition, and exposure that exceeded the normal limits of human survival. Some medical personnel involved in treating the survivors speculated that unknown factors had somehow enhanced their ability to survive the extreme conditions they had faced during their weeks adrift in the South Atlantic. The wreck of the SS City of Cairo remained lost for nearly 70 years after her sinking, despite numerous attempts by salvage operations and treasure hunters to locate her remains. The ship had been carrying a cargo that included silver bullion worth millions of dollars, making her an attractive target for commercial salvage operations that employed increasingly sophisticated deep-sea exploration technology. When the wreck was finally discovered in 2011 by a deep-sea salvage company, the site revealed conditions that were both fascinating and deeply unsettling to underwater investigators. The city of Cairo lay in over 17,000 feet of water, far deeper than the original estimates of her sinking location had suggested, raising questions about how accurately the ship's final position had been recorded during the chaos of the torpedo attack. The wreck site possessed an atmosphere that divers and remotely operated vehicle operators found disturbing and oppressive, with equipment malfunctions and psychological effects that made extended work at the site challenging even for experienced deep-sea professionals. Several members of the salvage team reported feeling watched while working around the wreck, as if invisible presences were monitoring their activities and evaluating their intentions. Most remarkably, the wreck showed evidence of human activity that couldn't be explained by the normal processes of deep-sea decomposition and marine growth. Personal artifacts and ship fittings were arranged in patterns that suggested deliberate organization rather than random distribution by ocean currents, as if someone or something had been tending to the wreck site during the decades it lay hidden on the ocean floor. The recovery of the city of Cairo's silver cargo was successful, but the operation was marked by a series of unusual incidents that reinforced the wreck's reputation for supernatural activity. Equipment failures occurred with unusual frequency, and several team members reported experiencing vivid dreams and visions that seemed to place them aboard the ship during her final voyage and sinking. The legacy of the SS City of Cairo extends far beyond her role as a World War II maritime tragedy or treasure salvage success story. The ship has become a symbol of the ocean's capacity to preserve not just physical artifacts, but the spiritual and emotional resonance of human experience. The phantom figure that guided her survivors through their desperate ordeal represents the sea's occasional mercy, its ability to provide salvation even in the most hopeless circumstances. Contemporary shipping in the South Atlantic includes informal traditions that acknowledge the city of Cairo's supernatural legacy, with some mariners maintaining that the phantom figure continues to watch over vessels in distress in the waters where the ship was lost. These beliefs reflect the enduring human need to find meaning and hope in the face of maritime tragedy, even when that meaning must be found in phenomena that exist beyond rational explanation. The story of the SS City of Cairo serves as a reminder that the ocean's capacity for both destruction and salvation often operates through forces that transcend human understanding. The phantom figure that appeared to her survivors in their darkest hour represents the mysterious ways in which the sea occasionally chooses to preserve life rather than claim it, offering hope and guidance when all human resources have been exhausted. As we drift away from the haunted waters of the South Atlantic, where phantom figures still guide lost souls towards salvation, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the Arctic waters, where military technology encounters phenomena that challenge the boundaries between the natural and artificial, the known and unknowable. Story 17. The Unidentified Submersibles of the Chukchi Sea. From the phantom-guided waters of the South Atlantic, where ghostly figures still shepherd lost souls toward salvation, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the frozen waters at the top of the world. Here, in 2014, the most advanced military technology on Earth encountered something that challenged every assumption about what might be possible in the planet's most remote and inhospitable marine environment. This is the tale of the Chukchi Sea encounters, where Russian and American naval forces found themselves united not by diplomacy, but by their shared inability to explain phenomena that seemed to operate according to rules that existed outside human understanding of underwater technology and physics. The Chukchi Sea, stretching between Alaska and Siberia above the Arctic Circle, represents one of the last frontiers on Earth, where military forces from opposing superpowers still conduct the deadly serious game of underwater surveillance and deterrence that defined Cold War naval strategy. These ice-choked waters, accessible only during brief summer months when Arctic ice retreats enough to allow submarine operations, have become increasingly important as climate change opens new shipping routes and reveals previously inaccessible energy resources beneath the Arctic Ocean floor. The strategic importance of the Chukchi Sea has made it a focal point for both Russian and American submarine activities, with nuclear-powered vessels from both nations conducting surveillance missions in waters where the slightest miscalculation could trigger international incidents or environmental disasters. The extreme conditions of Arctic submarine operations, including crushing ice pressure, near-zero visibility, and temperatures that can freeze exposed metal, require the most advanced underwater technology available to military engineers. It was in this environment of technological sophistication and geopolitical tension that the encounters began, incidents so extraordinary that they temporarily united naval forces from nations that had spent decades preparing for underwater combat against each other. The year was 2014, and both Russian and American submarines were conducting routine surveillance operations in the Chukchi Sea when their sonar operators began detecting contacts that defied every principle of submarine warfare and underwater technology. The first reports came from the USS Seawolf, an advanced American attack submarine conducting classified operations in the waters north of Barrow, Alaska. The vessel's sophisticated sonar array, capable of detecting and tracking targets hundreds of miles away, began picking up contacts that moved through the water with speed and agility that exceeded anything in the submarine warfare databases maintained by the U.S. Navy. Initial analysis suggested that the contacts might be advanced Russian submarines, employing technology that represented a significant breakthrough in underwater propulsion or stealth capabilities. But as American sonar operators attempted to track and classify the mysterious objects, they encountered characteristics that violated basic principles of hydrodynamics and submarine design. The unidentified contacts were moving at sustained speeds exceeding 60 knots while executing maneuvers that should have been impossible for any vessel operating under normal physical constraints. They could change direction instantaneously without the gradual turns required by conventional submarines, accelerate from zero to maximum velocity without detectable propulsion signatures, and dive to depths that would crush any known submarine hull. Russian naval forces operating in the same area were simultaneously tracking the same mysterious contacts, initially assuming that they represented some form of advanced American submarine technology. But Russian sonar operators encountered the same impossible characteristics that had baffled their American counterparts. objects that moved through the Arctic waters, with capabilities that exceeded anything in their technology databases. The situation escalated when both Russian and American submarines found themselves simultaneously tracking multiple unidentified contacts that appeared to be operating in coordinated formations, suggesting some form of organized intelligence rather than random technological anomalies. Emergency communication channels were opened between the opposing forces, as submarine commanders realized they were dealing with phenomena that posed questions more important than Cold War rivalry. What followed was an unprecedented level of cooperation between Russian and American naval forces, as both sides recognized that the mysterious contacts represented something that transcended national security concerns and challenged fundamental assumptions about what was possible in underwater environments. Joint tracking operations were established, with both nations sharing sonar data and coordinating their surveillance efforts to better understand the nature of the phenomena they were encountering. The combined investigation revealed details that made the contacts even more extraordinary and disturbing. Sonar analysis from multiple submarines confirmed that the objects were producing acoustic signatures unlike anything in military databases, sounds described by operators as screaming that seemed to combine mechanical and organic characteristics in ways that defied classification. These acoustic phenomena created psychological effects on submarine crews that extended far beyond normal operational stress. Personnel who were exposed to the mysterious sounds reported persistent nightmares, difficulty sleeping, and intrusive thoughts about vast underwater structures and non-human intelligences. Some crew members requested transfers to avoid continued exposure to the acoustic phenomena that seemed to affect human consciousness in ways that military psychologists couldn't explain. The thermal signatures of the unidentified contacts added another layer of mystery to their already inexplicable characteristics. Infrared sensors detected heat patterns that suggested the objects were generating enormous amounts of thermal energy through unknown processes, creating temperature anomalies in the frigid Arctic waters that persisted long after the contacts had moved away from the detection area. Most disturbing of all was the apparent awareness that the mysterious objects showed regarding the submarine surveillance activities. Rather than following predictable courses or exhibiting random behavior, the contacts seemed to respond to the presence of human observers, sometimes approaching the submarines directly, as if investigating their capabilities and intentions. These close encounters were particularly unnerving for submarine crews, who found themselves being examined by unknown intelligences operating technology that far exceeded human capabilities. The objects would approach to within a few hundred yards of the submarines, conduct what appeared to be systematic scans of the vessels, and then depart at impossible speeds toward unknown destinations in the Arctic depths. Arctic indigenous communities, particularly the Inupiat peoples of northern Alaska and the Chukchi peoples of eastern Siberia, possessed traditional knowledge that seemed to provide cultural context for the submarine encounters. According to these ancient traditions, the deepest parts of the Arctic Ocean were home to powerful beings that existed before human arrival in the polar regions and possessed technology that operated according to spiritual rather than mechanical principles. The concept of underwater spirits or ice beings appears in the folklore of multiple Arctic cultures, describing entities that could manifest as vessels or machines when observed by modern technology, but whose true nature was something far more ancient and mysterious than human-built devices. These traditional stories spoke of underwater beings that were generally neutral toward humans, but could become active when their territory was invaded by outsiders, who didn't understand proper protocols for respectful interaction. The investigation into the Chukchi Sea encounters was hampered by the extreme secrecy requirements that surrounded submarine operations in Arctic waters. Much of the data collected during the incidents remains classified by both Russian and American military authorities, making it impossible for independent researchers to conduct comprehensive analysis of the phenomena. However, declassified portions of the investigation revealed that the encounters had occurred during a period of unusual electromagnetic activity in the Arctic region, with atmospheric disturbances that affected radio communication and navigation equipment throughout the Chukchi Sea area. These electromagnetic anomalies might have created conditions that enhanced the manifestation of phenomena that normally remained hidden beneath the threshold of human detection. The psychological impact of the encounters extended beyond the immediate participants to affect Arctic submarine operations more broadly. Both Russian and American naval forces developed new protocols for situations where their submarines might encounter phenomena that couldn't be explained using conventional military intelligence, acknowledging that Arctic waters might contain elements that existed outside normal underwater warfare planning. Modern deep-sea exploration technology has revealed that the Arctic Ocean contains geological and biological phenomena that were completely unknown during earlier periods of polar exploration. Advanced sonar systems and underwater robotics have detected evidence of massive underwater structures, unusual acoustic phenomena, and thermal anomalies that might provide natural explanations for some aspects of the submarine encounters. But the specific characteristics observed during the 2014 incidents, the impossible speeds, the coordinated behavior, the apparent consciousness and responsiveness to human presence, remain unexplained by contemporary marine science or military technology. The object's capabilities exceeded not just the technological achievements of any known nation, but the theoretical limits of what current physics and engineering consider possible for underwater vehicles. The Chukchi Sea encounters serve as a reminder that even the most advanced military technology can encounter phenomena that exist beyond human understanding or control. The Arctic waters that were once the stage for superpower confrontation continue to hold secrets that challenge our assumptions about the nature of intelligence, technology, and the limits of what might be possible in Earth's most extreme marine environments. Veterans of Arctic submarine service occasionally speak privately about the incidents, describing encounters that forced them to confront the possibility that the ocean's deepest waters might contain forms of intelligence and technology that transcend anything imagined by military strategists or naval engineers. Their testimony suggests that the most significant discovery made during contemporary underwater operations wasn't related to enemy capabilities or strategic advantage, but to the recognition that Earth's marine environments might harbor mysteries that exceed human comprehension. The classified nature of much of the evidence surrounding the Chukchi Sea encounters means that the full scope and implications of the phenomena may never be publicly known. But the incidents represent a watershed moment in the history of underwater exploration, marking the first time that opposing military forces have been compelled to cooperate in investigating phenomena that challenge their fundamental understanding of what was possible in the Earth's oceans. Contemporary Arctic submarine operations include enhanced sensor packages and recording equipment designed to detect and document unusual phenomena should similar encounters occur in the future. These technological improvements reflect both military interest in understanding potential threats and scientific curiosity about the nature of the Arctic marine environment. The mystery of the Chukchi Sea submersibles continues to influence military planning and scientific research in the Arctic region, serving as a reminder that human exploration of the planet's most extreme environments may sometimes encounter responses from intelligences or forces that operate according to rules very different from our own. The frozen waters above the Arctic Circle remain a frontier where the boundaries between the known and unknowable, the natural and artificial, continue to challenge human understanding. As we surface from the mysterious depths of the Chukchi Sea, carrying with us the disturbing knowledge that even the world's most advanced military technology can encounter phenomena beyond human comprehension, our journey through these scary stories takes us to warmer waters off the coast of South America, where geological forces beneath the ocean floor create disturbances that seem to respond to human presence in ways that challenge our understanding of how the Earth itself might be aware of our activities. Story 18. The Sediment Clouds of the Nazca Ridge. From the ice-locked mysteries of the Chukchi Sea, where unidentified submersibles challenge the limits of human technology, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the warm Pacific waters off the coast of Peru, where in 2008, a routine geological survey became an encounter with forces that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the Earth itself. This is the tale of the Nazca Ridge incident, where the ocean floor itself appeared to respond to human intrusion with a violence and apparent consciousness that transformed scientific exploration into a confrontation with planetary forces beyond human understanding. The Nazca Ridge stretches across the eastern Pacific Ocean like a massive underwater mountain range, a geological formation created by millions of years of tectonic activity where the Nazca Plate slowly grinds against the South American continental shelf. This underwater landscape represents one of the most geologically active regions on Earth, where the constant movement of crustal plates creates earthquakes, volcanic activity, and seafloor spreading that literally reshapes the ocean bottom on geological timescales. The ridge system takes its name from the ancient Nazca culture that once flourished along the Peruvian coast, a civilization famous for creating the mysterious Nazca lines, enormous geoglyphs carved into the desert landscape that can only be fully appreciated from aerial perspectives. The connection between these ancient surface markings and the underwater geological formations that bear the same name has long intrigued researchers who study the relationship between human activity and the natural forces that shape our sideimers. Planet. In March of 2008, a joint international research expedition arrived in the waters above the Nazca Ridge to conduct the most comprehensive geological survey ever attempted in the region. The expedition brought together marine geologists, seismologists, and oceanographers from several nations, equipped with advanced deep-sea exploration technology designed to map the ridge's complex structure and monitor the tectonic processes that continue to reshape this underwater landscape. The research team's objectives included detailed mapping of recent volcanic activity, analysis of sediment patterns that revealed the ridge's geological history, and monitoring of seismic activity that could provide insights into earthquake prediction and tsunami warning systems for Pacific coastal communities. The work was considered routine by the standards of deep-sea geological research, involving techniques and equipment that had been successfully employed in similar environments around the world. The expedition's research vessel, equipped with sophisticated sonar mapping systems and deep-sea drilling equipment, began its survey operations on March 15th, focusing initially on areas of the ridge where recent seismic activity had been detected by monitoring stations throughout the Pacific region. The early phases of the work proceeded exactly as planned, with instruments providing valuable data about the ridge's structure and geological processes. But on March 23rd, as the research team was conducting deep-water drilling operations over one of the ridge's most geologically active areas, their instruments began detecting phenomena that challenged every principle of marine geology and sediment dynamics. Massive clouds of seafloor sediment began rising from the depths without any apparent triggering event. No earthquakes, no underwater landslides, no volcanic activity that could explain the sudden disturbance of materials that had remained stable on the ocean floor for thousands of years. The sediment clouds were unprecedented in scale and behavior, creating underwater dust storms that reduced visibility to zero and generated acoustic effects that interfered with the research vessel's sonar and communication systems. Unlike normal sediment disturbances caused by natural geological processes, these clouds seemed to rise from multiple points across the ridge simultaneously, creating a coordinated pattern of seafloor disruption that suggested some form of organized response rather than random natural phenomena. What made the sediment disturbances particularly unsettling was their apparent responsiveness to the research team's activities. When drilling operations were suspended, the clouds would gradually settle back to the seafloor. But when geological sampling resumed, the disturbances would intensify, creating underwater conditions that made further research dangerous and potentially impossible. The research team's deep-sea diving operations, conducted using advanced atmospheric diving suits designed to protect human researchers at extreme depths, revealed conditions on the ridge that were both fascinating and deeply disturbing. Divers reported that the sediment clouds possessed an oppressive quality that seemed to affect human consciousness, creating feelings of unease and disorientation that exceeded the normal psychological challenges of deep-sea exploration. Most remarkably, several divers reported glimpsing shadowy shapes moving within the sediment clouds, vast forms that seemed too large and organized to be natural geological features, but too alien to be identified as any known form of marine life. These shapes appeared and disappeared in the murky water like phantoms, always at the edge of visibility, and never clearly enough defined to be photographed or documented using conventional means. The acoustic phenomena accompanying the sediment disturbances added another layer of mystery to the already inexplicable events. Hydrophones placed throughout the survey area recorded sounds that didn't match any known geological or biological processes, low-frequency vibrations that seemed to emanate from deep within the Earth's crust, creating audio patterns that some researchers compared to breathing or groaning sounds. Equipment failures became a persistent problem as the expedition continued, with sophisticated instruments malfunctioning in ways that technical manuals couldn't explain. Drilling equipment would stop functioning without apparent mechanical problems. Sonar systems would produce readings that contradicted visual observations, and communication equipment would generate interference patterns that seemed to carry traces of organized signals rather than random electronic noise. The psychological impact on research personnel became increasingly evident as exposure to the ridge phenomena continued. Team members reported vivid dreams involving vast underground structures, sensations of being watched by invisible presences, and persistent feelings that their research activities were somehow disturbing forces that preferred to remain undisturbed in the deep ocean. Local Peruvian communities, whose traditional knowledge of the marine environment extended back through generations of fishing and coastal living, possessed cultural understanding that seemed to provide context for the mysterious phenomena. According to traditional beliefs, the underwater areas near the Nazca Ridge were sacred territories protected by powerful spiritual guardians that could manipulate natural forces to discourage human intrusion into areas that should remain undisturbed. The concept of Apu Mama Kocha, the sacred spirit of the sea, plays a central role in Andean spiritual traditions, with traditional stories describing powerful entities that dwelled in the deepest parts of the ocean and could influence geological processes to protect sacred underwater territories. These spiritual guardians were said to be generally benevolent, but capable of creating dangerous conditions for those who ventured into protected waters without proper respect and preparation. The research expedition's findings were subjected to extensive analysis by geological institutions around the world, but the sediment cloud phenomena resisted explanation using conventional understanding of marine geology and seafloor dynamics. The coordinated nature of the disturbances, their apparent responsiveness to human activities, and the psychological effects experienced by research personnel suggested the operation of forces that existed outside current scientific models of geological behavior. Some researchers theorized that the phenomena might be related to previously unknown geothermal activity beneath the ridge, possibly involving underwater volcanic processes that hadn't been detected by standard geological surveys. But this explanation failed to account for the coordinated nature of the sediment disturbances and their apparent responsiveness to human presence and activities. Others proposed that the ridge disturbances might be caused by unusual interactions between tectonic forces and electromagnetic fields generated by the Earth's magnetic field variations. This theory suggested that the Nazca Ridge might be a natural amplifier for geomagnetic forces that could influence seafloor behavior in ways that hadn't been previously recognized by marine geology. The most exotic theories involved the possibility that the ridge harbored some form of geological consciousness, a hypothesis that certain geologically active regions might possess rudimentary awareness that could respond to external stimuli, such as human exploration activities. While this concept existed far outside mainstream scientific thinking, it offered a framework for understanding phenomena that seemed to demonstrate intentional responses to research activities. As suddenly as they had begun, the sediment cloud disturbances ceased on March 30th, returning the Nazca Ridge to its normal geological activity patterns without any apparent cause for the change. The research expedition concluded its work with a wealth of data about the unusual phenomena, but without any definitive explanation for what had caused 8 days of coordinated seafloor disruption in one of the world's most geologically active underwater regions. Follow-up expeditions to the Nazca Ridge have detected occasional minor sediment anomalies, but nothing approaching the magnitude and coordination of the 2008 incidents. These subsequent observations suggest that the ridge's mysterious behavior may be cyclical or triggered by specific combinations of geological and environmental conditions that aren't yet understood by marine science. The Peruvian government has implemented informal guidelines for deep-sea research activities in the Nazca Ridge region, recommending that scientists consult with local maritime communities before conducting extensive geological surveys, and that research activities include appropriate cultural protocols for working in waters that traditional knowledge considers sacred or protected. Modern geological models of Pacific seafloor dynamics include references to the potential for anomalous sediment behavior in the Nazca Ridge region, acknowledging that the ridge's unique geological characteristics may create conditions that can't be predicted using standard geological calculations. These model adjustments represent an unusual accommodation between scientific methodology and recognition of phenomena that exist outside conventional understanding. The mystery of the Nazca Ridge sediment disturbances serves as a reminder that the Earth's geological systems may be far more complex and potentially conscious than contemporary science recognizes. The phenomenon suggests that human exploration of the deep seafloor might sometimes encounter responses from the planet itself, forces that operate on geological timescales, and follow rules that haven't yet been incorporated into our understanding of how marine geological environments function. The ridge continues to attract scientific attention, but research activities are now conducted with greater awareness of the potential for unusual phenomena and the importance of respecting traditional knowledge about sacred marine territories. The waters above the Nazca Ridge remain one of the world's most geologically valuable research environments, but they are also recognized as a place where human understanding of seafloor behavior encounters its limits. Contemporary deep-sea exploration in the region includes enhanced monitoring equipment designed to detect early signs of anomalous sediment activity, allowing research teams to modify their operations if conditions begin to develop that might trigger the coordinated disturbances observed during the 2008 expedition. These precautionary measures reflect both scientific interest in understanding the phenomena and respect for the possibility that some aspects of the Earth's geological systems may operate according to principles that exceed current human comprehension. The Nazca Ridge incident has become a case study in the importance of integrating traditional knowledge with modern scientific methodology when conducting research in environments that local cultures consider sacred or protected. The expedition's experiences suggest that successful deep-sea exploration may require not just advanced technology and scientific expertise, but also cultural sensitivity and respect for indigenous understanding of natural systems. As we drift away from the mysteriously responsive seafloor of the Nazca Ridge, carrying with us the disturbing knowledge that the Earth itself might be aware of our intrusion into its deepest places, our journey through these scary stories takes us to the North Atlantic, where the legacy of maritime tragedy continues to echo across the airwaves in ways that challenge our understanding of communication, time, and the ocean's capacity to preserve voices from the past. Story 19. The Ghostly Signals of the SS Vestris. From the geologically conscious seafloor of the Nazca Ridge, where the Earth itself seemed to respond to human intrusion, our journey through these scary stories takes us back to the storm-lashed waters of the North Atlantic, where in 1928, a maritime disaster created one of the most enduring radio mysteries in the history of wireless communication. This is the tale of the SS Vestris, whose sinking during a November gale gave birth to phantom transmissions that would haunt the airwaves for days after her destruction, challenging everything radio operators thought they understood about the finality of death and the ocean's capacity to preserve human voices long after the speakers themselves had been claimed by the sea. The SS Vestris represented the pinnacle of 1920s luxury liner design, a magnificent vessel built to carry passengers and cargo between New York and South America in unprecedented comfort and style. Constructed by Workman Clark Shipyard in Belfast and operated by the Lamport and Holt Line, she was a substantial ship at 538 feet in length, equipped with the most advanced radio communication equipment available to commercial vessels of her era. The Vestris had established herself as one of the premier passenger ships on the South American route, carrying wealthy travelers, business executives, and cargo that connected the growing economies of North and South America during the prosperous years following World War I. Her reputation for luxury and reliability had made her a favorite among passengers who demanded both comfort and safety during their ocean crossings. On November 10, 1928, the Vestris departed New York bound for Buenos Aires with 325 passengers and crew aboard, carrying a cargo that included automobiles, machinery, and other manufactured goods destined for South American markets. The voyage began under favorable conditions, with clear weather and calm seas that promised a routine Atlantic crossing for the experienced crew and their passengers. But the North Atlantic in November is one of the most dangerous marine environments on Earth, where weather conditions can deteriorate from manageable to life-threatening in a matter of hours. As the Vestris made her way eastward toward the shipping lanes that would carry her south along the African coast, meteorological conditions began to develop that would test both the ship's seaworthiness and her crew's ability to handle emergency situations under extreme stress. The storm that would claim the Vestris began forming far to the north, where Arctic air masses collided with warmer currents from the Gulf Stream to create the kind of rapidly intensifying cyclonic system that had been claiming ships in these waters for centuries. By November 11th, the storm had developed into a full gale with winds exceeding 60 miles per hour and waves that towered 40 feet above the ocean's normal surface level. The Vestris encountered the storm's advance winds during the early morning hours of November 12th, when what had been a routine voyage suddenly became a fight for survival. The ship's officers quickly recognized that they were facing weather conditions that exceeded normal operational parameters, but their attempts to alter course and seek calmer waters were hampered by the rapid intensification of the storm system that seemed to be tracking directly toward their position. As the storm reached full intensity, the Vestris began experiencing the kind of structural stresses that had doomed countless vessels in similar conditions. Her cargo, which included heavy automobiles and machinery that had been loaded in New York, began to shift as the ship rolled in the massive seas, creating stability problems that made the vessel increasingly difficult to control. The first indication that the Vestris was in serious trouble came when her radio operator began transmitting distress calls on the international emergency frequencies. The ship's wireless equipment, representing the most advanced communication technology available to commercial vessels in 1928, sent out the standard SOS signals that should have summoned immediate assistance from other ships in the area. But the storm conditions that were threatening the Vestris also interfered with radio communication, creating atmospheric disturbances that made it difficult for her distress signals to reach potential rescue vessels. The few ships that did receive the emergency transmissions were themselves battling the same severe weather conditions that were threatening the passenger liner, making immediate assistance virtually impossible. The Vestris fought the storm throughout November 12th, with her crew working desperately to stabilize the shifted cargo and maintain the ship's watertight integrity as mountainous seas crashed over her decks. But the combination of extreme weather and the vessel's increasingly unstable condition created a situation that exceeded even the most experienced mariner's ability to control. On the morning of November 13th, the Vestris reached the point where her crew could no longer maintain control of the vessel's stability and flooding. Captain William Carey ordered the ship abandoned, beginning the desperate process of launching lifeboats in seas that made survival extremely questionable, even for those who successfully escaped the sinking ship. The final moments of the SS Vestris were witnessed by passengers and crew who managed to escape in the ship's lifeboats, watching in horror as the magnificent liner rolled over and disappeared beneath the Atlantic waves, taking with her over 100 souls who were unable to reach the limited safety of the small boats that represented their only hope of survival. But the true mystery of the Vestris began not with her sinking, but with what happened in the days that followed her disappearance beneath the storm-lashed Atlantic. Radio operators at coastal stations from New York to Britain began receiving transmissions that appeared to be coming from the Vestris herself, despite the fact that multiple witnesses had seen the ship sink, and there was no possibility that her radio equipment could still be functioning. The phantom transmissions were immediately recognizable as coming from the Vestris because they used the ship's distinctive call sign and transmission characteristics that radio operators had become familiar with during her years of regular service on the South American route. But the content of these ghostly signals was far more disturbing than their impossible source. The messages consisted primarily of fragmented distress calls and position reports that seemed to be continuations of the emergency transmissions that the Vestris had been sending during her final hours. But these phantom signals contained information that suggested the ship was still sailing, still fighting the storm, still attempting to reach safety despite having been witnessed sinking days earlier. Radio operators who received the mysterious transmissions reported that the signals were accompanied by atmospheric effects that exceeded normal interference patterns. The phantom messages were often embedded in static that sounded like voices calling for help, background noise that seemed to carry the emotional resonance of human desperation and fear rather than the random electrical interference typical of long-distance radio communication. The technical characteristics of the phantom transmissions matched those of the Vestris's original radio equipment so precisely that several experienced operators initially assumed they were receiving delayed signals, radio waves that had somehow been reflected by atmospheric conditions and arrived at their destinations hours or days after being transmitted. But this explanation failed to account for the content of the messages, which included references to current weather conditions and navigational information that couldn't have been part of the original distress calls. Ships in the North Atlantic reported receiving the phantom signals at the same time as coastal stations, ruling out the possibility that the transmissions were being generated by land-based equipment or were the result of atmospheric reflection phenomena. The signals appeared to be originating from the approximate location where the Vestris had sunk, despite the physical impossibility of radio equipment functioning at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The most detailed analysis of the phantom transmissions was conducted by radio engineers at the Marconi Company, whose equipment had been installed aboard the Vestris and whose operators were intimately familiar with the technical characteristics of the ship's wireless systems. Their investigation confirmed that the mysterious signals matched the Vestris's equipment specifications exactly, including subtle technical signatures that would be virtually impossible to duplicate using other radio apparatus. The duration and frequency of the phantom signals followed patterns that seemed to correspond to the natural rhythm of distress calls, as if the Vestris's radio operator was still at his post, methodically transmitting emergency messages according to the protocols he had been trained to follow during crisis situations. The signals would typically last for several hours, then fall silent for a day or more before resuming with the same desperate consistency. Weather conditions seemed to influence the intensity and clarity of the phantom transmissions, with the signals becoming stronger during storms and atmospheric disturbances that created conditions similar to those that had claimed the ship. This correlation suggested that the mysterious broadcasts might be somehow connected to the meteorological forces that had caused the Vestris disaster. Maritime folklore provided cultural context for understanding the phantom radio signals, drawing on traditions that recognized the ocean's capacity to preserve and transmit the spiritual essence of those who had died at sea. According to these beliefs, souls lost in maritime disasters could become trapped in the locations where they perished, forever calling out for rescue or trying to warn other mariners about the dangers that had claimed their own lives. The concept of phantom distress calls appears in the maritime traditions of several seafaring cultures, with stories describing ghostly radio transmissions from ships that had been lost years or decades earlier. These phantom signals were often considered omens of approaching storms or warnings about dangerous waters, serving as supernatural navigation aids that helped living mariners avoid the same fates that had befallen the phantom transmitters. The investigation into the Vestris phantom signals was complicated by the primitive state of radio direction-finding technology in 1928, which made it difficult to pinpoint the exact source of the mysterious transmissions. The equipment available to investigators could determine general bearing information, but lacked the precision necessary to confirm whether the signals were actually originating from the ship's wreck site. Several attempts were made to establish two-way communication with the phantom transmitter, but these efforts invariably failed to produce responses to queries or requests for additional information. The mysterious signals seemed to operate according to their own schedule and purpose, broadcasting their desperate messages without apparent awareness of attempts to communicate with them from the living world. The psychological impact on radio operators who received the phantom transmissions proved to be lasting and profound. Many reported difficulty sleeping, persistent feelings of sadness and isolation, and intrusive thoughts about maritime disasters and lost sailors. Some operators requested transfers to avoid continued exposure to the phantom signals and their disturbing emotional undertones. The final confirmed reception of phantom signals from the SS Vestris occurred on November 27th, exactly 2 weeks after the ship's sinking. The last transmission was particularly poignant, consisting of a simple goodbye message transmitted in perfect Morse code before falling silent forever. Radio operators who monitored this final signal reported feeling a profound sense of loss, as if an important communication had been permanently severed. Modern analysis of the historical records surrounding the Vestris phantom signals has revealed no conventional explanation that adequately accounts for all aspects of the phenomenon. The technical precision of the transmissions, their correspondence with the ship's known equipment characteristics, and their apparent responsiveness to weather conditions suggest that something more than atmospheric anomalies or equipment malfunctions was responsible for the mysterious broadcasts. The wreck of the SS Vestris was never located, despite numerous attempts by salvage operations and maritime archaeologists to find her remains on the Atlantic seafloor. The ship's final resting place remains unknown, somewhere in the deep waters where her phantom radio signals seemed to originate during those mysterious 2 weeks in November 1928. Contemporary maritime communication protocols include references to the possibility of phantom distress signals, acknowledging that radio operators may occasionally receive transmissions that appear to come from sources that don't exist in the physical world. These protocols recommend that all distress calls be investigated regardless of their apparent origin, while also providing guidance for distinguishing between genuine emergencies and potential phantom phenomena. The legacy of the SS Vestris phantom signals serves as a reminder that the ocean's capacity to preserve extends beyond physical artifacts to include the emotional and spiritual residue of human tragedy. The mysterious radio transmissions that followed her sinking represent the sea's occasional mercy in preserving the voices of those who were lost, allowing their final messages to echo across the airwaves long after the speakers themselves had been claimed by the Atlantic depths. The story of the Vestris phantom signals has become part of maritime folklore, representing one of the most well-documented cases of apparently supernatural radio communication in the history of wireless technology. The phenomenon continues to intrigue researchers interested in both the technical aspects of radio propagation and the possibility that consciousness might persist in forms that can interact with electromagnetic systems. As we drift away from the phantom radio signals that carried the Vestris's final messages across impossible distances of time and space, our journey through these scary stories takes us to our final destination, the Antarctic waters, where temperature itself becomes a supernatural phenomenon, challenging our understanding of the physical laws that govern our planet's most extreme environments. Story 20. The temperature spikes of the Scotia Arc. From the haunting radio transmissions of the SS Vestris that carried voices from beyond the grave across the Atlantic airwaves, our final journey through these scary stories takes us to the uttermost ends of the Earth, where the Southern Ocean meets the Antarctic ice in one of the planet's most remote and forbidding marine environments. Here, in 2006, scientists encountered phenomena so extraordinary that they challenged the fundamental laws of physics and forced researchers to confront the possibility that the Antarctic waters themselves might possess a consciousness that responds to human intrusion in ways that exceed all scientific understanding. The Scotia Arc stretches across the Southern Ocean, like a geological bridge between South America and Antarctica, a chain of underwater mountains and island groups that represents one of the most tectonically active regions on Earth. This remote corner of the world's oceans sits at the intersection of multiple oceanic plates, where the constant grinding of continental masses creates seismic activity, underwater volcanic eruptions, and geological forces that operate on scales that dwarf human experience. The arc takes its name from the Scotia Plate, a small but geologically significant tectonic formation that has been slowly moving eastward for millions of years, carrying with it fragments of ancient continents and creating the underwater mountain ranges that now support the scattered islands of South Georgia, the South Sandwich Islands, and the South Orkney Islands. These remote outposts of land in the vast Southern Ocean serve as research stations and wildlife refuges, but they also mark the boundaries of one of the planet's least understood marine environments. In February of 2006, an international team of Antarctic researchers arrived in the Scotia Arc region to conduct the most comprehensive study ever attempted of the area's unique oceanographic conditions. The expedition brought together marine scientists, geologists, and climate researchers from several nations, equipped with advanced temperature monitoring equipment, designed to document how Antarctic waters respond to global climate change and seasonal variations. The research team's objectives included establishing baseline measurements of water temperature at various depths throughout the Scotia Arc, analyzing current patterns that influence global ocean circulation, and documenting the effects of ice melt on regional marine ecosystems. The work was considered crucial for understanding how Antarctic environmental changes might affect global climate patterns and sea level changes worldwide. The expedition's research vessels were equipped with the most sophisticated oceanographic instruments available, including deep-sea temperature probes, capable of measuring thermal conditions at depths exceeding 20,000 feet, underwater sonar systems that could map temperature variations across vast areas of ocean, and satellite communication equipment that allowed real-time data transmission to research institutions worldwide. Initial surveys proceeded exactly as planned, with instruments providing valuable data about the Scotia Arc's complex oceanographic conditions and confirming many existing theories about Southern Ocean circulation patterns. Water temperatures throughout the region fell within expected ranges for Antarctic waters, showing the normal variations associated with depth, seasonal changes, and geographic location. But on February 23rd, as the research team was conducting deep-water temperature monitoring near the South Sandwich Islands, their instruments began detecting thermal anomalies that defied every principle of marine thermodynamics and Antarctic oceanography. Sudden, dramatic spikes in water temperature were occurring at various depths throughout the monitoring area, creating thermal conditions that should have been impossible in the frigid waters of the Southern Ocean. The temperature spikes were unprecedented in both magnitude and behavior, with readings showing instantaneous increases of 50 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit in water that normally maintained temperatures just above freezing. These thermal anomalies appeared and disappeared without any apparent cause, creating hotspots in the Antarctic waters that violated basic principles of heat transfer and oceanic circulation. What made the temperature phenomena particularly disturbing was their apparent randomness and the complete absence of any geothermal or volcanic activity that might explain such dramatic thermal variations. The Scotia Arc region, while geologically active, showed no signs of underwater eruptions, hydrothermal vents, or other geological processes that could generate the enormous amounts of thermal energy required to create such extreme temperature changes. The research team's deep-sea diving operations, conducted using advanced atmospheric diving suits designed for extreme cold water environments, revealed underwater conditions that were both fascinating and deeply unsettling. Divers reported encountering areas where the water temperature changed dramatically, within distances of only a few feet, creating thermal boundaries so sharp they could be felt through insulated diving equipment. Most remarkably, divers working in areas affected by the temperature spikes reported hearing sounds that didn't match any known geological or biological processes. The thermal anomalies were accompanied by low-frequency acoustic phenomena that seemed to emanate from deep within the ocean floor, creating sound patterns that some researchers compared to groaning or breathing noises. The acoustic phenomena associated with the temperature spikes created psychological effects on research personnel that extended far beyond normal operational stress. Divers and surface crew members, exposed to the mysterious sounds, reported persistent feelings of unease, difficulty concentrating, and intrusive thoughts about vast presences lurking beneath the Antarctic seafloor. Equipment failures became a persistent problem as the expedition continued, with sophisticated temperature monitoring instruments malfunctioning in ways that technical manuals couldn't explain. Sensors would provide accurate readings in normal conditions, but would fail completely when deployed in areas where the temperature spikes were occurring, as if the thermal anomalies were somehow interfering with the electronic systems designed to measure them. The duration and intensity of the temperature spikes seemed to correlate with the research team's activities, suggesting that the phenomena might be somehow responding to human exploration of the region's deep water environments. When monitoring equipment was deployed in previously undisturbed areas, the thermal anomalies would intensify. When research activities were suspended, the temperature spikes would gradually diminish. Local knowledge from the research stations, scattered throughout the Scotia Arc region, provided some cultural context for understanding the mysterious phenomena. Station personnel who had worked in Antarctic waters for years reported occasionally detecting unusual thermal conditions during previous research seasons, but nothing approaching the magnitude and consistency of the 2006 incidents. The concept of Antarctic consciousness appears in the folklore of several exploration traditions, with stories describing the continent as a living entity that actively resists human attempts to understand or exploit its most sacred areas. According to these beliefs, Antarctica possesses a form of planetary awareness that can manipulate environmental conditions to protect itself from unwanted intrusion. Scientific analysis of the temperature spike data revealed patterns that challenged conventional understanding of oceanic thermal dynamics. The anomalies followed distribution patterns that seemed too organized and systematic to be the result of random geological or atmospheric processes. The thermal events appeared to be coordinated across vast areas of the Southern Ocean, suggesting some form of underlying mechanism that operated on a scale larger than any known natural phenomenon. The investigation team attempted to correlate the temperature spikes with seismic activity, electromagnetic field variations, and atmospheric conditions that might explain the thermal anomalies. But comprehensive analysis revealed no external factors that could account for the sudden, dramatic changes in water temperature that continued throughout the expedition's stay in the Scotia Arc region. Water samples collected from areas affected by the temperature spikes showed no unusual chemical compositions that might explain the thermal anomalies. The heated water contained normal concentrations of minerals, dissolved gases, and organic matter, with no traces of the exotic chemicals or unusual biological materials that might be expected if the temperature changes were caused by previously unknown chemical or biological processes. The most exotic theories proposed to explain the Scotia Arc temperature spikes involved the possibility that the Antarctic marine environment possessed some form of planetary consciousness that could manipulate physical conditions to respond to external stimuli, such as human research activities. While this concept existed far outside mainstream scientific thinking, it offered a framework for understanding phenomena that seemed to demonstrate intentional responses to exploration activities. As suddenly as they had begun, the temperature spikes ceased on March 15th, returning the Scotia Arc waters to their normal thermal conditions without any apparent cause for the change. The research expedition concluded its work with extensive documentation of the unusual phenomena, but without any definitive explanation for what had caused 3 weeks of impossible thermal activity in one of the world's most stable cold water environments. Follow-up expeditions to the Scotia Arc region have detected occasional minor thermal anomalies, but nothing approaching the magnitude and coordination of the 2006 incidents. These subsequent observations suggest that the Antarctic's mysterious thermal behavior may be cyclical or triggered by specific combinations of environmental and research conditions that aren't yet understood by marine science. Contemporary Antarctic research protocols include enhanced thermal monitoring systems designed to detect early signs of anomalous temperature activity, allowing research teams to modify their operations. If conditions begin to develop, that might trigger the coordinated thermal disturbances observed during the 2006 expedition. The mystery of the Scotia Arc temperature spikes serves as a fitting conclusion to our journey through the ocean's most chilling mysteries, representing the ultimate example of natural forces that seem to operate according to consciousness and intention, rather than simple physical laws. The phenomenon suggests that our planet's most extreme environments may possess forms of awareness that exceed human understanding and respond to our presence in ways that challenge the fundamental assumptions of scientific materialism. The Scotia Arc continues to attract scientific attention as one of the most important locations for understanding Antarctic climate systems and global ocean circulation patterns. But the region is now approached with greater awareness of the potential for phenomena that exist outside conventional scientific understanding, and with recognition that some aspects of the Antarctic marine environment may operate according to principles that exceed current human comprehension. And so our journey through the ocean's most chilling mysteries comes to an end in the temperature-twisted waters of the Scotia Arc, where even the fundamental laws of physics seem to bend before forces that operate according to rules we barely comprehend. We have traveled together from the frozen Arctic, where ghost ships sail with phantom crews, through the twilight depths where human voices become something alien, all the way to the uttermost ends of the Earth, where the planet itself seems to possess a consciousness that responds to our presence with phenomena that humble our scientific understanding. Each scary story we've shared tonight represents just a fragment of the vast unknown that covers more than 70% of our planet. For every mystery we've explored together, from the ghostly crew of the SS Baychimo to the phantom lights of the Minches, from the vanished lighthouse keepers of the Flannan Isles to the impossible submersibles of the Celtic Sea, countless others remain hidden in the depths, waiting for the right technology, the right explorer, or perhaps just the right moment to reveal themselves to our wondering and often terrified eyes. These deep-sea stories remind us that our world is still full of genuine mystery, not the manufactured suspense of fiction, but the real, spine-tingling knowledge that we share our planet with forces and phenomena that exist far beyond human understanding. The scary stories we've encountered tonight challenge us to remain humble in the face of the unknown, to keep asking questions even when the answers frighten us, and to never lose our sense of wonder and respect for the incredible planet we call home. But here's the strange comfort in these ocean mysteries. There's something oddly soothing about confronting the vast unknown, from the safety of our warm beds, thousands of miles from the crushing depths, and supernatural encounters we've explored together. The sea's terrors become a lullaby when we're tucked away on dry land, surrounded by the familiar sounds of the surface world and the comforting knowledge that these mysteries, however real, exist in a realm far removed from our everyday lives. Before you drift off into dreams of bioluminescent creatures and phantom radio signals, take a moment to consider how these stories have touched you. Have they changed how you think about the ocean? Have they sparked a curiosity about marine mysteries or deep-sea exploration? Have they reminded you that there are still frontiers to explore and questions to answer right here on Earth? Most importantly, have they provided that perfect blend of fascination and fear that makes the best scary stories so irresistibly compelling? If you've enjoyed this journey into the ocean's most chilling mysteries, I'd love to hear about it. Drop a comment below and let me know which of tonight's scary stories captured your imagination the most. Was it the ghostly crew of the SS Baychimo, sailing through Arctic storms, the phantom lights that danced beneath Scottish waters, the mysterious silence that swallowed voices in the Kermadec trench, or perhaps the temperature spikes that turned Antarctic physics on its head? Your thoughts and reactions help me understand what resonates most with fellow explorers of the supernatural and unknown. And if these ocean stories have helped ease you into that peaceful space between waking and sleeping, if they've provided the perfect backdrop for your journey into dreams filled with mysteries and wonders, then please consider subscribing to join our community of Midnight Explorers. There are so many more scary stories waiting to be shared, from the deepest ocean trenches to the most remote polar waters, from ancient maritime legends to modern encounters that defy explanation. The like button below isn't just a way to show appreciation, it's a signal to others who might be searching for these kinds of deep-sea sleep stories, letting them know that they've found a place where mystery and wonder are celebrated, where the unknown is embraced rather than feared, and where the most incredible, scary stories are often the ones that happen to be true. Share these tales with anyone in your life who appreciates the beauty of unsolved mysteries, the thrill of supernatural encounters, or simply the soothing power of a well-told scary story at the end of a long day. The ocean's mysteries belong to all of us, and every person who discovers them helps keep alive the spirit of curiosity and wonder that drives all human exploration into the unknown. As you close your eyes tonight, remember that you're floating on a planet where phantom ships sail through polar storms, where ancient voices echo from the deepest trenches, where creatures of impossible beauty thrive in conditions that would instantly destroy most life we know, and where the very water itself seems to possess a consciousness that watches, remembers, and occasionally responds to our presence in ways that challenge everything we think we understand about reality. You're part of a species that has learned to explore these alien realms, to document their wonders and terrors, and to share their stories across the vast networks that connect us all. Tomorrow the ocean will still be there, still holding its secrets, still harboring its ghosts and phantoms, still waiting for the next generation of brave souls, willing to dive into the unknown and emerge with scary stories that will captivate future dreamers. Sleep well, fellow explorers of the deep. Let the gentle rhythm of imagined waves carry you into dreams filled with the mysteries we've discovered together. And remember that the ocean's scary stories never truly end. They simply pause between one tale and the next, waiting in the darkness for someone like you to discover them and bring them into the light, no matter how chilling that light might reveal them to be. The mysteries of the deep sea continue to unfold in the depths below, where new terrors and wonders await the next generation of explorers, brave enough to venture into the alien realm that covers most of our world. Until our next journey into the unknown, sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as deep and peaceful as the ocean itself, but perhaps a little less mysterious than the scary stories that flow through its darkest depths. The sea keeps its secrets well, but sometimes On nights like this, it allows us to glimpse just a few of them before they fade back into the eternal darkness, where all ocean mysteries are born, live, and wait to be discovered by those brave enough to listen to their chilling whispers carried on the tide.